sick with excitement. You can seem so violent. Fire in your eyes. I feel like you ain't right here. Nothing that you like here. I know you were keen to cut the ties. There's fire in your eyes. 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 Got wandering eyes that I seem to follow. Can only stay still for some time. I've never aligned with the city's pulse, so that makes it easier to leave behind. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering. I could be the one you're missing. Wondering why I don't know the feeling of walking through these streets like they're mine. Trying to find a way to the beginning, somewhere in a different life. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering. I could be the one you're missing.
The season end draws nearer and nearer, and for so many of these teams, it is about peaking at the perfect moment as we head into our Saturday action. Yesterday was a little bit of a mess when it comes to European Rocket League. We had a lot of highs, and we had some unbelievably scuffed matches. Welcome, everybody, to the European pre-show, because I am Shogun, joined by the white shirt crew.
The gang.
Team White Teams.
Right.
Where was my invitation to all of this?
You're just not cool enough, Shogun. It's like we had a little chat, me, Johnny, and not Stumpy, and we thought, is Shogun cool enough to join our gang?
No,
not yet.
definitely not.
Keep working hard. You'll get there eventually.
Wasn't even playing.
working
Yeah, true.
really. Have you guys been working on your language stuff, by the way, for Dusseldorf?
Yeah.
Düsseldorf, you mean?
Yeah, Dusseldorf. I've got to still get that one right. Right. What's this word? Right here. If I can...
Wait a minute.
Gold. My screen is so small. I actually can't see it.
Hey?
Okay. It's well, I thought it was Gouda cheese, but it's actually
That's what I was thinking.
Howda. I think it's how they say it. Howda.
You know what
Is how
CJ
say
thought it
Dutch.
was, don't you? He thought, why are you saying good day? We're not on the TV show.
Good day, mate. No, this is the OC. This is the OC EU pre-show today. Special edition OC EU pre-show.
Nice.
We've got an info.
Right, well, let's take a look at the season schedule heading your way. We're coming towards the end of it. I mean, you can't even look towards the top. That's completely irrelevant at this point. We are all the way in that lovely little crisp blue towards the bottom. We're at the cup. We've got 2 events left before we head into the international stages only, CJ. We're at the business end now, mate.
Oh, well, this is it. It's major rolling straight into Worlds. So this is this regional. We've got 2 left here in Europe, and after that, Johnny, it's just all lands, baby. That's what we like.
Yeah, I don't know. What are you on about with blue, though, Shogun? Clearly, that's not blue. There's no way you see blue in the spring split. This is
Greeny
turquoise.
That's not.
I'll go for a turquoise on that one.
It would be fine if there wasn't a definitely blue winter bar.
All right, well, here you go. Here is what we have got for the week so far. Lots of Rocket League going on at the moment. It is the typical amazing schedule for us over in Europe, where you wake up to APAC, you switch on over here for us in Europe, and by the time we're done, South America is already on call. What a great time we get to have.
You can't complain at all. If you like Rocket League Esports, which I hope you do if you are here, I don't know why you would be here if you don't. It's amazing.
Just
Every
here to
single day.
complain.
There's more and more, yeah. And if you want to have a complaint in chat, you go ahead. We'll definitely read it.
Well, here we
SSA
got
as well.
what's coming up next week. No RLCS next weekend. The reason for that is because CRL Worlds is on, so that is what will be happening over on this, or as I like to call it, the Calyx Watch Party. I'm pulling for you, man. I'm pulling for him. That's my boy right there. He's got-
There is RLCS in MENA and OCE, just
There
no
is.
NA. So we do get to watch MENA. That's actually roughly the same time of day as EU, so very easy to tune in. OCE, not so much for the Europeans. It's very late for us, but
Johnny, if
we
there
got-
was ever a time
Yeah.
where you wanted to tune into OCE, this
Go on, sell it,
final
CJ.
regional,
Sell
that's
it.
the one. We're talking the top 3, all even on points. It's level. It's a dead heat. Only 2
Three-way tie.
teams can go to the major, and only 2 teams can go to Worlds, probably at this point, because we've been so bad internationally. So whoever wins, whoever gets top 2
You were
that
so
final
close to
regional.
selling it. And then you
Are we
dropped
off-
in that last little bit. It's like, oh.
Forget about that last bit. They'll be off to the major. They'll be off to Worlds. They need to get top 2. You need to make the grand finals in OCE, the final regional. Tune in. Wake up early. Stay up late. Just get there.
I'm still convinced it is always 2 a.m. in OCE. That is never going to leave. But if you want to go to the major, then you can do exactly that. !tickets in the chat. We make the teams play for it. We make them have to fight and claw their way to these events. You can just go to a website, purchase your ticket, and go on the way and just wave at them and just say, hey, well, I made it. Where on earth were you? So make sure you can go and do that, and I look forward to seeing you there. Right, guys, let's talk about yesterday. Where do we begin with all of this? I suppose we'll start at the beginning and move on from there. PSG Tundra against Sir Johnny. Yes, it was a mess. Yes, it was an absolute mess.
Yeah, I think this was one of the matches that did go as expected, though. You know, for all of the chaotic own goals and misses yesterday, there weren't actually that many upsets. In fact, everything kind of went according to plan, except for Guild's run through the upper bracket, which surprised everyone, and the G1 scare. Everything else kind of made sense. This was the expected result. PSG Tundra have been praised because of their strength in practice, strength in scrims. But yeah, now it looks like it might be time for them to do that in RLCS.
Yeah, and that takes us to Team BDS versus Team Vitality. And after Team Vitality had won their first regional featuring Zen, the question is, are they going to have a hangover? Are they going to have second regional syndrome? And so far, making it through in the upper bracket, it's looking like they're not. I think it's fair to say that Team BDS weren't quite at their best, not quite hitting the heights they hit in the first regional, but Team Vitality still had to dispatch a very dangerous team in Team BDS. And I mean, there's Zen. You see him on the ceiling and you're scared already.
Can someone just beat this team already? It's getting absolutely ridiculous at this point. Lower bracket as well. I mean, this was...
Oh, here we go. What a banger. What a banger.
Gee,
this
well,
was.
Thy eyes,
It
everybody.
was a...
Oh.
Don't let
looks
teammates
like
see
some-
this.
some other region's goals that I won't name, but it might be my own there. It was an interesting series. G1, though, took it all the way to Game 5. And as we said, they got knocked down early by Guild, who just, in that little section of the bracket, just created upset city over Oxygen as well. So did go to 5. G1 held on over Monaco, but then, well, they had to face Liquid. And that was another story.
In the Monaco G1 series, Stumpy and I were sort of watch partying that on the Team Liquid stream because we knew that whoever won, we'd face. And we were so confident. We were like, oh, this is going to be easy for Liquid after.
He's on the team.
No, me and Stumpy being we is what I mean, guys.
Yeah,
we were
Brother
confident
Liquid
for
on the team.
Team Liquid. Actually, Acronic was in Twitch chat and he was like, yeah, I feel amazing, we're going to win this. And then G1 looked actively better for probably at least 70% of every game. This was not good Team Liquid at all, but they made it through, so happy days.
So here is your bracket up to this point. If you are in the upper side, then you can lose one time before you are up against it. If you're in the lower bracket and you lose again, well, you're gone and you're out of the tournament. If we do take a little bit of a closer look in towards the upper side as well, there's a team there that we have not seen all season long. It seems to be the Guild special, just showing up for the spring split and go, yeah, we were here this entire time. We didn't get to show them on the mainstream, CJ. I don't think they even had their own stream going on. It was just a secret mission.
Are we sure these results are real then? How can we confirm them? How do we know
have
if
admins,
they're
I
true?
think.
Paid admins. No, I don't know how they've done it, but they're in the mainstream today. That's the main thing. The problem is, though, Cole, they're going up against KCorp, but they're only upper semis.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, KCorp, they're going to be wounded themselves. They want to make it through to the upper bracket final where they feel they belong, you know, into the grand finals where Vatira always is, apart from last time. And I think that Carmine Corp are going to try and take out some frustrations on poor old Guild Esports.
So yeah, taking a quick look as well down towards the lower part of this. And we did mention G1. Oh, it's all crumbling apart for G1. We've mentioned it a few times how if you get that 6th spot over in Europe, you are looking pretty good to go over to Worlds Wildcard. 7th, maybe. You know, if results go your way, maybe you can head over to Worlds. And if you end up 8th, well, you're just completely out of luck, really. G1 are folding when it comes to this, Johnny. As we take a look at season points, you can sort of see they're the team that are, well, in 8th.
Yeah, they're not looking in good form, and you know the current roster move, although it seemed like an upgrade, might actually have hindered them. You've got BDS right behind them right now, PSG Tundra. Those are teams who look like they're likely to overtake them. But we'll have to wait and see just how long G1 can hold on to that spot. It's going really, really poorly for them. Moist, though, looking very good. Oxygen, you know, right now in 3rd, but they are not going to be in 3rd for long. If they keep playing the way they're playing, they are going to tumble down further.
I love Double Elim just quietly as well. This is his format. He's just bringing out the best and worst in every team. It feels like you just stumble and all of a sudden, like G1, you lose early. And then you're going to be playing a Liquid or a top team right there in the lower bracket. So this format, I've been enjoying it so far.
Yeah, there's been a lot of formats that we've had up to this point. As we do take a look, these are the 16 teams as well confirmed for the Invitational. Wow. That is going to be incredible. Not this one, though. This is for this split up to this point. But also what we saw in the last one, Hogan Mode made it. They were helped by 2.5 men.
All part of the plan,
we'll get to see them next weekend. But for this right here that you're seeing, top 5 is what is important. Those are the teams that get to go to Boston. So today will be all about improving upon that. But as we mentioned previously, we are not the only region currently ongoing. So we want to start looking towards our international top plays. And CJ, with all the pressure ramping up, some of these teams really need to step up to the plate.
All they do, we're just going around the world here and we're going to kick it off over in APAC with our number 3 clip. Now, it's not about the goal, this one. It's about the moment here because we've got Paradigm and they've taken down Detonator. This is a massive win in the upper bracket. This was game 5 overtime as well. Obviously, Detonator, you know, number 2, maybe number 3, you could argue, in APAC there. But I love seeing these underdog teams coming through and really taking it up to these teams over there, especially Kami. But number 2.
Yeah, number 2 is in South America, where normally you expect to see some sort of psycho or a triple flip reset or something. But this, again, is all about the context. This is an overtime winner after 3 minutes to take the series. Astromic just waits, lets the Exceed man just dive past him. Actually, if he'd have hit that ball, it may well have been a goal against him. Proper composure, great goal.
And everybody knew number 1 is going to be, though, you know, no bias. We had to give it to Zed and Alpha54. What an assist that is. Full pitch. You know, somebody please challenge him. You know, nobody jumping from the opposition here. So, of course, then can do whatever he wants. He narrowly missed the top corner. Alpha's there to stick it home. Just a beautiful pass. I feel like we have to credit passes more because the goals always steal the spotlight, but that was goal of the day because of Zen's assist.
Yeah, so one more look again for this weekend schedule. Everything that is coming over your way. If you want to check out some more of these regions and follow up the storylines that are developing over there, then here is exactly how you can do it. We've got SSA on, we've got Europe on, we've got South America, we've got APAC, we've just got Rocket League on all the time. You can have no complaints about the content that is heading your way, but... well, as we move on to the next thing, weirdly, we have heard complaints, and it was about the strangest topic ever here, Cole. Zen underperformed. What? Zen underperformed, apparently, according to social media. Can you just... what is going on here?
According to social media and certain Stumpy Goblins on First Touch, the fact that Zen didn't get a 2.19 octane rating and scored 15 goals a game meant he underperformed. Even though he won his first ever regional with all that pressure on him. I mean, to me, it's madness. CJ, am I missing something maybe as a player, like former player, you can sort of add a bit more?
People just, they love stats. People just go to Octane GG and pick their top 5 from right there. But they also cherry pick at the same time because I used to be always up there in stats. Number 1 in OC, but everyone said I was a bot.
No saves.
So people, it's confirmation bias. When they want to use the stats, they use them. When they don't want to use the stats, they don't use them. People just pick and choose. I think that they were too hard on Zen. A lot of them, I don't want to say they were from other regions, but I think they were being biased towards their own. But let us know in chat. We saw what was happening on Twitter with some other commentators. Type 1 if you thought Zen underperformed. We'll just get a bit of a running commentary down there. But I just think the stats, Johnny, people are just cherry picking, and I think they need to be, their eyes need to be open to some other things here.
Yeah, and people are asking for 1v3 plays from Zen. They say they didn't see enough 1v3 plays, and my answer to that is you aren't looking closely enough. And if you don't believe me, let's take a look. I've got some 1v3 plays to show you guys from Zen. We'll save the best till last, but I think that these are going to be... for the most part, things that might have gone unnoticed and under the spotlight. But let's start off in the KC match, the upper semi-final. We're not going to, round 1, round 2. This is upper semi-final. Intercepts Vatira's touch, takes it past Exotic, demos attach. He takes Vatira's boost. He's 1v forward there, but of course, nobody notices that. They just notice Alpha 54 double tapping, and everybody thinks Alpha 54 is carrying. But this is not a carry by Alpha 54. This is a full team play. Zen just outplaying the entire team by himself. And then Alpha 54, of course, does his job. He does, he does finish this brilliantly, so credit to him. But Zen's contribution there would have gone unnoticed. He didn't even get a save because he saved the ball too early. He didn't get an assist because there was so long between his last touch and the goal. This one may be a bit more obvious. He's got a flip reset pass. You might have noticed there, the keen-eyed among you would have noticed Vatira jumping in net. The reason he did that is because he respects Zen's flip reset double tap here, and that's what Zen brings to the pitch. Vatira there, you notice him jumping. He misses the save because of that pre-jump. He was trying to cover something that didn't happen. That's the fear that Zen brings to the table. Let's go into the upper final now against Team Liquid. Game 1. Early cut in midfield by Zen. Perfect first touch to keep Atto out the play. Offloads to Alpha 54, who then hits the double tap into the crossbar, and Redosen's there for the finish. Once again, Zen does not get an assist or a goal on this play, but really, who's starting it off? Who's dispossessing Team Liquid? Who's really making Alpha shine here? It's Zen. He's bringing him in. He's just a team player, and it's working out wonderfully. Same game, bit more clear this time. Zen goes off his own backboard and air dribbles over the top of Oski. 50-50s it over the top of Acronic. Atto didn't expect that. He thought Acronic was going to win that. Redosen, assist, Alpha 54 goal. So yet another play where Zen is getting no points, no assists, no goals, but he's obviously doing something here. Stats do not tell the full story. We'll watch it one more time before we go to one that I think will be quite memorable and a lot more obvious. And yeah, a play that Zen did get rewarded contribution for. Play number 5. This is the winning goal off the upper final. Zen, with a beautiful double tap past Oski, delays a stealing challenge to actually dunk on Atto, bumps Acronic in the back corner, and then Redosen comes in for the open net. So this one you probably did catch. I thought I would include it because it's such a good goal. But yeah, what a double tap by Zen to get it past one of the fastest players in the league, Oski. Slow playing to get a massive dunk on Atto. Just taking everybody out of the game. And he did this all weekend. These were just some of the less obvious plays. We obviously saw the grand final where he was 1v3ing and scoring. But you have to look at who's starting plays. not just who's finishing them.
As I deal with little Miss over here, who really enjoyed that segment from you, Johnny. Thank you so very much. Myself and Chloe, all happy with that one. She's never usually this attentive, so hey, you must have been really, really good at that. But yeah, Zen, fantastic debut from himself, and as we saw from the top play, Cole, I mean, he can also really stat pad if he wanted to. It's all about just getting everyone else to respect his name, and everyone does do that.
Yeah, I feel like he's a brilliant player at the RLCS level. Not so good at Greed, if they were playing that, which is the game mode you invented, I believe, Shogun, where you have to get the most points in your team. So we definitely take him down at that, I think, because he's too generous. He's just too open with his passes.
I think a summary of that is, like, if you're going to go on Twitter and say, oh, you know, Zen underperformed, like, if you're watching RLCS on the side while you're doing your homework and you're looking over and saying, oh, Alpha scored again, don't comment that he underperformed. If you're not downloading the replays and watching them like Johnny is, I don't want to hear about who underperformed or who overperformed. You've got to analyze every single game. I think it's pretty clear he's going to work.
I'm also seeing a lot of comments saying that it's not about underperforming, it's about whether he lived up to the hype. And I think in the context of Zen, it's sort of the same thing.
They won.
The same people who were saying the same thing there. Yeah, exactly.
I do love the part about this as well. It's like when I originally asked Johnny, like, oh, do you want to do one of these? He was like, yeah, I've got it, and I've got the place for you right here within like 2 minutes of me asking. He was ready to go on all of this.
I was like, let me find 5 1v3 plays. Okay, yeah, that was easy, and it didn't need to go to the easy teams either. It was against the best teams in the world.
So you've managed to get yourself all ready for that. I do have a question for you though. Do you have a whiteboard? You had all the plays ready to go. Do you have a whiteboard ready to go?
Oh, yeah.
You already can tell. I already had mine all sorted out.
Monstrosity.
I know. Mine's way larger. I might have to take the entire thing up. So this is something that you at home can play along with as well. We're going to do word association. We are going to, well, I'm going to say a word, and I want everyone here on the desk to write something down, the first word that comes to their mind when it comes to this particular topic, and then we'll sort of discuss a little bit why you think these sort of things. So I think we'll start off with the team that probably has the most going against them right now. G1, they are the team that is currently 8th. They are the ones that are looking in through the window when it comes to everyone having potential fun at that World Championship. So what is the word that you describe G1 with? And this is for a summary of the season to this point. So, he's ready. He's just gone.
Oh.
Yeah, you can just go. All right, I'm just gonna let CJ's already got mine. I can save myself a word or two.
Mean. Mine's a bit nicer.
Chaotic. Yeah.
Chaotic. You're too kind, Cole.
No.
I've seen that defending. I think that sums it all up pretty nicely. Really.
You're accurate, but too kind.
Does anyone here believe they can turn this around? They've got one event left.
No.
Is it just done?
No,
it's too deep. These weird defensive issues of theirs are
They're inside my heads.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Boston. We've got a major coming up. Boston.
The first. Okay.
First word. I've kind of gone against myself here. I'm going to show mine in now. I'm going for this. It's not necessarily a word. I know I've kind of ruined it, but I've gone for a 7.
Why?
Because that's the amount of spots that Europe's going to have coming out of that event. Right now,
you pre-planned that. I've just gone USA. USA.
I've gone NA question marks. I'm just still not sure what they're doing.
Are you going for a Vitality win there, Johnny?
Yeah, I think Vitality's going to win. I think Zen. That's first thing that came to my mind is like he's going to have like that. It's going to be the debut. I think it's going to be the debut performance. Everybody's talking about.
That
is
the
it going to be the
last
debut
copium
performance?
that's left.
I think
you can't do it.
But
on
will he
LAN.
live up to the hype? Yeah, exactly. The LAN hype.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's probably just because we've been talking about it, but someone might.
Let's go for Oxygen, shall we?
Ooh.
Oh yeah, it's the other one. It's the other one that's kind of struggling, but they're in a position right now where they cannot really get knocked out of world's contention. They're pretty comfortable, I believe 4th, but they just have so many points that it's very unlikely anybody's going to overtake them and put them out of that zone. But this is unfortunately my word for them. You've got one. That's not one word.
I went for middling. I think they're sort of evening out after all the roster changes that they've had.
Okay.
Mine explains itself.
Yeah, your 4 words
it was
explain
cheating,
themselves.
to be
my
honest.
4 words.
So, I mean, that's not great. All right, one more. We'll have one more for the road here, shall we? Let's see. I'll pick a team out of a hat, complete random. A team that is going to be playing at the Invitational. Hogan mode. Well, if you could think of a word for Hogan mode, and then playing in 2 weeks' time when Europe returns. Johnny's gone contrarian, and I dislike it greatly.
It's the gold, bro. You gotta think of the gold, bro. Gold medal for Hogan mode, bro.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, well, there you get that done. Hogan mode returning in there. Let's
I brought a
move
giant
on.
whiteboard for that. That was
You did. You did.
Dig that out.
That's like a giant whiteboard. It's like 2 hands length at the very most. Let's go to our predictions. Stumpy
Here we
Goblins
go.
in here, but we still had him send his in. The reason for that is because we are trying to find a Prime Minister-elect. It's just Cole. He was the Oracle last week. He got all predictions correct
14 out of
across the
14
entire
points.
weekend. I'm currently last, but I look to turn that around with this bracket right here. The
see.
perfect bracket. Cole, please tell me you have the exact same. Please.
Did I? No, not at all. I
Oh,
can tell you, I
no.
didn't have the exact same. So you're in trouble, Shogi. So have you gone for any upsets to try and catch up, or is it just straight up?
I've played what I think is just the results today. Johnny, what have you got?
I think our fates are tied. So you're going to be 2 points behind me at the end of the day, no matter what. I think we're the same. I've got KC, Vitality, and then Liquid making a run, and PSGT.
All right,
beating
come on.
Oxford
I want a
Vice.
stumpy of this
Pretty close.
situation. Let's see a stumpyism right here.
Stumpy likes to be a contrarian. I can imagine there's
does.
something different
Oh.
and crazy coming up. We're being told to wait. We're being told to sweat by
Wait,
production.
Stumpy is
Here it is.
sending his
Oh.
predictions as we speak.
Okay,
And they-
Vitality, Liquid,
Oh,
yep.
no.
The exact-
no.
We're all okay. Shogun, you're guaranteed at the bottom of the leaderboard at the end of the
No,
day.
wait. This is the reason why we invite CJ on
have the
today,
same
because we're going to get him on. He's going to get no points. I'm going to kick him off.
could
And
be
then
the
by
one.
then, he's
Go
still
on,
last.
CJ.
Yeah,
get
but
Cole
I,
up.
Pal.
Let's get Cole. Yeah.
Oh, my
we'll
bad. I'm
do the
before
guest
CJ.
last,
All right.
shall
Well, so last time I went with some upsets and I got them, and this time I thought I'd do the same. I was not impressed by
BDS.
Team Liquid yesterday, and I don't think they were impressed with themselves either. And I don't think you want to come up
Okay.
against BDS then. So BDS, I think, are going to take that one. You know,
Yes, was the one I was considering.
it could well be that
couldn't commit
Liquid
to
are
it.
flawless and stunning again, and I look silly, but I can really see this one after yesterday. The
Right,
Oracle has
CJ,
spoken.
you're as boring.
well, I've got a clean
as the
slate. I've
rest
got
of
no
us.
history, no track record, so I'm just going for 100%. But I have mixed it up a little bit down the bottom. You can just see Oxygen sliding
Whoa.
through over
Whoa,
PS5.
whoa.
Okay.
So I have mixed it up.
Where's this belief come from in Oxygen?
Well, I'm not sure. Hours
What was your word for them again, CJ?
I've been looking at they've been practicing. They've put in 1 extra hour in the past
This,
few weeks.
I have a question for you. Is this belief in Oxygen or a lack of belief in PSG Tundra?
Maybe a lack of play. Yeah, I'm with you. PSG, I'm just not sold yet, but they are consistent. They're always in the mix, but I still think Oxygen's peak should be higher if they can put it together. They just haven't done it yet.
Yeah, that was the team that was really annoying us 2 weeks ago, Johnny, where it was like, yeah, you
pennies
guys
on my
play
forehead.
fantastic Rocket League when you're 2 goals down. Where is this in the neutral game? But hey, we might be seeing that from them in the rest of this tournament, at least from what I saw from them yesterday. I was relatively happy with. Here's the prize pool for today. $30,000 on the line for our tournament overall. All these teams as well have locked themselves in at least 9 points, but you want to keep climbing on up. That top 4 is the golden area to be in if you want to get a much better opportunity at qualifying for the Boston Major as we have a look at today's schedule. So, the way it works, we have best of 5s to start ourselves off, and then, CJ, we get into the best of 7s where timeouts are on the board.
Yeah, a couple of quick ones, and then we just get busy for the last 4 best of 7s. But as we said, kicking off, you'd say they're best of 5s, but these are elimination matches, lower
Yeah.
bracket, and Liquid BDS, Cole. I mean, that is what I like to call a doozy to start.
It is going to be a doozy. I think that Team BDS have been impressing me over the last few weeks. I really like the way they look with Rise. I think that any team that brings in Rise is normally going to be okay. You know, the man makes majors, he gets wins. And in a best of 5 as well, BDS aren't as good as Team Liquid quite, even though they're in that same sort of category. But I think best of 5, Johnny, that's where there's more likely to be an upset.
Yeah, I mean, this was the tough one. In fact, I'll be completely honest. I initially, when I sent my predictions over to Kraft to set up these brackets for us, I did put BDS, but then I flipped it. I looked at it as soon as I wrote it down, and I pressed enter. I was like, no, it doesn't look right, and I flipped it to Liquids. This is very close. I think it's going to be game 5. I think it's going to be a nervous performance from both teams. They both know how much it means, but especially BDS, they're the team who need this more. I think that might cause them to be the more nervous of the two rosters.
I do like that you bring that up as well, because we look at the way the bracket has been set out for them. The reason why I bring that up is because the seeding is related to the last 3 events in this, and BDS, because they had a very poor end to the last split and did not go to the major, just having one good event 2 weeks ago wasn't good enough to get them solid seeding for this event. So they kind of just ran into the brick wall of teams throughout this entire bracket. And the reason why this is relevant is because they're playing now. PSG Tundra play next. And you would definitely say PSG Tundra, who their nearest rivals for a world spot, have the easier match of the two, especially with the way Oxygen have been playing recently. So BDS need a win here. They need to keep that pressure on.
Go on, Extra, playing football.
Go on, Extra.
Go on, what's he aiming for?
Oh. Did you guys
Nice.
see, by the way, Atto, like, nobody told him a face cam's supposed to point at his face. He's got like an elbow cam right now. We might get to look at that during the series. I don't know what he's doing with that one, but maybe he just doesn't want it in front of him, distracting him while he plays. I thought I'd draw that to your attention. Everybody
If
could
Extra
just
kicks
enjoy
that ball hard enough at Rise's computer and breaks it, he might be able to play.
Or you could just kick it at Rise's wrist.
That is It's a terrible thing. No, look, it's a terrible thing to say. BDS, as you said, they got a lot of pressure on them, but they don't look like they're feeling it right here. They're playing a little bit of football.
Great
advice there
camaraderie.
from Flipside Tactics
Despite what
Season
Johnny
2
says.
World Championship Manager Johnny Boy over here.
I mean, you just gotta ask yourself, at the end of the day, how much does he want it? If he wants it enough, then he might get the spot back. How badly does he want to play?
Oh, poor Ryan.
He'd never do that. He's too nice. Hashtag TL,
He is,
hashtag
he is.
BDS.
Yeah.
It's going to be... I'm excited.
Oh, this is a
one.
difficult one.
There's so much on the line, but there's obviously a lot more for BDS right now, as we said, playing for that number 5 spot.
Well,
so
There's also the fact that, I mean, Liquid are going to make Worlds eventually. That's pretty much a given. But winning this series will get them over that hump. So there is a bit of a question mark in Liquid, like a bit of an extra pressure point there for them too.
Well, Liquid have got that little thing at the moment where they want top 3 at the moment. You know, if Europe ends up saying, say, getting 3 major or main event spots, you want to skip wildcard. You don't want that extra week's worth of work added to what you've got. So for Liquid, they want the win here. They want to go and get a little bit of an easier road for them. So here's what we think. The only contrarian here is Cole. I'm going.
And we've seen this before.
Team Cole on this. Hashtag TL or hashtag
Oracle.
BDS. We'll get to your predictions shortly.
Can I just remind the people before they do their predictions that last time out, I did get 14 out of 14 points, 100% track record, and I was against the group many times. So,
I mean,
yes, you know, it makes
that's how you
sense.
got 14 and we were on like 6. Oh, there you go. All right. 56% for BDS. They believe in the Oracle. So is he going to continue his perfect predictions? We're going to find out shortly. Best of 5 elimination round. Team Liquid looking to take on BDS. The people on the cast are Corelli and Subi.
It's the middle of the spring split, Subi, and you know what that means. World qualification scenarios come real. And for Team Liquid, their opportunity for Worlds is just this series in front of them. A win over BDS will secure their spot.
An incredible opportunity for Team Liquid in this one. But for Team BDS, they are still trying to march forward and punch their ticket as well. The Worlds. It's going to be a lot harder than Team Liquid's journey because of that disastrous winter split for them. But they've been looking better. They've been on the up and up. They had to go through the buzzsaw of Team Vitality yesterday. Didn't go in their favor. But they're going to see if they can hang in this one against the young guns of Team Liquid.
BDS certainly have been looking better, and I think a lot of fans are happy to see it. They figured out with this Rise pickup offensively as that one comes off the crossbar immediately. Liquid not even letting us get through the intros as they're just rattling off shots immediately, and that's what you're going to get with Liquid. Another one fired off. That offense has been so potent from the Liquid side, and it's up to BDS to slow them down here.
Well, their offense really runs out of their defense. They're so good at the transitions, as you see Atao surveying the field well there, and it's really been Oski setting plays up, going for big demos, going for those assists, and a Chronic so smart at holding down that back line. You see a big demo there, but Monkey Moon able to pinch this one downfield, and let's see if Team BDS can get some offense rolling.
And like we were saying, BDS have been creeping up here in Europe once again. But Liquid, they have been constantly in the top 4, in the top 3, and top 3 of the world conversations here in the RLCS. And like we said, an opportunity to secure Worlds is just proof of how good Liquid have been this season. And they've been fantastic against BDS, winning their last 7 games in a row against BDS.
Crazy.
2 sweeps and a best of 7 and a best of 5. Liquid have had BDS's number so far in the last 2 matchups, and maybe this one looking like Liquid are rolling in game 1. They haven't broken through yet, Subi, but they are all over the BDS defense.
I mean, so far, 6 shots on target as Rise pushes this one forward. They've got numbers, but Atao sweeps in. Great defense on that back line to just continue this pressure. The bumps are coming. They constantly are peppering the backboard with shots. And right now, Team BDS scratching their heads, trying to figure out how to keep Team Liquid at bay.
Team Liquid coming off their second place finish, and right now, feeling second place to Seiko as they give up their first goal.
That's just a great steal there from Rise, and then a better pass off that backboard. No one home. A Chronic left all alone on the back line as Team BDS going to take the lead, and just goes to show you how dangerous they are. They don't need many opportunities because they make sure to make every single one of them count.
Yeah, it's good work there from BDS. I mean, having to field so much pressure from Team Liquid. They've only had 3 shots. Are able to convert one of them after Liquid's flurry of offense. Here's a pass over across the field, but it's Rise who's able to cut it away, and a dunk from Rise as BDS trying to find some footing offensively. Seiko had a look on target, but again, Liquid doing well defensively. Here's Seiko. Another great dunk, but it's Oski to clear it away. A Chronic, a touch.
Oh, wow.
Monkey Moon there to clean it up.
What a redirect from a Chronic, making sure Monkey Moon was on his tippy toes on that one. Had to get the save as Rise trying to slow this one down. And Team Liquid have done well, but eventually you just can't keep Team BDS in their own half as the passes, the shots continue to come out, and Rise denied by a Chronic on that, but Team BDS, Seiko gonna have plenty of space on this one.
Dicey here on the Team Liquid side. A Chronic was just floating across the net, making a couple saves. Another low shot, this one off the post. One more would do. But the defense of Team Liquid just barely hanging on, calling in the 4th man of the post to come in and help out. And BDS have really flipped the tables on this game 1. You felt like in the first 2 minutes, it was all Team Liquid. The shots, the pressure, the control was all there. BDS came out a little slow, but they've calibrated here in game 1. They've looked a lot better. Feeling some pressure now from Liquid. But Liquid, that's a great pass over to a Chronic off the ceiling. One more touch and down, and again, Rise is there to clear it away.
Yeah, Team BDS has historically been one of those teams that just takes a little bit of time to get going. They seem to download their opponents. Is that one going through? Atao tries to read that one off the wall. 45 seconds remain here in game number 1. Team BDS, this is a huge one if they can hang on. But the shots starting to progress from Team Liquid. And that one's difficult. Is Oski gonna tie us up?
Yeah, I want to see this angle from Oski. It was Monkey Moon who was sitting on the goal line, and it's so awkward for him to read this touch. It's off the ceiling. You can't tell if it's going to hit the crossbar or not. And Monkey Moon a little flat-footed there to get around to it. Oski will sneak it in, and Team Liquid finally on the board after 11 shots here in game 1.
Such a tough save from Monkey Moon. Your camera's just spinning circles right above your head. And like you said, you don't know if it's tucking underneath the crossbar. That's a great pass from Oski. And another one from a Chronic. Team Liquid trying to steal game number 1. 20 seconds to go here, Corelli, and it looks like Team Liquid are in the driver's seat.
Certainly holding that pressure in the final third like they were before. Here's a pre-jump pass, but it's Monkey Moon to cut it out. BDS, can they sneak away with game 1? Quality challenge from Rise. Liquid give up the ball here at Seiko. Flip reset into the back wall, and this one will drop down. Overtime in game number 1.
Not a lot of goals in this one, but definitely tons of shots coming out. Heavy offense on both sides of the pitch. And we were talking about Team BDS about halfway through this one as Monkey Moon denied on that ground pinch. Only had 3 shots. So far, they've got 7 now. So doing a great job of ramping up the aggression, trying to go blow for blow with Team Liquid.
Oh, that's a
He
great
got him.
touch past the defense, and a good touch there by Rise to slow things down. Liquid just barely breaking through. As now the pressure's on from BDS. This one's a tough read, and it's not going to find it. Oski has to play to the sidewall. Rise there to eat it up, push it across the box. BDS threatening here against Team Liquid. Seiko trying to keep the attack going. Here comes Rise.
Oh
He
my.
slips under Seiko. Another shot here from Monkey Moon to the left side.
Oh.
Everyone's diving across the box from Team Liquid, and yet they're able to turn it away.
Just absolute chaos there as all of Team BDS were at the top of the box, keeping that offense going. Rise trying to get the slightest touch to redirect that one. Not going to happen as Acronic comes out with a defensive demo, going to relieve a ton of pressure, but Tao can't get the flick, and Rise going to keep the offense going. Infield pass was almost money to Seiko.
And while Team Liquid were out shooting BDS maybe by 10 shots at one point, they're now tied 12 apiece. There's 13 for Team Liquid as Oski is denied. Seiko trying to get control here. Acronic knows Oski coming off the spawn. Oski's got to go quick. He doesn't get the touch. BDS have a chance here. Rise a shot across the box and a save. As Team Liquid look to break out. Oski by himself calls his own number and denied by Seiko. Back the other way for BDS. Monkey Moon needs help. Rise is there with full boost. A weak shot and an easy save for Team Liquid.
What a way to start the weekend here for Europe. You love it. Close-knit game. Already game 1. 2 minutes into overtime. Monkey Moon trying to end it there. Not going to happen as he's demoed for his efforts. Rise puts that one central, but Seiko had to back off.
You're not seeing any hero plays come out from anyone here. Feels like it's going to be a team effort. The defenses have been too strong, or maybe not, as Atto, his shot goes across the box. Acronic can't get through the back wall of BDS, and a monster clear here from Seiko to find the back wall. Oski doesn't get the touch.
What in the
This one
world?
to the back wall again as it gets a little dicey for Team Liquid. Atto there to clear it away.
No one expecting that big clear down the field. Almost found its mark as Seiko. That is a great challenge. Monkey Moon not ready for it. I don't think anyone was. As Rise, he's up uncontested. Can't get the flip reset. And Team BDS going to try their handed offense here. As Rise lurking top of the box, puts the shot. Not going to happen as Acronic sends it back towards Central.
Team Liquid, they're just cutting out BDS's attack as Oski tries to drop it down. Atto to the back wall. Oski's there and running interference, doesn't come up with anything. Seiko falls back down to earth. So he gets away with the boost. Atto not letting him out for free. Here comes Monkey Moon. Looking for help. Over 3 minutes, almost 3.5 minutes of overtime. Rise almost getting the bump on Oski, but it was Acronic with the clear all the way. Still, we keep playing. 15 shots
Crazy.
for BDS, 14 for Team Liquid. As Seiko doesn't get the touch here. Monkey Moon to air dribble this one away. He doesn't have a lot of help, but he's winning challenges. Another good touch. This one into the hands of Seiko. To the back wall, and it's just given up over to Acronic.
Absolutely incredible. Almost 30 total shots in this game so far. As that one awkward ball. And Acronic has to clean this one up as Seiko starting to press forward, looking for a boost steal. And all of BDS in that corner. That's dangerous. They got to watch out for that. We saw tons of double commits in the winter split from them. They've got to make sure they clean them up, especially against the dangerous team of Team Liquid.
So many defensive touches are coming from behind the attackers of BDS. Team Liquid are cutting out from behind BDS. It's very tough to see that coming. Now, this
that's
one,
it?
is that one going off the pinch? It certainly is. And Acronic with an amazing goal here in overtime off the pinch to take the win.
Oh, wow. They team up to hammer that one all the way down. It looked like a little bit of a disaster off that side wall from Acronic. And somehow they turn that one into gold and steal away game number 1. Holy smokes. Look at the score in this one. 744 from Atao. But the shots just a thing of beauty.
Yeah, 14-15 there. And hey, if you called that, buy a lottery ticket. That's some good stuff right there. Team Liquid coming away with the win off the pinch challenge. And for BDS, kind of a heartbreaking loss there. I feel like after the beginning of game one, maybe halfway through, felt like they were falling behind, but then they started to turn things around, right? I think their challenge game went up tremendously here against Team Liquid. Team Liquid, though, they're just so stingy, so scrappy defensively. They just don't let BDS have any free touches. And I honestly, I think both teams did a good job of not allowing individual play or any setup whatsoever. There was a lot of quick and early challenges that prevented a lot of the sparks here in this game.
Yeah, overall, some pretty good spacing in that matchup to deny those long clears downfield that lead to those individual plays. But we did see Team BDS start to get a little bunched up in those corners, start to try and play that hero ball like you were talking about in regulation. And we can't see that here in game number 2. Got to stick to those team plays. Obviously, all 6 players on the pitch have the ability to just absolutely take over. Want to make sure you don't pull out those tricks until you are back against the wall.
We'll see how game 2 fares for BDS. No longer a slow start, at least not expected here. It's a good demo, comes out, free shot from Rise. Tries to lay it off to Seiko, gives it back to Rise, and look at the team plays come out from BDS.
I absolutely love this. A Chronic on that wall, thinks the shot's coming out, has to break, has to go forward, has to boost. It's just brain overload at that point, and Team BDS showing the passing plays.
And Chronic, watching that one from his POV, he saw Rise sneak over to his right side. He knew the pass was an option, tried to play both, and you know you can't. And now BDS rolling here in game 2. Already a chance off the kickoff. And a dunk all the way through. Rise again.
The extender just coming out on this play. 40 seconds in, 2-goal lead, and they already have 4 shots on target. An absurd rate right now. That's a shot every 10 seconds. And Team Liquid need to figure out what to do, and no one went on the kickoff. So they almost paid for that one, as Team Liquid going to call for a pause on this one. Try and figure out how to slow down BDS.
Yeah, it looks like the Oski DC'd, it looks like, which is why nobody went for the kickoff, I'm assuming.
Makes sense.
And so we'll get that one figured out here in just a second. But going back to what you were talking about, with BDS, boy, an explosive start to game 2, but not only an explosive start, a very controlled start from BDS. And I think that's where they're at their best, is when they're controlling the pace of play. You saw the passing plays, using each other. I feel like that's where BDS is their best. And I think that's where Rise really shines as well, especially in those quick little passes in the box like we saw. He's really good at that. We saw that in previous rosters for Rise. And for BDS, when they get that going, it's magic on the pitch.
It really is. I mean, we all know what Rise brings to the table in terms of the clutch factor. When that clock's ticking down, there's not many players that I would definitely want behind that ball other than Rise. I mean, that kid is insane. But he hasn't been getting involved offensively. When you look at his goals per game, it's definitely lower than seasons past and splits past. So for me, I feel like Team BDS would be better suited having Rise playing almost the 1 or 2, kind of inserting him into the offense more like we saw in those passing plays, as Seiko just picks his spot and paints it perfectly.
Oh, to your point, you got to make room for guys like Seiko, and when he's able to slot it like this, running out of boost as well. Chronic had a lot of the net covered there, but not the upper right corner, and Seiko slots it perfectly. What a way for BDS to start here in game 2, a 3-0 lead. And they've got 4 minutes left to play, which for Team Liquid, plenty of time for them to get back into this as this one breaks through the Liquid offense. Here comes the attack from BDS. Oski has to go quick on the challenge to avoid demos. They'll flick this one on. Liquid's offense needs to get going here. You have plenty of time. The BDS are looking to lock things down. That's over the back wall.
Really impressed with Team BDS's ability to hold Liquid Oh my gosh, I'm more impressed with the double tap from Monkey Moon. We'll go back to that later because look at this read from Monkey Moon. So easy, just tucked it in.
I mean, what do? He's quicker to the ball and he's quicker back down. And a perfect touch, upper shelf, Monkey Moon. 4-0 now for BDS as they are running away here in game 2.
Team Liquid still have yet to find a shot in this game. It's been almost 2 minutes, and it has been all Team BDS. Huge opportunity, and Oski gonna clean that one up. A rare mistake from Team BDS on the back line.
Rise not getting that touch leaves the net completely and utterly wide open on the far post. And BDS almost got back to it, but a great slot there by Oski, and one back for Team Liquid. They have 3 minutes. Again, still plenty of time, but a very, very large hill to climb if they're getting back here in game 2.
What are the odds of Team Liquid being held under 5 shots in this one? They're at 2. We'll call that 3, I guess.
It registered as 3.
Never mind. I don't want that bet anymore.
Yeah.
No, I don't want it.
You will not be working for the bookies anytime soon. As right now, a couple demos come out from...
Oh my
God.
gosh.
They get everyone. Nobody's home as a Chronic off the spawn. Has to make the save. That was 3 demos. Now Rise with some space. Wants to take it himself. He's got all of Liquid in front of him. Off the back wall. Monkey Moon's there.
way.
Rise blocks it. It goes back to Monkey Moon, and he scores?
Hey, when it's going your way, it's going your way. Team BDS can do no wrong. Just throw it at the net, and it's going to find its mark. I love, though, that Rise slowed that one down. It felt like Team Liquid was expecting just a hammer from the top of the box. He elects to just carry it forward, and Monkey Moon and Rise keeping the pace on that one.
I couldn't believe what I just had to say. That was insane from BDS, and if they drew it up, great. If they didn't, even better. 5-1 for BDS. Aseko faking off the crossbar, and Oski, it lands on his car and out. As Rise still chasing. BDS have just controlled this game through and through. You're past halftime now, and it's becoming dire for Team Liquid with the way BDS are playing.
I mean, the confidence that we're seeing from Team BDS. Seiko is chasing demos. I mean, I understand they're up 4 goals, so yeah, doesn't hurt you too bad if Team Liquid gets one, but my goodness, an aggressive Seiko is a fun Seiko to watch. You love to see it as a Chronic. Tries to get that one forward, and for Team Liquid, it's about time to just go all in. You're down 4 goals, minute and a half to go. You need to get at least 2 before the last minute of gameplay, or you are definitely out of it.
3 shots for Liquid, 11 for Team BDS. As Monkey Moon still threatening, still keeping possession here for Team BDS, as now Oski will find it all the way to the BDS wall. But BDS are happy to let this happen. Running time off the clock. They got a 4-goal cushion. And they can really just play the chase game.
Oh,
Here's
my.
a pass over to Rise, shot on target, and look at the plays from BDS.
Oh, it's a hot pass and an even spicier shot as Seiko. Nice musty to get that one forward to Rise, and Rise just has to follow the ball on that one. Good tracking play from him as he gets the hat trick in game number 2.
And what can you say? BDS coming alive here in game 2. You can really chalk up game 1 to maybe a slow start, even with the overtime. BDS now working, and they're looking good. And it's so nice to see the freedom allowed to Seiko, especially to Monkey Moon. Offensively, when they're up, they're confident with this lead. It seems like they just hit a different level. They go to a different space, and they look even better with the confidence. How do you translate that to more and more games when you're not winning by 4? That's the big key for BDS, because what you're seeing right now is just fantastic from them. Oh my gosh.
What the heck is this? What is this read? It's just the confidence. Over 2, off the ceiling, off the backboard, and onto the net. Team BDS heading down south, putting on the suntan oil, popping up the umbrella, and sitting on the beach.
Set Team Liquid on vacation here in game 2. BDS dominance over Team Liquid, finally breaking an 8-game slide against Liquid. BDS taking game 2. And I feel like for them, this series, it might be a long one for Team Liquid if BDS keep playing like this.
My goodness. I love a calm Team BDS. It's so fun watching them with a lead. Just the experience seems to take over against a team like Team Liquid. And Corelli, hey, I wasn't too far off. Team Liquid had 6 shots. 2 of them came in the last second there. So, not too bad of odds, I suppose. But
Not too bad.
we get a look at the replays. That passing play to open up the game, that just kind of set the tone for the rest of the 5 minutes. So impressive. And just that one, that just said how it was going. Even Monkey Moon knew it was ridiculous.
And even in the goal that BDS gave up, I mean, it was kind of a freak accident, right? I mean, Rise just whiffing in the box is not something that you're going to count on, and that was the only goal that Team Liquid had. So for BDS, besides a mistake that I think will very rarely happen, this was a very clean game from them. And now you start 0-0. Maybe the last game, something might have happened with Oski, right, with the DC and, giving up goals. But for Team Liquid, you start anew here. And a crucial game will be a teller on, was that a bad game from Team Liquid, or are BDS really going to be the real deal here in this series?
Yeah, for Team BDS, I think it's just so important to really focus on their mentality. That's got to be a goal as Noah Chronic keeps it out, utilizes the 4th team member. That crossbar helped him out immensely, but the shots aren't over as Rise puts it on target. Monkey Moon was disrupting, and Team BDS continue the trend.
Just an onslaught right off the kickoff. You can see a Chronic again, left as the last man. He gets bumped out of the way, but he had no chance to make the save. Rise getting shot after shot, opportunity after opportunity, and BDS, they are not stopping.
Seiko had a playmaker in game number 2 and gets a huge save on that one. It's a great passing play. Put that hard shot on target, but it just translates to this momentum moving downfield as Oski trying to get something going for Team Liquid. They need just a feel-good goal, just a confidence builder. And here's an opportunity, 1v1, Oski going up against Rise and denied. You'll love to see the defense from Team BDS able to get back in time, even off the over-aggression on offense.
And that was a big opportunity there for Liquid. Oski took it into the air dribble, but he really didn't have enough boost to make it all the way to the goal. And on the counter-attack, just not able to put anything together. And you can see how willing Team Liquid are able to move up. And now here comes the double tap from Monkey Moon and a follow-up from Seiko. It's weak, but it gets under Oski, and it's a 2-0 lead.
Again, it's Monkey Moon with the aggression. He goes forward, looks for Oski. Oski is forced to jump. And what a shot from Seiko, going below the defender, away from the save, and Team BDS up by 2.
Yeah, that was not just a mistake from Oski. He was trying to read the shot, and he was expecting a hard shot from Seiko, but Seiko played it slow. Very unorthodox, and it got Oski there, right in front of the box. A 2-goal lead now for BDS. They are looking stellar here against Team Liquid.
Great defensive bump from Oski, but still falls right into the lap of Team BDS. And at the moment, it just feels like Team Liquid playing extremely panicked. Still 2 minutes down in game number 2. You're only down 2 goals. Plenty of time to work with. It's not a huge deficit, but they are just jumping at balls that they don't need to be. They are just making forced errors. And right now, Team BDS looking so comfortable.
And they just don't have a lot of resources to work with. BDS are starving them out from boost, and you're seeing a lot of missed touches come out from Liquid because they just don't have enough boost. Now comes the double demo. Oski and Chronic out of the play. Atto trying to slow things down, but it's Monkey Moon. The quick shot, double tap. Monkey Moon is there to put it away. It's 3-0 BDS.
I mean, if you're going to let him go uncontested, he's going to hit these all night long. You got to get the cleanup there. A Chronic with a big miss. Oski had faith in his teammate, and Monkey Moon extends the lead for Team BDS. And everybody on Team BDS getting involved. All 3 have a goal and an assist. They are just feeling good in this one.
And Monkey Moon is on a different level with the double taps. So consistent. It's like clockwork from him. And for Team BDS, this is the level that they're going to need if they're going to make a run for Worlds. This is the level that they need to win this Spring Cup. And Team Liquid, they have just looked lost. Another mistouch there from Acronic. Atto trying to get this one out.
Oh, they gotta get this.
Haven't spent a lot of time on the BDS side. That one will trickle in for Oski as BDS pushed up their line too far.
Yeah, I got a little too confident in the offense there as Team Liquid gets just their third shot on target. But they bring themselves back within reach here in game number 3. 2-goal deficit. And a huge kickoff for Team Liquid here as Acronic looking for a double, and great defense from Rise, and somehow falls into the lap of Seiko to clear this ball downfield.
My, oh my, the defense there for BDS. Crucial to not let 2 goals go in back-to-back. Hold that 2-goal cushion. Atto, huge clear from him. Seiko got to get up. Does so. Liquid trying to get that offense going. There's a demo on Monkey Moon. Oski loses the ball. Opportunity was there, and Atto doesn't have a lot of options. This one does come out to Acronic, who's able to poke it free to the back wall. Atto gets through. Seiko trying to make the save, and somehow Acronic and Team Liquid are able to slip through here.
Confusion on the back line for Team BDS. Seiko gets the clutch save, but Acronic there for the follow-up. Team Liquid had starting pressing forward. All 3 members getting involved. And here we go, Corelli. This one not over just yet. Team Liquid want to make Team BDS sweat a little bit.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And right now, Oski and Team Liquid trying to finish strong. Atto, the shot denied immediately by Monkey Moon, but Team Liquid switching into their next gear here in the final minute. Monkey Moon quickly challenged by Atto. Here's Oski. Gets the demo on Seiko. Liquid shaping up for another attack. Acronic shots denied. And BDS quickly on the counterattack. Seiko's got a wide open net. Rise gonna secure it. And just like that, back up by 2.
You know, I would really like to see a pass there from Acronic. Defender sitting in net. You had someone on the wing. Switch it up just a little bit, and just like that, Team BDS transitions the full length of the field to increase the lead to 2 and make it that much harder for Team Liquid.
And Liquid were really pressing there on that attack. They were pushing. They had opportunity. Half chances were there for Team Liquid, but BDS get control of the counter. And now this one comes out to Monkey Moon, and Liquid frustrated here as Monkey Moon lands on that one and is able to put it away.
You blink, and you're down by 3. Monkey Moon, right place, right time. And able to put that one right on target as Team BDS gonna put themselves on match point after we end regulation here. And Team Liquid, they started the series so strong. The offense seemed to just start at an instant. And ever since then, it has just been Team BDS controlling the full length of the field.
Yeah, it really does feel like the beginning of this series, BDS, they were relaxed. You could see them, they were kicking around the football a little bit, right?
Well, look at you.
And then Subi, they had to sit up in game 1. They had to sit up after game 1, and in game 2, BDS really kicked it into gear here. And I have to say, they've looked a different team. And Team Liquid, it's been a disaster for them. They made a small comeback here, but a disaster offensively. They have no boost to work with. It's full control from BDS right now.
It really is. It just seems like they are just doing whatever they want, whenever they want. And for the second game in a row, Seiko with a playmaker. Just so huge up and down the field. And all 3 members of Team BDS getting savior medals in that. Just goes to show you, all 3 so unselfish to play anywhere on the pitch. The rotations, perfect. Constant movement for Team BDS, constantly making Team Liquid guess at what's gonna happen next. As Team BDS looking in true form, looking like defending world champs.
Yeah.
trying their best to get back to Worlds to defend that throne.
Yeah, it is interesting when you put it like that. I mean, you have a defending World Championship team that's struggled, right, since their World Championship, and you're sitting here now, they make a roster change. They're playing against a team that many had considered top 3, top 4, not only in Europe, but in the world in the last major. And, I mean, they are dismantling them after that game 1. Completely dismantling this Team Liquid squad. And so it kind of begs the question for BDS, despite their rankings right now, how far can they really go? What is this team going to be if they were to make LAN, if they were going to make Worlds? Are they really in contention to defend that Worlds title? I don't think it's fair to judge it off of one series here, but right now, they're certainly looking good.
I mean, you can definitely play the what-if game, though. And we know that Team BDS has historically been a team that has struggled at LANs outside of that World Championship. It's just been so-so for them. But the addition of Rise is the huge X factor for me. Earlier in the series, I was just talking about how clutch he is in those big moments when the clock's ticking down. But more importantly, on LAN, Rise is a completely different player as Oski. Going for that upper 90, can't quite find it. But for Team Liquid, you gotta be happy so far with minute and a half that you've seen here in game number 4. They've kept Team BDS at bay.
Yeah, great start here for Team Liquid. You just don't let BDS into rhythm, and as soon as you say it, Monkey Moon top shelf, and BDS in the lead.
Caster Curse comes out as Rise. A perfect flick on that one. And Monkey Moon cleans it up.
I'm looking at that replay, and I'm seeing Oski just a second too late to get across there, and I feel like that's really been the story for Team Liquid. Just a second too late to get up and make the challenge. As the pass comes over to Oski, and again, just not able to connect. BDS, the timing's been perfect. Here's the flip reset from Seiko as he can't catch back up to it. 3 minutes left, and what could be the final game here. BDS looking to march towards victory over Team Liquid if they can hang on.
And Corelli, just to go back to that goal really quickly, I kind of feel like Oski was a little overconfident in a Chronic to get the challenge, get a 50, get a touch on that ball. It seemed like while he was a second late on that save, I think he was starting to push forward a little bit, and that's why oh my gosh, that's why we didn't see the touch from Oski on that goal line. I mean, I could be wrong, but it just seemed like a little too much faith in his teammate.
And to be fair, I think you can expect that when you have the teammates you do on Team Liquid. But BDS right now, nursing their 1-goal lead, looking for more. Seiko, oh my goodness, getting bumps.
Oh boy.
On the flip reset, and here comes Monkey Moon on the hunt. A Chronic, a clear, but it's right back into the lap of Seiko, who blasts it downfield. Nobody from Team Liquid's up here. Oski tries to get a hold. Great pass out to Monkey Moon, but he can't slot it by the defense quite yet. Rise running out of boost. Just has to pop it. Rise again. Called upon to play it across the box. Team Liquid very, very surgically moves this one out from their side. Fortunately, can't hold on to possession.
Great touch from Seiko. Surveys the field, sees Team Liquid covering up the entire left side, or right side, I'm sorry, and just decides to put that one left and work in tandem to clear this ball downfield as Rise not going to get the touch there. Oski saw Monkey Moon starting to progress downfield, gets the demo as well, but puts himself out of position. A Chronic slows it down and can't get that touch. Team Liquid, 80 seconds remain here, still down 1 goal. Tournament lives on the line here.
Oh, great play by a Chronic, but no one there to capitalize on the pass. Monkey Moon, happy to give this one up over to Rise, but the midfield line is all Team Liquid. This one off the back wall. Rise trying to get through Oski, but it's Monkey Moon. Still can't get through Team Liquid. Rise. Straight back into the hands of Team Liquid again. Liquid, they pushed up their line, and they're sitting on it, but they're not pushing back. They're just not allowing BDS into their side. Monkey Moon will lob this one over to Rise. Rise, double tap off the back wall, and a second touch is denied by Oski.
Huge save from Oski. 30 seconds to go here. Team Liquid starting to march downfield. Oski got full boost. Tatao gets the demo onto Monkey Moon, and this pass to a Chronic. This is danger as No one there for the cleanup for Team Liquid.
Oh, dangerous here. Monkey Moon with no boost. Shot goes wide, 10 seconds left. It's up to Team Liquid to make the difference. BDS with a 1-goal lead. The touch towards target. The dunk not going through. Monkey Moon, a brick wall. BDS in different form, but Team Liquid one more chance off the back wall. Cinco with the demo. It drops down, and BDS take down Team Liquid.
Team BDS playing spoiler in this one to Team Liquid. They could have punched their ticket to Worlds, but denied from the ever elusive Team BDS. They started out slow. We talked about it. Historically, that's been them. But once they download you, it is going to be so difficult to beat them. The Game Genie from Team BDS on full display.
And right back into form, BDS go. A third place finish from the previous regional. They were knocked out by Team Liquid 4-0. Some revenge here in the Spring Cup. 3-1 for BDS. Look at Rise. Look at the touch. Look at the finesse.
Wow.
Not only in game, but out of game. Oh, hold on.
And they
Look at
almost
him
hit
go.
the camera.
He almost hits the camera, but that finesse we saw in game, you can see it out of game as well. It's just genetics. He's just a bit different. And he played on a different level for BDS here today. And BDS as a whole looked fantastic, Subi, as they take down Liquid.
Jeez.
And I would say pretty much dominant fashion. Are they back? Not sure quite yet, but they're looking quite good, Subi. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we've got more European Rocket League.
Dans les airs, le RD doit pas rentrer Jack. Le maximum sur Hits et ça va donner l'ouverture du score. Derrière, Soyo n'est pas là, là-bas touche le sol. Les Genji sont champions majors de Rotterdam.
Ça manque un petit peu de puissance, c'est parfait pour Extra qui va venir mettre le putain d'or en faveur d'Exalti. Attention à Monkey Moon, la passe axiale et l'ouverture du score.
3, 2, 1.
Only you. Give me that deja Before you found me, I was floating among the stars. No direction till I landed in your arms. Destiny makes sense when I look in your eyes. A new force of nature that brings me to life. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja Only you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We just watched BDS take down Team Liquid. It was a 3-1 victory as they move on into the lower bracket quarterfinals, awaiting their next match. We carry on here in day 2 of the European Spring Cup. I'm Leaf, and Jorby and Corelli joining me alongside here. Corelli, how you doing, Corelli?
I feel great,
Tell me.
Leaf. How are you?
You know what? Just dandy. We got some more Rocket League. Jorby, how about you?
I'm doing fantastic.
Wow.
That the start of that series was, I thought we might have been in for a close one, but then
No.
BDS just ran away with it.
Yeah,
Not close at all.
Corelli, BDS really showed up today.
Yeah, I think, BDS definitely hit their stride in this series, and I think it's an important one too, not only because they, as I said, the cast, they get revenge on the team that 4-0'd them and sent them to third place, but they also, take down what is, again, a top 4 team in the world by many people's standards, and I think this is a really good indicator for BDS. I mean, they are looking extremely strong now with Rise. I really don't know how many more questions you can really have about this team, because I feel like they're, having back-to-back consistent results now, beating good teams. So for BDS, the control of their play style is so crucial against a team like Team Liquid. So for BDS, I think everything's going right for them right now.
Jorby, you see them move on. They take down Team Liquid. The Liquid is now eliminated. They were hoping to make it a bit further. That would have been a great situation for them, clinching into Worlds. But Jorby is not to be.
Yeah, not to be, but Liquid fans, I don't think they have to worry too much. They're still in a really solid position going forward. So in the next tournament for them, I do expect them to bounce back. But the rest of the bracket, I mean, for BDS, this is obviously huge for them. A regain split for them, if you will, and the points ever important. Now in third, they have a chance to really lock it in.
You can see there's some best of 7s in the upper bracket there, but we're not going there yet. We're going to stay down in the lower bracket as we look towards PSG Tundra as they face off against Oxygen. Tundra looking to make a run, make a statement here. Oxygen, in my opinion, maybe Corelli hasn't been living up to what some people's expectations might be of this roster.
Definitely. definitely. Yeah.
Let's try to be nice about it.
Well, I mean, listen, you look at, what they've done the last previous 2 splits, top 8s, second places, top 4s, and top 8s and second places, top 4s, but they really just haven't shown that same consistency ever since the last major, right? And especially in the first regional here, they finished 9th, 12th, and it was just very unimpressive from them. And they're shaping up to have another one of those regionals. I think it's really crucial for them to not have everyone jump off the Oxygen bandwagon for them to beat this Tundra squad.
This feels like a series to me where both teams are going to try to not lose. I haven't been overly convinced by either team in this regional. PSG Tundra, props to them making it this far. But against Oxygen, I just don't know which one's going to happen. Are Oxygen going to underperform and PSG Tundra just get away with it, or will PSG Tundra just not have the offensive firepower necessary to get by this Oxygen squad? I can honestly see this going either way for these teams. Neither has been a mark of consistency in Europe, to say the least.
Well, yeah, it kind of feels like is the question then that this is really up to Oxygen, like this is their series to lose, because I think the brand names behind the players on Tundra are growing and growing. You look at them like these are solid players, but I still feel, I mean, Corell, even you just said don't jump off the bandwagon yet. Is this Oxygen's game to lose?
Well, no, I said that if they did lose, I think a lot of people would jump off the bandwagon. Okay. So, but because I think it is kind of an indictment on where the team's going. If they win, then I think that they'll keep people on. I think that this PSG Tundra squad is going to be very frustrating to play against, which I worry about for Oxygen. So that's my biggest concern as far as matchups. I think a defensive play style is very tough for Oxygen to break through.
All right, chat, what you got? Hashtags in the chat, OXG or PSGT. While you're doing that, we'll tally them up, get analyst thoughts here. Let's see if we can channel our inner Cole and make the right decision. I don't know how he keeps doing it. He just keeps getting everything right. Carly, start us off. What do you got? Lead the way.
As much as I have a lot to say about PSG and Tundra as far as how they play, but I am going to go with them, shockingly enough. I think that their defensive play style will be able to slow down what is a lacking Oxygen Esports squad at the moment, and I think that they'll win a grinder of a series here.
All right, 1 Tundra on the board. How Jorby, you look a little shocked?
Yeah, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect someone other than me to pick PSG Tundra. I'm also picking PSG Tundra. I'm halfway off the Oxygen bandwagon. I'm hanging on for dear life. I don't know if they're going to give me a reason to not let go. But PSG Tundra, they're in position to make the major if they get this win here. The 4 or the 5 teams above them, only Team Liquid are eliminated from the regional. So from there, they have a chance to maybe take down one of those teams and move on and maybe put themselves in position for major.
Well, I'll hold on just a little bit longer then. But Oxygen on the board. I can't jump off quite yet. But Corelli's right. I think after this, if this is not a victory for Oxygen, this might be the last time you see faith from the desk coming to them. And yeah, it's even falling off in the chat. Only 55% in favor of Oxygen. Well, we'll find out right now. Tundra needs this win to stay in the race, and Oxygen, they're going to need this win to keep the fans cheering for them as they move forward. We got one more best of 5 elimination on the line. Let's see who takes the dub.
Split and season-long context is all over the place in this match between PSG Tundra and Oxygen Esports. And CJ, my beloved co-caster, with whom I've been casting for many years, of course, everyone seems to be going the way of PSG. Can you just give us a shout for Oxygen?
Look at the players on the pitch. Carl, firstly, it's great to be here with you, of course.
Hello.
And just, Carl, this is our first time on the RLCS together, just me and you. I know we had Yummy in London.
We did have Yummy. That was a shame. But now it is just the 2 of us. Yeah, definitely a step up here.
Well, it's a win-win situation here, but it's great to be here, as we said. And, well, for Oxygen Esports, it's not great to be in the lower bracket. This team, obviously, well, Rise decided to just join them and then leave them. And they wound up with EXO on the other side of things, which, on paper, I would say, looks like it should work. But so far, they've been a little bit disappointing. Not the powerhouse team that, Oxygen looked to be coming into at least last split.
It's tough when the little frog that is Rise hops on the lily pad of a new team, joins you for a split, and then leaves. It's so difficult to rebrand yourself. Oxygen tried to do that with EXO, but PSG Tundra, they're a team that just do not ever let you in.
they just keep finding a way, this team as well, to reunite with each other. And, well, they had so much success last season. They're back together, the three of them. And, I mean, it's hard to pick against this team. They've got all the chemistry. Honestly, I might be underrating this team, PSG Tundra. Oh, no, Archie! Not early on. We don't want to see open nets early on. Archie's just cleared that to the corner. Oh,
yeah,
no.
after an attempted own goal as well. So both teams forgetting what team they play for. I blame Rise for that, from hopping so often, changing all what's going on here. But one way or another, we remain at 1-0 to PSG. And Oxygen going to have to go again. And that sort of microcosm seems to sum up what's happening with Oxygen at the moment. They still have the play as Ivan tries to flip reset past their defense and Tox squeezes it in. Oxygen's so near yet so far. PSG, though, they find a way.
I feel like every time I commentate these series online in EU, I bring a little bit of OCE with me, and it's just started here again. Archie, as we said, Oxygen, they're almost own goaling. They're missing open nets, and well, it is PSG Tundra to capitalise early.
Sometimes you can tell with a team when something fundamentally just isn't quite there, and Oxygen have that about them. It can quickly change. One series win, that will completely flip on its head. But they have to earn that series win, and PSG is such a stubborn team, such a stalwart defense they have. They're the last team you want to come up against if you feel like you need a free goal or two. I can really see them continuing to frustrate Oxygen for the rest of this, certainly the rest of this game, perhaps the rest of this series.
And Oxygen did release a bit of a compelling little vlog from the Winter Major as well, so make sure you go check that out. There's a free shout out for them, but certainly showed their comms, and there was a few issues. They weren't quite clicking in scrims, and just a few communicational sort of things that you don't often see with these teams. This could be another open net. Kata does put that a note. Exo with the save, the follow-up doesn't quite come through. But it was interesting to see Oxygen. They just weren't quite meshing. Particularly, we saw Rise having some problems with Archie, which was a little bit public, if you would, and just not too sure about this team right now. What we are sure of is that PSG Tundra have 3 on the board.
Yeah, we've been talking about Oxygen this entire time because it's a fascinating story. But meanwhile, PSG don't care about what we're discussing. They just play their game. They blitz their way through the Oxygen defense yet again. 3-0, CJ, less than half a game gone. The mistakes that you were talking about, that lack of team camaraderie, as a recently former player, can that be fixed?
Oh, it certainly can be, but sometimes it's, if you have sort of a few headstrong people, if you would, guys that, it's sort of, I don't want to say it's their way or the highway, if you would, but certainly have their own ideas how to play the game, how they want to practice, how they want to approach scrims and whatnot. It can be conflicting with different teammates. And as we said, it's only 3 players on the roster, Cole. So if you've got a problem, that's a third of your team with 1 player or even 2 players. It can really blow up quite quickly. And Oxygen haven't found it. Kata almost finds the angle there, Catalysm. Couldn't quite get the touch. And as we're talking about Oxygen's downfall, it's just been PSG Tundra. Perhaps we need to pump up this side a little bit more, Cole, because they have come out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, completely and utterly. It's a very PSG Tundra performance so far. Not all about flashy mechanics, pure rotations. And then when they have the chance, they put the pass in. Tox's pass earlier onto Catalysm just now for the shot that wasn't quite. It was a great example of how this team, they can change pace as soon as they need to. And here they come again. Here's Tox, one more touch, and they could be in once more. Ixo misses, Catalysm fakes, Joris just about sneaks that one away from his own goal line. And Archie can see it away, but look at the continued pressure coming on from PSG. Oxygen can barely get out their own half, and now the fakes come in as well.
Man, this is the classic champion team versus team of champions right here, I feel like. On paper, Oxygen just seem like they should have them covered, but it is PSG Tundra that just look like more of a well-oiled machine right now, particularly in offense. They're setting up. The demo coming through might be able to help Oxygen with the attack. Tox is on the backboard. He's had a pre-jump shot low, but he still saves it. Follow-up's not there either. Jory's going to get there in time. Archie trying to put the ball back in. Ixo shot on there. It is. It is Oxygen's first goal on the board, but there's only a minute left.
Yeah, not too much time now for Oxygen to come online, but they've at least given themselves a chance. Jorius was making sure there was no challenge on the new boy Ixo, who's started in okay with Oxygen. You have to feel a big personality to come in alongside Jorius and Archie, and maybe Ixo is that player, a little bit older, a little bit more experienced, used to situations like this. Can he turn it around for Oxygen? Not quite yet, and Jorius is just an inch or two too late. Ivan begins a counter for PSG. Might be another goal for PSG Tundra, but they're more than happy to defend CJ for the next 40 seconds or so.
Yeah, game one's crucial in a best of 5 as well. We saw what BDS did to Team Liquid. They ran away with that series after getting the first game, and this could be the case here with PSG Tundra here. 30 seconds on the clock. Oxygen have to find something. It is in the right end. Ivan trying to deal with the ball. Exo, that's a great touch. Archie not there. No second man from Oxygen again. Not as much trust here, only 20 seconds now. You feel like there has to be a goal from this attack. 50-50 coming out. Catalysm deals with it. Archie keeping the ball in. Tox now, 12 seconds left. They are just killing time on the clock here. PSG Tundra, a professional game one, Cole.
Professional is the perfect word for it, and at times it's all too easy for PSG. The touches Oxygen are making just don't seem to be surprising them. Pass is a little bit too central, a little bit too slow. Solo play attempts, a little bit too basic. Everything that PSG likes playing against is exactly what Oxygen has offered right here. Second call could just slightly change the conversation going into game two, but PSG, they don't even let you have that. Eventually the ball is going to touch the floor, and it's a deserved game one for PSG Tundra.
Fantastic start. They really just jumped them there early, and well, Oxygen didn't look switched on. We saw Archie missing a wide open net, not even missing it, but clearing the ball to the corner for PSG. And obviously almost an own goal there at the start of the game as well. Oxygen certainly don't look too warmed up, but they did have 11 shots. They certainly had their chances.
Yeah, I mean, PSG, they are fighting to get to this major. They're fighting to get to Worlds. For them, everything is going to be a battle, every single goal. Currently, a few points behind Moist Esports, and it's actually Moist Esports or Vitality that the winner of this series will play. So, massive pressure on PSG Tundra, and I think their playstyle suits that pressure because it is quite defensive.
And look, Cole, you asked me why I picked Oxygen. I mean, look at them on paper. I mean, we've got Pixos.
I don't think you did.
I did pick Oxygen. I was the only one to pick Oxygen. You wanted me to play devil's advocate. I'm just playing for what I think. Like,
you are the devil.
Can I get a one in chat if you agree with me? Look at this team. Why are they not performing? We've got Pixo from Quadrant coming over. Jorius we were talking about a top 5 player in Europe not too long ago. Archie as well. What's going on with this lineup? Improve. Show us what you've got. And this is a great start right here.
You've just bought yourself 100 million more ones in chat, has Archie and Jorius, with that early goal in Forbidden Temple for Oxygen Esports. I also noticed that you didn't say type 2 in chat if you disagree with me. So
well,
I can play
type 2
that
if you
game
disagree,
too.
but it doesn't make sense, Carl. What is going on with this lineup? They should be top 4 up there in Europe, top 3 winning regionals. Even last season, obviously we saw with Rise, they were touted as, taking over the world, a favourite to win a major, win all the regionals. They're just not doing it, but Pixo just needed a motivational speech. Here we go.
Motivational speak, so booms it into the top left corner. The old man, the one they needed to just take these kids under control and say, look lads, as CJ said, we are of that caliber. We are capable of coming up against a team like PSG who sure play neat and tidy Rocket League, and we can blitz them away. That's what we're seeing now, early on in game 2. PSG will try and come back though. Tox against the XO. Catalysm just fakes it out, waits for Jorius' clearance to allow Ivan in. This is what we saw more from game 1. PSG pressure, but Oxygen looks so much better equipped to deal with it at this point.
Yeah, good defense here from EXO pushing it to the side, and I mean, it feels like it just give us a bit of life. We're finally seeing a bit of a sign of life here from Oxygen. They're a better team than this. They know this. If they need coaching, let me know. I mean, just show us something. We're seeing it here in game 2, though. It seems like they've woken up. The warm-up scrim clearly didn't come through here for Oxygen, but maybe that was their game 1. Todd can't get the save. Catalysm's there. Jorius shot on net. Catalysm again, double save. Oxygen trying to get their 3rd, and they're working hard for it.
All Oxygen so far. PSG have had a moment or two to be fair, but haven't really been barreling down on the Oxygen door. I was going to try and change that. He's got no boost, though. Ivan's going to help him out. Looks with an early flick there. Almost got off the top of Archie. Oxygen once again wriggle their way. Have a pretty tricky situation. PSG realise they have been well beaten so far in game number 2. They have to change that. The infield pass could be a good avenue for them to do so. Drops into the corner. And they just seem to have slowed down a little bit. Oxygen spreading out more, not being as rushy, and just generally upping their gameplay in game 2.
Yeah, they got caught by surprise here, it feels like PSG early on in game 2, and now they're just trying to recompose themselves, find what they had in the early stages of game number 1. Right now, though, it is Oxygen that have the upper hand at the moment. Good boost grab there from Catalysm. Could see an offense here coming through from PSG. No boost from Archie, but still forcing through. And gets a beat out and a shot on net. Catalysm is awkward front post. Does clear it away, but Well, PSG, they're not quite finding a way through at the moment. The orange half it's looking a little bit barren. There's no ball down there. Exo gets the clear again, and it is Oxygen straight down the other end.
And they're combining again as well. Oxygen in the air. That's what they want to be playing Rocket League. Aerials, full boost. Launching it forward. Exo gets the little flip cancel. He keeps on going, but it just about hits the post. PSG desperate to get this ball away. Jorias won't let them at least yet. And now Tox can finally do it. Catalysm is clearing the path for him, but Tox just doesn't quite have enough to get past the Oxygen defense. Exo, though, can't say the same for him against PSG. She has his turn, so Oxygen looking so much more dangerous. Exo's in the center, avoids the bump, and here he comes. It's gone over again. Jorias is looking like 3-0 is looking so much more likely than 2-1 at the moment.
Exo is feeling himself right now. If there was a heat meter, it'd just say hot for Exo. As the more shots coming in, here goes Jorias. He should be putting that away every day of the week, but it goes wide. Try to go top corner. Catalysm tries to deal with the ball. Jorias has so much space to work with. Exo's on the backboard. Tox has the pre-jump. Bad clear. Archie gets a shot on net. Instead, goes for the dribble, gets the boost. This is an Oxygen offensive masterclass. Cole, they just needed a pump-up speed, something. The flip reset as well. Tox, Archie's there. They can't get it out of the defensive end.
Oh, keep on coming. Exo over the top to Archie. Earlier on, he was on the backboard, and Jorias put in the slowest pass of all time towards him. Tries to make sure he doesn't make the same mistake towards Archie. Jorias then fakes it to Archie. Then there's Jorias. Exo's waiting. Exo's desperate. He wants everything to fall to his Fennec. Nothing is just yet, but this is everything that Oxygen need to do. Just keep the ball in blue territory. I cannot remember the last time we made it to the orange half. I think we did there. VAR's been called in. We are in the orange half.
They're playing with their food right now, Oxygen. This is what you'd expect from the offensive power this lineup has, and we are seeing it here in game number 2. 1 minute left. PSG, though, they're only 2 goals down. If they can find one here, if they can just get on attack. Archie off the ceiling. Exo's pre-jumping. Instead, he goes for the bump. Double commit in defense there from PSG. They do deal with it, but with 45 seconds left, Cole, this could be 1-1.
We're currently on 12 shots for Oxygen versus 2. Now 13-2. For Oxygen against PSG Tundra. If PSG can win this one, it will be one of the greatest Rocket League steals of all time. Can Ivan get the great heist going? Not quite yet. Catalysm, the ball's behind him as well. Oxygen just doing so well to keep that ball in the PSG corner. A third goal would kill it, but for now it remains just about alive.
Oh, they just can't breathe right now, PSG. Another open opportunity. Cat is in net. Archie's just killing time. Oh, my goodness. This is disrespectful at this point. Oxygen, what a response here. Game 2. Jorias, can he get the third on the board? Darfog tries to get it middle. Can't quite get the touch. 2 seconds on the clock. Tox just wants to put the ball down at this point. If you're PSG, you need a timeout. You need something. Ball hits the ground. And Oxygen Esports with one of the most dominant games you could ever see.
Yeah, good luck taking a tactical timeout and get in a best of 5 as well. They can't do that, PSG. You just got to keep on rolling through. You've got 60 seconds to talk through that series. And CJ, in your time, you've had a few series where you've been as dominated as PSG Tundra were there. What do you say in the 60 seconds?
What? Well, yeah, no, I have had a few games, Cole, where I have been absolutely smashed. Thanks to that segue. That was brilliant. You know, at this point, you're thinking, boys, let's just pack it up. Let's go for lunch. You're like, what's everyone want for dinner?
Just give up.
Yeah, let's have an early day. No, look, it's 1-1 right now. PSG, obviously, they showed up in the first game. I just think that start, that 2-0 quick fire goals there, it was Exo popping off early. It really rattled PSG, and then they just couldn't find their footing. It felt like they just stumbled in the first 30 seconds, and then they just couldn't get back up on their feet. And it was Oxygen just really doing what their namesake is. They weren't giving them any. They couldn't breathe there in defense. They couldn't find a way out. And a fantastic response, but it's only 1-1. Game not over yet. That's what I'd be saying if I was PSG. Score tied up. And as the casterism is, we've got a best of 3 now.
I mean, we also know that PSG, no, I like the little giggle. We also know that PSG have character themselves as the team that have been dropped by Orgs and then they've fought their way back into contention, picked up by PSG Tundra, no longer the German amigos. Yeah, exactly. It's not an easy thing to do. They've doubled up there, a football team analog. Wow, can't complain about that. So we know that they have fight in them. They have to show it now within the context of this series after that second game. They've started the third game well as well, looking more like themselves.
And, you know, what they have going for them is last game it was the BDS Liquid. It was a 1-1 and then BDS ran away with the game. So PSG will be trying to emulate that here in Game 3. This is all important as well, as we said. It's a best of 5, no timeouts. you know, if you lose this one, you're out of the regional. Both sides want to advance. They need those major points. Oxygen is so far back right now in terms of major contention. Double touch almost from Joris. That would have brought the house down here on DFH, but doesn't quite happen. And Archie does get the ball away. Catalysm, bit of midfield game, bit of argy-bargy bumper cars. Ivan again, but PSG in defense, Cole. They don't like being here.
Yeah, you feel for Oxygen, this is more about building momentum for Worlds at this point. They're pretty much guaranteed, I believe, points-wise, to make it to the World Championships.
Yeah.
Very long way back if they are to make the major, but the momentum build begins now, hopefully for them, against PSG. But Ivan puts it into the center. Tox is there, wants to wrap his car around it. Can't quite do it. And now look at the 3 Oxygen players steaming forward. Wants to flick over the top of Catalysm. Joris was there. He was waiting. It's a flick reset to slow things down. Let his teammates pick up some boost. Tox in the corner. Maybe this attack ends here, and Ivan gets it long. And it almost will, but it falls to Ixo in the end. Smashes it home for 1-0 Oxygen.
I mean, Oxygen have forgot about rotations. Just get in their net and start being an absolute nuisance here. It was Archie this time who was almost playing goalkeeper for PSG, but just getting in Tox's eye line, getting in the way, couldn't get the save. And this does feel a lot like Game 2 here, Cole. Oxygen picking up where they left off.
Yeah, Archie's signature move, the Archie-Argy-Bargy. Got the PSG Tundra defense way out the way there, but they have started again well from the kickoff, PSG. Tox has potentially a pass into the center, but look how much Oxygen have that covered. The midfield presence of the green cars compared to the blue ones is pretty terrifying right now for PSG. Where do you go when you have that ball stuck in your own corner?
Yeah, Oxygen, they've been all over them like a rash here for pretty much the past 15 minutes. If you include the last game, it's been ridiculous, but as you said, it's only 1-0 so far. Half the game gone here in Game 3. An all-important Game 3 to go ahead in the series, put the other team on match point, and it is Oxygen again in offense right now. PSG can't find a way out. Archie gets 2 touches, 3 touches. Catalysm waits for it on the backboard. Gets a nice little scoop over the top. He goes peak, so what can he do? Can't quite get the touch. Tox does dribble it out, and again, PSG, Cole, they just look so awkward in defense.
Yeah, they'll come forward now, though. Catalysm wanted to come in for that ball. Ixo just charges down the center yet again. Fearless from Oxygen. Suddenly it seems their playstyle has just clicked into place. As Ivan can only send that one outwards. Jory is winning this race with the ceiling pinch as well. And Archie's going to beat Catalysm to the ball. It's like nothing is working for PSG. They just cannot get control of the round thing in the center. And there's also bumping going on in goal as well. Archie, he is just being an absolute menace against PSG. And Jorias and Pixo are having a great time about it.
He's a nuisance, and they are, as I said, it feels like they're playing with their food right now, just relying on their mechanics, playing with a lot of confidence. The pass pack wasn't fantastic, but Joris does have boost to work with and plays it smartly around 2 if you don't mind. Catalysm last does commit. I don't mind it. The bump on Archie. This could be trouble here. Ixo does bail him out. Oxygen on defense for the moment, but well, they like it down the other end, and this is what they're trying to do. The 50-50 is dangerous. Tox does get the 50 across off the backboard. Archie has not rotated back once in the last 2 games. There's his first time.
I think it all stems from that moment at the beginning when he whacked the ball sideways instead of scoring. I think it's like, oh, actually, I do quite like the blue half of the pitch. I do like being here. I do like going for flip resets, charging that ball towards the goal, but this is dangerous now. Catalysm has Tox clearing the path in front of him, but Jory has managed to both dodge the player impeding him and get the save. Oxygen can counter. Here's Archie. Full boost to the ceiling, to the backboard, but saved by PSG Tundra.
He tried to drop it down, but PSG, they were ready for it. A lot of patience there. Joris has a lot of boost to work with. I don't think Catalysm's expected. 8 touches on it. The pass out doesn't quite come through. Archie, third man right up there. He has not been third man once. He is first man the whole game. Look at him go. Just flat out ball chasing right now. These guys are playing with so much confidence. It feels like this is scrim Oxygen coming through the 50 off the ground. Follow up, Jorius does get it. And Oxygen still on attack. Ixo is waiting here. 20 seconds left. They just need to hold on, Cole.
But there is a couple of clean touches now for PSG Tundra. Ivan wants to get around the ball, but he can't do it. Catalysm can only slow it down. This is the last thing that they want. Again, Oxygen just taking all the pace and the sting out the game. Right when PSG need to up it. 4 seconds remaining until Oxygen go within just 1 game of staying alive in this tournament. Ivan sends it high. Jorius, can he kill it here? He's going to try to. Catalysm forced him to keep it up, and Tox has a chance. He catches, he flicks. I don't think that's going anywhere. I'm wrong because Tox keeps it up again, scampers after that ball and stops it hitting the floor. So flip reset only goes to Ivan. This is still danger. Ivan has boost over Jorius. Tox is coming in. Tox is blocked by Archie, who for the first time this series finds himself in defense, and it's at the perfect moment, and Oxygen go 2-1 up in the series.
Well, it stayed up for an eternity, but they did find a way in the end. The green team, Oxygen, 2-1 up now. A perfect response after that game 1. And again, it wasn't quite as dominant as game 2, but still 7 shots to 3, all in the blue end there. The offense was in, and Archie was playing as the 4th defender. It felt like for PSG, just rotating through their net. And this is a better Oxygen. There was a bit of a call to arms, wasn't there, Cole, after game 1 from myself. I was pleading with these boys to show us what we know they can do on paper, and maybe we're seeing it now.
Yeah, the have fun meta. It worked for NRG over in North America. Maybe now it's working for Oxygen in EU as well, because this is a team that features fluidity. It's a team that's enjoying themselves, and I don't think we've had that sense from Oxygen really since the beginning of this split, CJ.
Yeah, it's been a bit, I don't know, it seems a bit clock in, clock out from Oxygen, if you would, particularly last split. It was
been bleak so rather than peak so.
It has been a bit bleak so, but that wasn't his fault, especially last split. It just felt like the boys weren't quite enjoying the game, enjoying the grind and practicing. It was more just of a job to them, but now, at least the game 2 and 3, we are starting to see an Oxygen that looks to be having fun, as we saw with Archie's rotations. Unconventional, but getting the job done at the moment.
I mean, Archie is rotating horizontally from the left to the right in the blue half. It's actually quite impressive. I'd like to keep an eye on him for a second, just to focus on where exactly he is going and why he's doing so much damage right now to PSG Tundra. As soon as I say that, he loses the ball and suddenly he's got to come back and defend, which is absolutely classic. But what are you going to do? Basically, he's staying in the blue half a lot is what I'm saying.
It's a great change up here from PSG as well. We've just seen some offensive demos down the other end just to break up the rotation, break up the offense from Oxygen. I like it. They didn't have a timeout, but clearly this is a conscious change. Look at Ivan sitting forward, just being a nuisance in the orange half now, almost adopting Oxygen's strategy, and so far it's working. They do have the attack. They do have an open net. If the bumps come through, it has come through. The follow-up Catalysm saved it. Surely there's a goal somewhere, but Oxygen hold on.
How have they not just pulled the trigger there, PSG? They had all the cards in front of them. They just couldn't shoot. It's unbelievable. Oxygen hugely get away with one. They get away with 3 Tox. Good catch, but that's the frustration of PSG Tundra. You love the way they play. You love the switch up. And then I think it was Ivan had a chance to maybe put a pass into the center or a shot onto the backboard. Maybe Castleton, I think it was, and did neither. Just pass it to the goalkeeper. You've got to have just that bit more creativity. If they can have that bravery, there's a series win here for PSG Tundra.
They just needed to hit the ball. They couldn't quite get it done, but they are still on offense. It feels like these bumps have at least halted this Oxygen run, the momentum so far. Ixo's got other ideas, puts the ball forward, but Catalysm's right there. Joyce with the 50-50. Smart play from Catalysm and the 50 again here. Should be an opportunity for PSG to get the ball out. Here we go. Ivan does miss the ball, though. The touch is heavy. Still gets the touch. Catalysm off the wall. Demo's coming through. Ixo gets the save. Tox setting up now. PSG trying to keep the ball in. Pass downfield. Flip reset. Ivan saved out by Archie.
PSG is showing what they can do mechanically, though. A pre-jump, a flip reset, something creative, a few demos coming in, a sprinkling of this, a sprinkling of that, all designed to make Oxygen think, and you know they are thinking, taking this one more seriously. Archie has been sent right back to his own half this game. Utopia's blue half has featured a lot less of the Englishman than the other games in this series, sorry. So he's going to let this one land. Actually, it's Archie who just booms it onto the backboard where Catalysm was waiting. Now PSG Tundra should be able to get this one away, but a return of the demos. This is a spicy old matchup here. How is it still 0-0?
Horizontal Archie's back again. Joyous pass across. Great 1-2. Go ahead, play here. Ixo goes whack. Oxygen open it up here. Game number 4.
PSG were pinned so far back. Look how much space Joyous has to play with. Tox, he thought he was doing his best defensive standing, but he just crept forward a bit, so had to jump upwards rather than at that 45-degree angle that your car takes you to, making the save so much more tough. And PSG, for all their improvements, CJ, still find themselves behind. What else do they have in the tank?
Oh, there's something beautiful about a pass along the ground as well, just setting up his teammate Ixo, putting the ball away. The whiff coming through, the double demos coming through as well, PSG. It feels like they're getting these opportunities, Cole, where Oxygen are rattled. They don't have the structure. They're falling apart through demos, but they're just not quite finding a way through.
Surely that's got to change. You can't see Oxygen keeping a clean sheet this game. Oh, there's a
I don't mind this.
In the sky. Will that be changed, or are we entering a 2v2 situation? I think I'd back PSG in a 2v2. The amount of demos they've been going for, and Oxygen struggling with them, but of course, Jory is not a bad 1v1 and 2v2 player himself, CJ.
Either very
crew
comfortable in
battles
this situation. I'd love Oxygen right now. EXO now gets an opportunity. The run has been broken. We're going to have to analyse post-game whoever wins this, whether that had a massive impact or not, but I don't love it. The open net almost could have been on target. Catalysm gets a save in the corner. Past Central. Another dangerous touch. Touch backwards. The demo's coming through. Catalysm does rotate back in time. EXO, does he have an infield? Does he have Archie? Goes high. Jory's follow-up wide again. They can't quite get their second goal, but do they need it?
Oh, maybe one more bump. EXO has just been bypassed by Ivan's touch. Tox up against Archie. Archie just wants to keep this one alive for himself. Ivan, though, he's got the flip reset off the backboard, but can't forget the next touch. Catalysm does. Here's Tox. Does he get the finish? There's another demo. Another save comes in. The shot was so safe. He's just placed it onto the goal. Shoot it, man. Shoot it hard.
Mr. Beast goes back in net. He's back. PSG Tundra. 35 seconds left to keep their hopes alive here. Spring Cup on the line. Everything on the line right now for both these teams.
My prediction on the line, CJ.
Your prediction, your perfect record is on the line, and I want to get one on the board. Just get me off the donuts here. Tox goes forward. 20 seconds now. PSG trying to equalise. The 50-50s coming through. They've held all the pressure, all the bumps, but they haven't broken the deadlock yet.
Finally, at least, though, this game, they've had some shots. They need one more at least in the last 9 seconds. Tox around the corner. Archie's already up. He's not quite bumped away. Catalysm into the corner, saved by Jorias again. Can he just kill this ball? I think he's going to do it. And I think that Oxygen are going to advance, keep their split alive, and knock out PSG Tundra.
Oh, this result could just mean so much more down the line as well. Even later on today, the momentum, the confidence from Oxygen. They'll be playing in a best of 7 later on, as we said. And that could speak volumes here for this side. Oxygen, if they can run with this, the confidence, they could be having a moist, they could be playing a Vitality later on.
Yeah.
But it feels like they've flipped a switch here. I'm not sure if they were listening into the stream for the motivational speech, Cole, but they certainly found a way.
I mean, they have Snasky, and I'm sure he was just screaming at them after that first game, saying, what is this? Who are we? Is this how we want to play our Rocket League? And what we saw, CJ, was it very much isn't. I think Oxygen here have reminded us that they are a team to be taken seriously in EU and, you know, when they do make worlds, in the world.
You know what I do know, though? The best of 5s are out of the way. The best of 7s are coming up right after this, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. It's Super Saturday. To opportunities like this, Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer, does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Day 2 of the European Spring Cup carries on as we finish another lower bracket round. This time it's Oxygen who carries on with a victory, taking down PSG Tundra 3-1. Oxygen starting to have people lose faith in them. Wow, I didn't. I was, I guess, the only one that really knew what was going to happen here. Even only 55% of chat, and both Jorby and Cole. I can't trust you anymore. You had a good streak, but it's all over now.
It's all over. I knew you were a
over.
fraud.
Cheers, guys. I've already changed my name on Twitter to the analyst formerly known as the Oracle. It's gone. It's dead. You had a good run.
Good old days, right?
Oh, no. But, Tundra started off so well, and I was thinking, uh-oh, here it happens. Tundra, they're going to beat Oxygen. This is going to be interesting, but then nope. Oxygen completely took over. Jory is all over the field on this one. Ixo was slotting. The last two highlights you saw were just excellent slots from Ixo, the new pickup of Oxygen, and they just never really gave up the series after that. Tundra couldn't score a goal. They couldn't get control of the ball. They couldn't get anything done.
Yeah, he went from Bleakso recently to Peakso today. He was playing phenomenally, but all of Oxygen were. Suddenly they were desperate for the ball. Suddenly Ixo just refused to rotate back, and suddenly Oxygen looked like the team we hoped they would be when they brought Ixo in.
I'm not going to lie. I totally just got the Oracle thing right now. That took me.
Wait, what?
Leaf, that's actually impressessly slow, mate.
Yeah.
I was feeling really low, but you made me happy. Thanks, man.
The worst part is I think
Bro,
I
what's
bought
your
it.
ping, Leaf? Are you okay?
We got Canadian internet over here. Yeah. Taking a look at the bracket, we do see again Liquid and Tundra dropping down out of the tournament now as Oxygen and Team BDS carry on there as they'll wait for the matches up above. But again, I think we're seeing, at least in my opinion, besides maybe Guild, this was probably a bracket most people could have seen or envisioned at this point. Talk to me about this next matchup, Cole. KCorp versus Guild, because KCorp obviously is the big bad of the region, and Guild having quite a performance in this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Guild beat G1 yesterday, who didn't look particularly impressive, but they also beat Oxygen. 3-2 is a great result for Guild, a team that haven't been this high pretty much all season, not for a very long time. Have we seen Guild in a Saturday or in a Championship Sunday either? So they're giving themselves a real chance, Jorby, to stake a claim. And, no one's expecting them to beat KCorp, but they can certainly learn from this series, even if they do go down swinging.
I mean, Guild, this is the best that they've looked all season. They've had trouble just making it into regionals. They've only made it, and I'm just double checking just to make sure I'm not crazy. It's only been 2 regionals so far this season that this team has made. First, it was Winter in the regional open, or in the Winter Open, and then in the Fall Open. So they've been able to make it to the Open each time, but then they lose in the qualifiers, and then obviously can't make the Invitational. So Guild, probably very happy to be here. And after their 9th through 12th placement, improving on that even better, and you run into this gauntlet. But still, you gotta give props to Guild here.
Was Vatira just staring into our soul there? He was really sort of looking deeply into the camera. I mean, maybe that's a warning. Yeah, a warning that this regional will be different. He didn't make the grand finals last time, and he's trying to manifest his way back in there. I think, you know,
I'm a look at a moment.
Yeah, it's not a matchup that KCorp will be particularly worried about. Perhaps that's the thing that could catch them out here. I mean, it's a best of 7. There's plenty of time for them to wake up if Guild do catch them cold, but perhaps a little bit of complacency could be their enemy.
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
I just don't think so. I don't think.
Okay.
Give me something, Joey. Come on.
They don't slack, Cole. You can't even suggest it when Vatira stares. You think is that a guy? Does that look like a guy who's slacking to you, or that is? I
mean,
leaning back a little bit. Vatira is he's activating, man.
I mean,
he's go mode.
If there was sort of like a thought bubble coming out of his mind, we don't know what he was thinking. Maybe there was, you know, just like in The Simpsons, there was just a monkey hitting symbols in
Why
there.
was there no pepperoni on my pizza?
Maybe that's what he's thinking. It could be. It could be. I know exactly how to beat Guild, and he's just trying to see the whole series in his mind. I don't know,
like
Joby.
I'm not about to lose to Louis P. Right?
Why is he catching strays? Why is Luis P catching strays, man? What about Gom? Have a go at Gom. Come on.
Gom clears, man. 100%. No,
right.
But honestly, I do think that this team is kind of sneaky. It's unfortunate that they have to play KCorp, but I think they're good for a game in this series. I do. I know a lot of people are thinking sweep, but I think that early on, Guild might be able to catch them out early. Like, I don't think this is a terrible roster. They've had trouble getting the results, but these are 3 quality players in Europe. I've seen a lot of Acro and Luis specifically, not as much as Gom, but I really like the roster overall. Will they beat KCorp? Probably not, but it might be a game more than people are expecting.
I mean, you see it oftentimes when a team starts, you know, this is the first top 8 for 2 of the players. You have nothing really to lose at that point, right? You know that your world's situation is probably out of the question realistically at this point. You're just aiming for that major. Just swing for the fences, you know, just do your best. So there's always a possibility of surprise. But that said, let's see what the chat is saying with the hashtags and the analysts as well. Cole, you want what did you have again? Well,
I mean, I've lost my record. I might as well go Guild now, but no, I'll go KCorp.
Yeah, okay.
Body goat, put him on the board,
Yeah.
KCorp.
You saw the way he was looking at us, and I think he was looking at the analyst to say, you better predict us. And I'm going to do that because he scared me. So we're going KCorp across the board. Chat, what are you thinking? I have a feeling this will be pretty high.
Yeah, 77. A few Guild lovers.
Yeah, it's not awful. That's for sure. Well, let's see what happens. Let's see if Guild can hold up against KCorp. Europe's big bad stands in the way of Guild, of which the current roster is having their best performance. Let's find out if this continues in the upper bracket and we're down in the lowers facing elimination.
So probably one of the most automatic picks that we've seen when it comes to our analysts as we do head into KC versus Guild. But Johnny, if there's ever been an org that just seems to get these kind of results out of nowhere, Guild has kind of set themselves up to be that org.
Yeah, with many different rosters now, this is an exciting iteration of the Guild roster. A 2/3 English team with Acro and Gom, but of course Luis P, he's a player that I've had my eye on for a long time. He's made waves in the 1v1 scene, so I've been a fan of him for that reason, waiting for him to make that same splash in RLCS. I think he is underrated overall, but not going to be enough. Not that underrated. I'm not trying to tell you guys that they're going to beat KCorp. I'm not. And yeah, Vatira's actually just scored a pretty easy goal for 1-0. But yeah, I think this Guild roster, they could do something here. They're the Hogan mode of this tournament.
Well, they are at the moment in competition with Hogan mode when it comes to potential major qualification. I mean, you've got yourself into this position. You are guaranteed at least top 6. And no matter what the result is here, and the result here is looking pretty rough to deal with, you've at least got that lower bracket. But right now, that lower bracket looks inviting when they are doing this to you.
Oh, what a move by Itachi. A huge bump onto Gom and an easy goal for Vatira as well. Yeah, it's not looking good for Guild. This is the kind of aggression that KCorp have, sometimes been lacking until the final day of regionals. They've been inconsistent throughout this season. This is straight away, the KCorp that we've been hoping to see. I mean, this could be their revenge arc, actually, especially the Vatira revenge arc. He's seeing all the praise that Vitality and Zen have been getting, and no doubt he's looking at that enviously, thinking that should be me. Why is anybody getting any praise? I should be getting all the praise. I'm Vatira. Some people don't like him for that. I actually have so much respect for Vatira for that. He puts himself out there. He's very bold on the pitch, bold with what he says, confident guy. And why wouldn't you be when you can make plays like he can? He's already almost scored a hat-trick there, but now gone on the counter-attack. Denied by Exotic.
It's a sort of personality that people get irked by whilst it's at the top and then love it afterwards. You want an example? Turbo Pulsar. Everyone very much on Team Turbo nowadays, but back when he was at his peak, maybe not quite so much. As KC have a massive chance today, and Vatira are forced to stretch. When this bracket was released, everyone had kind of the same thought, which is free for KC, that they've got the best possible draw that they could have got.
Yeah.
And that the teams around them, the Vitalities, the teams that might be able to take away the top spots and the top seed for the major are going to have to fight amongst each other. Well, KC, it's one thing saying that you've got the free road, it's another thing to travel it.
Yeah, it really did look like a very clear run towards the top three. Vatira's just landed a high air dribble bump there on Acro. The physicality for KCorp looking very scary early on. Oh, what a pass down from Acro though. Luis does not hit the target well enough. Vatira deflects it into the corner. That was the best chance of the game so far for Guild. And they got a bit of defending to do. KCorp, they are getting on top of each other a little bit this game. The aggression mostly with their positioning, but definitely off the ball as well, making it difficult for them to play around each other. But luckily for them, it's even harder for their opponents to play against them when they do this. You can't read who's hitting the ball, who's going for the ball, and before you know it, it's in the back of your net.
So 3-0, nothing going for Guild at the moment. They just can't set their own pace. Talking earlier on about the respect that Zen was getting just from the fact that he's up in the air, I think that is another good example that we saw there, where they just had to go. Exotic could be putting this on target, and you feel like you have to jump, you have to pre-jump it, and when the actual play doesn't come through, well, suddenly you are all out of sorts. The delay from Vatira, oh my goodness, hat-trick hero for him, and it has been as casual and as stylish as he could have hoped for.
Yeah, that's not the kind of defensive stand you want to see from Guild. If they're going to have any chance of taking a game in this series, even, taking the series as a whole, they have to be aggressive. They've got to fight KCorp, especially when KCorp have come out this strong. But okay, we got one on the board. Acro actually dodging a bump after the kickoff goes their way. It was Exotic trying to bump him. Acro swerves to the left, dodges that one, and then flicks it over Vatira. So very nicely worked goal by Acro. It's the defense that's the problem, Shogun. They need to start challenging early. They've got to be so organized, so quick, so accurate with their challenges in defense.
It does feel like, when it comes to general gameplay, they are 2 gears below of what KC can do in terms of pace. That might have been what was leading KC just sort of piling on top of each other, not expecting the game to be as slow as it has maybe been. It has worked out, and they are too slow yet again. Itachi wins the race. He's got the brace. So 3 goals for Tira, 2 goals Itachi. When's Exotic going to get some love? He keeps being the person to set them all up.
A good speed by Itachi, just too fast, too accurate, 5-1. Bit of an unfortunate touch before that from Acro. I mean, he really did not want that to deflect exactly into the curve above their goal and then bounce downwards. That's what's happened. KCorp are not done. Exotic's actually staying airborne for this. He wants Vatira to pass back to him. Vatira's only got eyes for the goal. This one looks like it's over already. We've got timeout potential in this series, of course. No need, I think, to call that just
one
yet.
After one.
Yeah, I don't think they need to think about that yet, but Guild just have to play a bit more aggressively, and they've got to get their get the pressure on KC. If you give KC this much space, there's a nice little work goal again. I mean, they are getting goals. They've got one off a kickoff, now one for midfield play. There's some, good, solid hits that are difficult for KCorp to deal with. Still, though, for me, I feel like they lack that confidence. They don't look like they're really going for it. Like, we're going to compare them to Hogan Mode, of course, who are the Cinderella run of Regional 1. Guild, the Cinderella run of Regional 2. And Hogan Mode really inspired everybody watching them because they were aggressive. They were following each other up in offense a lot. They lost 4-1 KCorp anyway, so.
Yeah. I think it's one thing for everyone at home, the desk, us to come into this series and believe that they are underdogs, because at the end of the day, that is what they are. They cannot treat this series like they are underdogs, and that has been the general vibe that has come out from the start of Game Number 1. The second this match seemed over, then Guild have stepped it up a level or two, but Tira's got his 4th. Just starting to stat pad at the moment. This is a significant match as well, because we did talk about Guild's chances to maybe make the major. If you do lose this one and you drop down to that lower bracket, you've got BDS waiting for you over there, who will be quite happy about their fortunes. Maybe coming in today playing against Team Liquid, whilst their nearest rivals were against, or PSG Tundra were against Oxygen. I think BDS would have felt a little bit hard done to regarding the matches that they've had to play. But Guild need a good run here, otherwise BDS, on the form that we've seen, would annihilate.
Yeah, I think what we've seen today from BDS is definitely enough, more than enough, to take down Guild, even on a good day for Guild. Guild have, they're just going to focus on the task ahead of them here, and that's to try and get something against KCorp here. They need to try and just get their challenges in early. I mean, if they go in defense, if they go for the ball early in defense and they get outplayed, you know, fair enough. At least you tried. At least you did something. But there's been a couple of goals this game where they've just sat in goal, sat in the net, waited for shots to come at them. And that's not how you play against KC. That's just an easy way to concede goals. You cannot rely on reactive defense against KC when they're in form. They're definitely in form today. 4 goals for Vatira, 837 points. Not all about his stats, but man, definitely impressive to see numbers like that.
Yeah, that is absolutely terrifying. And for Guild, I just to harp on what you were just saying there, I do completely agree. They have had this little bit of sitting in net and hoping for the best, but KC aren't just going to put a shot on your net. They're putting it towards your backboard, and every time that's happened, Guild go, oh yeah, we have to react to that. And then, well, from there on out, you have checkmated yourself. So for Guild, they have to try and match the pace. We're not going to say they will. There is no silver bullet against KC. If there was, the rest of Europe would have had a much easier time this season. But this was nothing for them in terms of a strategy to win. Just go for it, especially if you have time before you take the time out.
Yeah, you know, it's not a terrible idea to play one game in the opening with a more defensive, reactive style. But once you identify that, okay, yeah, KC are on their game, they're not missing open nets, they're not hitting the post, they're not playing crossbar challenge. Let's just actually start to go for the ball, because we're not gonna beat them capitalizing on mistakes when there are no mistakes to capitalize on. Will Guild go for it? Are they going to fight for that midfield? Will they challenge KC at all here? Will it just be a walk in the park?
I would like to see Operation Full Send come into effect in this game. You've tried one version, let's try to go to the exact opposite side of the scale and go off the backboard. And Itachi, that was almost disrespectful of how casual he's playing this, and he almost went the entire way. And that's a little bit of a nothing so far, but the nothing has worked and caused a bit of chaos for KC. Back out into the midfield, not the power required. Best spell that we've seen for Guild. And that is a bit of a wasteful hit, so KC have escaped.
That's a very good touch in defense. Scom accidentally backflips on the attempted takeoff for the counter-attack. At least Guild have held KCorp to 0 for almost a minute. That's promising. KCorp never really a team to be frustrated. They just keep chugging along. They just keep on going and going. They're not a team who just randomly overextend and give away pressure for no reason. Itachi's got them out here. Gom did not expect Itachi to have another touch. Itachi did indeed have another touch, and it turns into a goal.
Yeah, you'll have just heard a sigh the moment he hit the boost button and realized, yeah, that's over me. I can't do anything about that. And after the good start that Guild had, a very deflating way to concede your first goal. We have seen good kickoffs out of them, though, and they've got a possession. Acro stealing, reset over the top, and would have liked to have got that one close to the crossbar, but now once again, shot in!
Okay. But that was speedy from Gom, attacking the center ball. Luis intelligently centers it by smacking the sidewall as hard as he can, and then Gom beats his man. and slots it past Vatira as well. I think previously at the other end, the goal that Guild conceded, it looked like they just weren't on the same page. I think Gom was expecting Luis to make a touch into the sidewall, just like he did there, but a defensive touch into the sidewall, kind of to back pass it to Gom. And then, of course, Luis did not do that. He just left it, so it looks a bit silly to be off his line, but, you know, it's not necessarily a terrible idea. He just wasn't on the same page as his teammate. That time he clearly was. Guild starting to put it together a little bit. Oh, Exotic's dunked on them, though. Just when it looked like they might barely survive, it's in the back of their net.
I would love to just start watching the amount of pre-jumps that we are seeing from Guild. Like, they are so panicked every single time KC have got prolonged offense that eventually something is just going to go wrong. It's a fantastic dunk. Now it might be about to be 3-1. Luis trying to get rid of it. Gom powers the ball long. Tira, nice pop-up. Itachi's just going to leave it for now. It has been better from Guild. Just a couple of occasions, though, where it feels like the moment they get stuck in their own side of the field for a prolonged period of time, it just feels over. We don't know if they've quite got what it takes to get out of that position. As Exotic goes for net, and Vatira makes sure of it because that one was a little wide.
It looks like they're surprised that KCorp are challenging. Gom messed up his flick, and now Acro not able to get behind the ball on the 50-50 in time. And yeah, KCorp are just absolutely out pressuring them. They're the more aggressive of the two teams, and Guild are not ready for it. 3-1. It's a long time to go. The rate things are going right now, we're going to see another KCorp win, and I think a timeout called by Guild.
Vatira is hurtling his way to a 10-goal rate. And what he was hoping will be only 4 games. Exotic back down, looks for Itachi. Gom, once again, has had the pace on occasion. Just been getting that rotation right long enough where he can make a difference. Power clear. KC forced to retreat back. Brilliant first touch from Vatira. Second touch, though, left a bit to be desired, and requires some help from his backup.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to scoop the ball there, get a little bit more lift on it, but he hit it too low. Oh, what a shot. Vatira off the crossbar. Another shot as well off the crossbar by Itachi. KCorp absolutely peppering the backboard right now. Guild just seems stunned. They seem completely incapable of dealing with this KCorp aggression, the pressure, just the speed of the second man of KC always arriving before Guild are ready. It's a good dunk though by Gom. They've got a chance here to do something with this. Vatira with a very good 50-50 though, buys KCorp all the time that they need. And just like that, they're back on the transition. They're the more efficient team by a mile. It's not close. Luis has got a good chance here. Decides to pass it off the crossbar. It's not ready for it. Actually expected a shot to be coming in. Vatira cleans up the mess again. And with a minute to go, Guild still having a very hard time in this matchup.
I do feel like the best work that we have seen though from Guild has been coming from Gom. He has gone very positive with the way he's trying to play it. I think there is no other way you can really go about a matchup like this. Cutting rotations a lot. Could have done with some contact because you've left Acro 1v3 against the most lethal offense that you could. Sorry, mate. You don't stand a chance.
Oh, it's a shame, but I mean, the work KCorp have done earlier on in the series has caused now Gom to overestimate what Exotic was going to be doing there. So he jumps high to block a touch that he's anticipating. And then when the touch doesn't happen, he just flies right past the ball, leaving his poor teammate, like you said, in that 1v3. Again, though, Guild are actually creating some chances on the infield pass. Just looks completely fruitless, though. Obviously, timeout has to be called here, right? There's no way that they go another game without one.
I mean, we could give Guild a timeout after every single one of these games. It would still probably be a bit of a struggle here. I think there's a question mark, so you know where actually now, Johnny, as we do head into the final few moments of this game. You've got the whole of Europe to choose from. 1v3, you're the last person back. What is the team you least want to see?
Okay, so the question is, if you're the last defender...
If you are the one,
okay,
what is the European team that you would least like to see as the 3 heading your way? Now, I'm admitting you're probably going to concede against about 8, 9, 16 different teams in this regional.
Yeah,
that's not against you.
It's a very, there's lots. I feel like there's lots of right answers to this question. I would probably say Team Liquid would be the worst team to be in a 1v3 against.
Bad because I agree with you, but maybe not for the same reasons. Because they would demo you, stop the ball on the goal line, and just keep demoing you for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, Team Liquid. I think it's got to be Team Liquid. If you're in defense, Team Liquid probably scariest team. If they're on form, they obviously weren't on form this weekend, but they've shown consistency over long enough time that I still have to go with them. I've got another question for you. Since we're going fully abstract here, realistically, Guild have got probably a 1% chance of winning this series. We're not going to lie to you guys. But if we gave them Stumpy Goblin, he's not actually casting this weekend, but do you guys think if Stumpy was playing in Guild, like 4v3, we just give them Stumpy, they can have him on the pitch as well, would that be enough? If they had Stumpy on the pitch,
I feel like from the 2 matches that we've seen so far that we've played with him, he's good for a goal. He's not good for anything else. Like the rest of it, invisible, if not in the way.
Which net though? Like he could be going either way.
It'll always be in the correct net. I'll give him that.
Okay.
But yeah, at least from the match that we had against Oxygen, the match we had against Oxygen, I think he's good for 1. Vatira's good for 6, 7, 10.
Yeah, this is just right back to where we were. Great touch by Vatira. Luis pumped by the last man. Or by the first man, sorry. And yeah, it's just 1-0 already. 6 seconds. That did not take long.
If we're continuing on the question mode here, Johnny, where was the timeout?
Yeah, I think they might just be tilted. I think they might just be a little bit tilted. Don't know if Guild are a tilty team, but my mind immediately jumps to that. If they don't want to call timeout down 2-0 when neither of the games are close, then they've got to be tilted. It has to be. But yeah, they might call it after game 3, which is completely pointless exercise. Now you have to reverse sweep KCorp. I mean, good luck. KCorp, we have a timeout.
That would
still a learning experience for them, though.
Biggest upset of all time.
Yeah, I mean, before they go to the admin, before they go to Psyonix and say, actually, our playstyle requires a 4th player. That 4th player is Stumpy. We need him on the pitch with us. Before they go down that route, they can, still try and work on some things in this matchup. First thing would be to try and figure out a way to stop KCorp from scoring so easily. KCorp are just having far too easy of a time putting the ball in the net. It's not been difficult for them. That is Guild's, I think, #1 problem that they've got to try and fix. That's just #1 problem. I feel like there's another 5 or 6 problems in this matchup. That's just a big one.
There's the first one, the whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
They're through again here. Itachi off the backboard. He is challenged. Yeah, it's very difficult to pinpoint where this has gone wrong for Guild. It's just outpaced, outclassed at this point.
We've got to remember,
a lot of it goes back to what you were saying earlier on, Johnny, about it's just panicked. They are desperate to get rid of this, and KC will happily do the old fairy peak and not lose a situation.
Yeah, they are playing KCorp to give Guild a bit of copium here. KCorp are playing very well right now. There's few openings to exploit, if any. KCorp are playing very physically. Once again, Demo lands. We had a bump on the first goal, Demo in the second goal. Guild just getting completely destroyed off the ball in this match. So when KCorp are playing well in Europe, they are the best team in Europe. Obviously, that's up for debate more than ever with the return of form that we're seeing from BDS and the rise of Vitality. But KCorp are still that team in EU, and they've just come off their worst result in the entire season, which has angered Vatira and angered KCorp. So they've been, working really hard to show up with the best form possible. And it looks like, credit to KC, they have not looked past this matchup at all. They are taking Guild as seriously as possible. They are not, throwing 3 players forward aimlessly here. They're playing this one out so efficiently, so effectively. It just looks like a different league entirely. Guild do not look like they're in the same league as KCorp today.
We do get one opportunity for, though. Here comes Gom. And straight at Vatira. But we were speaking last week about how we thought that was the most stacked top 4 in Europe and how Europe in general was seemingly leveling up. The one team out there that disagreed entirely with that was KC. As far as they could see it, they just underplayed what they were capable of. Now, how much of that is just to try and keep the mental strong. You know, maybe not everyone else is catching up. They definitely are, KC. But they will look to get a better result for themselves this time around. And if they can't do that here, we get another Vitality win, then you do very quickly start looking towards a team like Vitality and say, well, all right, now they are the big dogs of the region. And at the worst possible time for KC, because as good as you have been, you don't want to peak at a time which hasn't got a world championship on the line.
Yeah, you got to have that peak at the right time. I mean, that's where BDS really do look like a bit of a deja vu compared to last season, not really playing up to their usual level all season long, only to show up. Oh, hang on, we've actually got a real scramble at the end of the game here. KC running out of boost. You know, Guild have put up their best 4 minutes just to be down 2-0. It is, you know, it's 2 goals, so if they can somehow get one against the run of play here, they can get one, maybe swing the momentum in their favor. This is a great air dribble, in fact, by Acro. He's got the double commit. KC are starting to scramble, still keeping the ball at the net.
Scrambled incredibly well. Emma as well, 40 seconds. If anything is available here for Guild, it has to be done now. Reverse sweep against KC is unimaginable. So now they need the follow-up. Vatira gets there in time. Home against Itachi. Demo as well, so a chance to work out.
Yeah, Acro's really come to life in the last minute. He's had some great aerial plays. The KC have survived all of those, and now they're just wasting all the time that Guild need. If they're going to come back here, they need to put the ball in the net on this counter-attack. And this counter-attack has to be a quick one. Here it comes. It's not going to be fast enough. KC do confirm the Game 3 win. Quadruple match point for them. But that's a promising end to the game by Guild, actually. They had some good saves at the end of that game. They had Acro looking dangerous in the air. KC had to respect that. They were double committing in defense. Obviously, they were following up those double commits with very fast recoveries, almost instantaneous recoveries. So it's not like they're double committing and then having to play 2v3 or 1v3. They still had all players relevant immediately afterwards. But yeah, there's just a glimmer of hope there at the end for Guild. And they have not called time out. That just doesn't make any sense. Did they know they had time out? Maybe they just forgot.
It feels to me like it's almost like accepting. That's the only reason why I can think of to not take a timeout at all in any of this. Because there's been glimmers there, as you mentioned. There's been things to build upon. And they could have done with the time just to talk to each other and even settle that down. If that is the mentality, I can't say I'm a fan. You know, this is possibly the greatest learning experience possible. Even if you can't go in and get a real series out of it, you've got to treat it like it is one.
Yeah, the real problem.
Understand. Maybe they just don't got one. They've not been here this season.
Yeah, I don't understand why you wouldn't call it timeout here. You know, I've got to think that maybe they just didn't know they've got one. They definitely knew they got one, but I'm imagining that they forgot because they're not used to being top 6 where timeouts are actually a thing in this format. But like you said, you've got to try and use this as a learning experience. You know, Guild are up against it here. They're playing against an in-form KarmingCorp, a very, very dangerous-looking KarmingCorp. And if you're gonna, you know, get anything out of that match, you have to make it last as long as possible. You know, put up as much of a fight as you can. I think the obvious timeout was after game 2, but absolutely after game 3, for goodness sake. Well, you were not. Come on, what are you saving it for now? Are they going to call timeout after a KarmingCorp win and flex on them? I feel like they've missed an opportunity there. This young team with potential, you know, can't be squandering opportunities like that.
You do see, especially for Luis, the way he's been developing over the past few years and how a lot of the, I'm going to say peers that were developing at the same time as him. You got your Razirs, your Rezzies. I feel like we're all sort of in that same pile for me. Starting to find results and success.
Oh, actually, sorry to interrupt there, but they did try to call a timeout apparently, but they just didn't get it. They called it too late.
Oh.
So they called. Exotic scoring 1-0 with no change. Not that it would have mattered anyway. Obviously, KC are just going to keep on doing what KC do. I think it must have been this. They're not used to this top 6, you know, kind of scenario where timeouts. Yeah, timeouts do exist, obviously, late in tournaments, not in the early stage of the tournaments where Guild have been playing this whole season. And I think they just didn't realize you've got to call it straight after the game. You can't call it like 30 seconds later. and say, oh, actually, we want a timeout, by the way.
That might have been after game 2 then, exactly when we wanted to, because they were very late on the ready up.
I think it was after game 3. I think it must have been, because that's when the calls come through. Yeah, it was after game 3. They tried to call it, but they didn't do it in time. So Guild doing absolutely everything wrong today, on the pitch, off the pitch. They just can't compete.
Well, at this rate, at least they'll know against BDS, who are waiting in the wings over in that lower bracket.
That is some amazing copium. What have we learned today? Okay, we've lost 4-0 to KCorp. What have we learned? We've learned that next time we call a timeout, don't wait until it's too late. Okay, hold on. Oh, they nearly scored there. Well, I say nearly.
My glass is perpetually half full, my friend.
You got to take as much out of this as you can. Oh, Acro's actually slotted it. What a shot! I just assumed that it was going to be an easy in and out save for Vatira, because that's kind of what's been happening today. Acro got there quickly enough. Nice placement as well. Hitting it low makes it more difficult for Vatira to save if he's diving in and out of his own goal like that. A brilliant shot, Guild. 1-1. Is this the start of the reverse sweep, Shogun? And do we see a timeout called after the KCorp win from Guild? That's what I want to see now. Please make it happen. Oh, no. So close.
Well, Hogan Mode did get one out of them last week. Guild would like to do much the same. And it would be the most incredible thing on the planet if they were able to do the reverse sweep. But we'll focus on one game at a time until then.
Oh, I'm not thinking about the reverse sweep. I'm just thinking, imagine Guild still use their timeout after one of their own wins. Like, that's what we need to see now. Guild, please.
To this point, shocked. For as long we've got timeouts now for 2 years.
Yep.
We've not had one. Like,
no one's done it.
No one's done it. I'm sure it must be in the rule set that you're not allowed to call it after a win or something like that. Because there's no way, looking at some of these players and these teams, nobody's not had the thought of, oh, we might as well call it after a win. Why not?
Yeah, I feel like if I was to think who does that, Rise is a kind of name that comes to mind. I can see him calling a timeout after winning a game. Nolly over in NA. I think. Who do you guys think? You can weigh in on this discussion. What are your players that you think are most likely to call a timeout? Just nice flex. No, what save that is. Now hold on a second. Luis and Acro are flying forward together now instead of the bar, and it just doesn't bounce well for Gom. He dove over it.
I think Gom could have been asked exactly where he does not want that ball to go, and it went exactly there for him. Horrible bounce.
It really is. It's the worst possible bounce when you're trying to get there quickly. You don't want to wait and see what kind of bounce it is. You just want to get there before the defense can recover. But the ball bounced down and then over the top of him. It's a bit unfortunate there for Guild. They were very close to taking the lead.
Still 1-1. Guild have been getting this closer and closer as the series has gone along. Unfortunately, the lead was incredibly high coming out of game number 1.
Oh.
Last game 2-0. Vatira off the backboard. Is this going to be the moment? No. And now they've got the breakaway opportunity. It's Gom that's tasked with it. He instead chooses to try and steal some boost. Steals the other one. So now it's up to Casey to try and feather. And that was so wasteful. You've given it to Exotic on a half volley. And he won't ask any other questions.
It's a great read by Exotic. Good positioning, to be fair, but it's just careless by Guild. It's the classic center because I can, but not actually looking to see who's going to be on the receiving end of that center ball. It's why an infield pass can be risky at times. And now KCorp is 39, 38, 37 seconds away from sweeping Guild into the lower bracket, as unfortunately many of us did predict. Do Guild have any fight left in them?
It's going to have to be a mega play to do so. KC have not looked like they're in the charity mood today. To Itachi, who will follow it up the wall. Goes to Exotic, drops it to Vatira, and Gom's not ready. And now they're on the breakaway. Vatira is already back. Must have been bumped that way off the initial touch. And Gom's completely whiffed it. Exotic takes it away, and that is the series. 4-0 to KC, and Guild now have to deal with Team BDS in the lower bracket.
Oh, it was so close to, potentially dramatic ending there, but KCorp too strong. Guild could not keep it together, trying to play at full speed at the end of the game there. And they just didn't make good contact on the ball. KC 4-0 over Guild. We're going to see Guild later on today in the lower bracket against BDS. Now, I think BDS are a team who are more likely to make mistakes and give Guild free goals, as it looks like they were trying to do at the start of the series. Guild trying to capitalize on mistakes. It never ended up happening. I think BDS, stylistically, more likely to make mistakes, so it could work. I think Guild style could work more against them, but obviously BDS, did they just beat Liquid? They should be beating Guild as well. But yeah, stay tuned later on today to find out if Guild will remember to use the timeout in time, as they failed to do in this series.
Yeah, well, when we come back, we'll be continuing on with the European Spring Cup with our other semi-final matchup in the upper bracket.
Jack dans les airs, le RD doit pas rentrer Jack, le petit bump sur Yves et ça va donner l'ouverture du score. Allez derrière, Soyo n'est pas là, là-bas touche le sol, Legendji, son champion major de Rotterdam.
Donc un petit peu de puissance, c'est parfait pour Extra qui va venir mettre le putain d'or en faveur d'Exalti. Attention à Moki Moon, la passe accélérée et l'ouverture du score.
Guild's journey in the upper bracket of the European Spring Cup comes to a very abrupt end as KCorp 4-0s them and moves their way into the upper bracket final, where they wait for their next victim, potentially. We'll find out soon. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Alif, and Jorby and Shogun joining alongside me here. Shogun, I mean, you hope that the Guild, I'm going to make you talk about Guild. You hope the Guild would have, fought back a bit, but it did feel like, well, they just let KCorp show why they're so good.
Listen, lessons have to be learned in situations like this. You get used to the positioning, you get used to the pace, you get used to how to call a timeout. All of these glorious things that you get to learn in a match like this one. Joby, I'd love to get you in here, but we got told a story by CJ during that, which is apparently me and Johnny were wrong. Apparently there have been timeouts called after a team has won. CJ apparently called one after winning game 3 because he wanted to go and eat a banana. He then lost game 4, which is the most CJ thing I can possibly think of.
Shout out to the throw king right there. You gotta love.
He's so welcome on the European team.
Absolutely. I gotta tell you, man, Guild, they looked like an octopus trying to sprint through the Sahara Desert. Like, you were interested to see if they could do it, but you really didn't have much hope for them. And the result was expected. KCorp absolutely smashed them and really helped setting the tone and maybe a setup for an eventual Vitality. But who knows with Moist and how they're looking so far in this tournament.
I gotta say, that was probably the greatest analogy I think I've ever heard, that's for sure. But I mean, at this point, KCorp, again, looking so good, but you look at the teams that potentially facing them in the next round here, both of these are good teams. One specifically, Moist, though, facing off against Vitality. Zen, of course, on the roster, winning the last regional. This is definitely a battle for Moist to try and shut down Vitality. Vitality will come in with full confidence they can do this because they beat everyone last time, Shogun, and they're looking to do it again.
Yeah, Vitality undefeated since the roster move, bringing on Zen. And if KC want to continue to prove themselves that they are the best team around here, I think they'll actually want Vitality in the next round. They want to beat the team that beat the team.
Fair.
So, but right now, Moist, they're looking good again, aren't they? Out of nowhere, they had to sort of deal with a lot of roster moves that were outside of their control, Jorby. They've had to maneuver around those, and they've refound their footing at the right time.
Joyo just trying to make it, man. He keeps trying.
He's just trying to
team that wants to stay with him. Why doesn't anyone want to stay with Joyo? I mean, look at him. Look at Cash is with him now, and him and Joyo. The synergy on this team, like the rapport these guys have together, I think gives them a lot of potential. I was excited when Cash came to this team, and their success really largely depends on their mental, which is my biggest question mark for them is when things don't go their way, and they certainly won't at times against Vitality. Do they have the mental fortitude to deal with that and overcome that?
I don't know. I feel they did. I mean, I already smiled.
They got reverse swept 2 weeks ago, Lee.
They haven't played
I remember
yet,
that one really fondly.
That was the first one. It was the first.
That
region.
was the
It's
first.
different.
Let's not start counting on one hand how many times you get reverse swept. That's not really a good sign.
And they smile before every match. That's because they haven't gotten scored on yet.
I don't know. I like the energy. I mean, I feel like definitely between Joyo and Cash, there has to be some sort of positive backbone. But you're right, it is going to be put to the test against a team like Vitality. I mean, these are just stone cold killers, especially with Zen opening up all that space. We saw Johnny breaking it down too. That player, just the mechanics to be able to move his entire team out to the other side of the field is just magnificent. We're going to get Chad's predictions. I think we know which way this is going to go, though. This is probably one of the most lopsided and heavy predictions for chat. Hashtag VIT or hashtag MST in the chat. We'll see if there's any Moist fans still holding on there. Predictions on the desk here. Shogi, of course, since you guys did your bracket, we'll let you start this off.
Yeah, I'll go. I've got Vitality in this one. I think Moist against anyone except Vitality or KC, I would have picked them, but not sure on this one.
Yeah, I mean, Jorby, I'll let you be the one to curse them then, because I'm going Vitality too. I feel like it'd be a little off kilter to not pick this team.
Maybe a little off kilter, but as the great Stumpy Goblin says every time he's on desk,
what were those
when
words?
Moist is about to play. Let's get wet. Put Moist right down there for me. I got Cash, Joyo, and Juicy. on this Moist squad. They're gonna pull it off. And hey, you know those Moist fans, they were a little more active than you were giving them any credit for. Leaf, so.
You know what? I'm sorry I doubted you, Moist fans. Look at that. Maybe it happens, but they got a big battle ahead of them. Subi and Corelli are waiting to cast your next match. Moist tries to rock it through the upper bracket, but the European Open winners, Vitality, stand guard. Buckle up. It's gonna be a fast game.
We are a Vitality waiting room no more. They take the pitch against Moist Esports, a very surging Moist Esports, if I may say myself, as they took down Liquid in the previous quarterfinals to earn their spot in this upper bracket semifinal.
Whoa. Team Vitality waiting room. I've been waiting all day to watch this revitalized Moist Esports, Corelli. This team, during the Spring Cup, seem to have figured things out. Joyo and Cash are monsters on the offensive end. They're second and third, respectively, for goals per game in the Spring Cup. So it's going to be up to Team Vitality to try and quell all of the offensive production that we've been seeing thus far.
Yeah, Moist have really been on a surge lately, and it was a shame the reverse sweep that they gave up to Team Liquid was a painful one, as they finished top 6 in the previous region. It felt like they could have gone a little bit farther, but Vitality, even before the roster change, even before Zen was on Vitality, they've had Moist's number here in the matchups. It really is, as you said, on Moist to kind of write a different chapter, a different ending to how this story has gone so far.
Yeah, it's been quite the tumultuous, up and down type of season for Moist Esports. They had so much success with the original roster of Joyo, Vatira, Rise. Just so tough to come back from that. When you look at how successful all of those players have been, as a shot comes in from Radosin, turned away, and Joyo looking to get them back to their former glory.
That boy Juicy, he's really been a lot of fun to watch on this Moist squad. I know Cash has been the big pickup and he's really produced for him, but I feel like even in the woes of Moist rosters in the last couple splits, Juicy has been performing quite well. Him and Cash together have really been something special as Cash gets his first control. He's stopped by the prodigy Zen on the Vitality side, who is 1 for 1 in his regional so far. 1 regional, 1 win. Trying to go 2 for 2 over this Moist squad, and putting on the pressure now, trying to hold on to possession, but it's Alpha. Now Zen for Vitality, some space. Zen wants it back. Pop over
nice.
1. It's Cash the last man, and he's beat. Zen finds the first goal for Vitality.
Great reaction speed here from Zen. Radosin gets that pass, and Zen immediately jumps once his wheels hit the ground. Over the last man back. It was kind of a stalemate up until that point, and finally, Team Vitality break through.
Really liked the communication there from Vitality. Radosin had a chance to really bring that one down if he wanted to. Zen called him off, took it back, and controlled it beautifully past Cash. Tough spot for Cash to be in. 1v1 there with Zen. Odds are against you as Vitality are able to strike first, and they're looking for more. Joyo wants the control, but it's straight into Radosin. Joyo and Juicy trying to combine together. This one, oh my, almost comes back to Joyo. Now Zen in the midfield into the Moist corner now. Wants to pass across, and Joyo does well to cut this one out. Still the pressure on. Alpha forced to pinch it back to his own side. Zen's touch is a bit errant. Here comes Joyo. Now Cash wants a piece of it. It's just Juicy back. Needs to be quality here as he's dunked into the Vitality corner. Now comes Zen to the backboard, off the ceiling, and a good defensive measure there from Cash to take this one away.
And that was a dangerous one from Juicy. Put it right into the defender. If that goes perfectly straight, it is a goal as Juicy forced into a save, utilizes the ground pinch to get that one away. Still not out of harm's way. Zen lurking, getting bumps, getting everything to open it up for Radosin.
And you're absolutely right. You had to remove some of the defenders here. Gets the bump on Juicy, and that bump goes into Cash as well. Cash gets pushed around a bit, and Zen opens up the lane for his team. A 2-0 lead now for Vitality.
How good must it feel to be Alpha right now? Sitting back, watching the young guns get the goals, get the assists, as Alpha's been so crucial to their offensive success, as Cash denied by Radosin, and Juicy can't catch up to that one. But it's just so dangerous, so deadly for Team Vitality. Because once Alpha 54 gets going, and if Zen and Radosin are on point, you can basically kiss yourself goodnight.
And it feels like for Moist, they've walked up to the goal line a couple times, but the shots have just been off. Big save comes out from Juicy. Now a savior medal for him, and now he wants to take it himself, calling his own number off the ceiling. Has options. Another flip reset, throwing off the defense just enough to make it awkward. Now Cash, the shot goes high, and it's really been a theme here in game one. Moist, they've been playing on this Vitality side, but they just can't put anything dangerous on target.
Yeah, they've found some shots, but like you said, they haven't been dangerous. They haven't been... Oh, that's a nice touch. That's a nice follow, and that is a great carry. Juicy gets it past all three defenders of Team Vitality.
Yeah, look at the extra touches past Radosin, and then he just beats Zen to the far post on the shot, but that's something special from Juicy, turning that one around, and one back for Moist with 34 seconds left is plenty of time. They would love to see this kickoff go in their favor.
That's a dangerous one, because Radosin's gonna just miss on that, and Joyo, big swing and a miss. Less than 30 seconds to go here. Moist Esports still haven't been able to find the type of offense that we're used to seeing. Need to see some passing plays develop as 15 seconds remain.
Cash, that's a great dunk. Needs more. Juicy was there. Joyo waiting patiently, waiting for his time to go. Pick up the mid boost. Alpha, great first touch, past one, over two. Alpha pokes it by Moist as they got to go from their own back wall now. Juicy trying to keep it up, will not. And Team Vitality cruise to a game one victory.
It was definitely a cruise. Just put it in cruise control, let the steering wheel take over, and just kind of roll down the freeway on that one. It didn't seem too difficult, especially off those passing plays, and Zen getting involved with the aggression to open things up. As you get a look at the replays, that quick reaction speed from Zen to get the goal, and then just causing chaos in the box for Team Vitality. And for Moist Esports, you can't rely on these 1v1 plays, the 1v3 plays like we saw there. They've got to do something to try and dismantle the defense of Team Vitality.
And I think we really saw two different sides of Zen here. You saw the first goal where it's me, I'm taking this one, I'm scoring it off of my own skill. But the second one was, okay, I'm going to open up a lane for you. I'm going to be the team player here and cause the chaos that he did inside the box there with the bump into Cash. So I think that for Vitality, having the overall consistency of Zen throughout his game is so important. And you saw that in the last regional, and you're seeing it again here, calling his own name when he needs to, but also being the team player when he has to. And I think that Vitality are better for it, and this game one was a breeze in that sense.
Yeah, and get a look at Team Vitality. Don't seem too stressed at all, and we're so used to seeing them, all three members in the same spot, same location, boot camping for these regionals. Nothing different here in the European Cup. I'm sorry, but it is different to see Moist Esports boot camping for this one. As that one gonna go in for Radosin, an absolute filth on this follow-up.
If it's not Zen, if it's not Alpha, it's Radosin. And a little flip reset off the back wall is pure class across the box, and then back to the same side that he came from. It's a tough read. You see Joyo, he was circling inside his own goal to try and get a read on it, and just never could. What a way to start for Team Vitality.
Yeah, it's just one of those ones where you kind of throw your hands up in the air and say, well, what am I supposed to do there? Did my best work, and you're not getting the save on that, especially like you said. That ball comes off the backboard. It's going opposite angle. He's able to change direction of the shot. Just so hard to defend, and Zen does well defending there as Team Vitality looking to break out, and Joyo, good follow-up here to keep the pressure going for Moist Esports, and follow-through denied by Alpha.
Yeah, he had to jump early off the in-and-out save to make sure he got back in time. Joyo wasn't going the speed he thought he was. So good adjustment there from Alpha. Now the shot, it's a great transition for Team Vitality, and they double up their score.
Just a bang-bang play here is Cash. Not the greatest touch, and Zen just feeds Alpha. My goodness, what a play from Team Vitality.
And Cash really let that one get away from him. And when you open up space for Team Vitality there, Zen with a beautiful pass. Defeat it right in front of Alpha. And just like that, the first minute, Team Vitality, they are firing on all cylinders here. 2-0 lead, and they're looking to add more.
Oh my, add more. They do it as Zen gets fed on this one. The passing plays are a thing of beauty for Team Vitality right now. You love that from Radosin, keeping it away from the defender on the back wall and just putting it top of the box.
And again, you can see Joyo in the replay there. He stopped with Zen. He saw the passing lane, but just couldn't get in front of it. It was a perfect pass, excuse me, as Moist have really dug themselves a hole here. And they've got to dig themselves out now. Radosin looking to pile on and bury them alive. Alpha off the back wall. Zen knows when his time is right. He goes all the way back to his own corner. Moist need to find some offense here. Zen chain dashing across the field to keep possession as Vitality have really started to control the pace of play. Joyo almost is able to poke it through. Forces a save out. Cash doesn't connect. Juicy trying to set something up from Moist as this one comes out to Zen. He wants control. He's got Cash in front of him. 1v1. Zen tries to block this one through, and he does. Cash can't get there, and it's 4-0 Vitality.
Showing you why he is one of the best ones players in the world. Zen goes up, and look at the way he gets on the opposite side of the ball, realizing how the physics work. Doesn't matter if the save is there. He's just going to push that ball through, and Zen so fluid all over the field. And right now, Team Vitality toying with their food.
And they are on a different level in regards to the cohesion, the passing plays, as the shot comes out from Joyo. Again, he's getting some good looks, and the saves have come out from Vitality. It's 6 in total from them on the 6 shots that Moist has. Now Zen trying to get a bump on Cash, and he does. He opens it up for Alpha.
Oh, you get the pull shot? You love to see it. 5-0 for Team Vitality. And Cash got pushed into that one. Zen is just, the confidence is growing, and the scariness of his play continues to grow as well with it. It's just so fun watching him along the pitch. Like I said on that goal that he had, just how fluid he is with his movements. Everything just seems so natural with him as Cash can't get that one in. And Team Vitality, hold on.
Well, what's the scary thing about Vitality is, you know, last regional there were a couple quirks coming out from them that maybe some nerves coming out, especially from Zen in that first series from Vitality. This is a Vitality with confidence. And when Zen's confident on the Vitality squad, you know Radosin and Alpha are going to be confident. You get 5-0 score lines with 2 minutes left to play. That is insane from Vitality, and they're looking to add more as Joyo will deny an abysmal Game 2 from Moist. And they have just been throttled by this Vitality offense.
And again, just like in game number 1, it's not due to a lack of shots. Moist Esports are able to huck that ball towards the target, but it's just not making Team Vitality think at all. They can remain on autopilot, get those saves, transition downfield, and it just seems effortless at the moment. And Zen gonna put that one back towards Alpha. Alpha just off the mark, but continue to show you why they're so dangerous. But here comes Moist Esports. Opportunity arises, but Zen, the patience on display there. It's gonna be a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, great read from Zen. Really feels like Vitality. Their mentality right now is just pass first on the ball as a good save comes out from Alpha. It just feels like at this point, Moist aren't gonna break through. Zen, everyone has 3 saves for Vitality actually, as Zen picked up his 3rd just a moment ago. Vitality on the same page, defensively holding on, and as you were alluding to, you know, Moist, it's not without chances here. They just haven't been able to convert. This one's gonna sneak by off the top of Cash as he flipped through, and Joyo tries to pop it over. Again, fruitless for Moist, but maybe a chance. Shot is high, and it goes off the backboard. Follow-up from Juicy is denied by Radosin. Moist cannot break through again to the backboard, and they're met by Vitality. Joyo forcing it, trying to push through just to get one. Juicy off the backboard, and still Vitality turning them away at every effort. Another save from Zen. Somehow, Vitality's defense continues to hold strong.
It's just incredible, but
There you
Joyo
go.
finally gonna break through for Moist Esports, but a little bit too late as Team Vitality still up 4 goals and just a defensive masterclass in this one.
And you feel like 14 shots from Moist is not a good conversion rate on their 1 goal. 5 shots on Joyo, 5 shots on Cash, 4 shots on Juicy. Probably most of them came at that last minute or so, and Moist just did not have the conversion rate needed here. 5-1 in game 2, and it's all Vitality.
I think the big factor for Moist Esports' lack of offense, even though they did have the shots and they had a lot of possession, as we just got word in our ear that Moist Esports are going to be taking a timeout after game 2, and I don't blame them after that blowout there in game number 2. But for Moist Esports, I think while it sounds like an easy fix, it definitely isn't playing against Team Vitality, but their third man is just so slow to follow up that Team Vitality has plenty of time to rotate through and cover up that goal line and take away the shooting angle, more importantly. So for Moist Esports, it's a tricky line to balance on, because at one hand, you got to get that follow-up shot from your third man. But the second one, you can't push up too far forward because Team Vitality has shown how dangerous that they are in the transition.
Well, it's just that. I think Moist, well, rather Vitality, are demanding perfection from Moist, especially when they're on the ball in the midfield. You saw a lot of those transitions were so quick from Vitality. They were able to get down the field so quickly with the passing lanes that they opened up for themselves. And I think that Moist, they have to be perfect when they're on the ball. And to be fair, I feel like that last 30 seconds or so, maybe it was just Vitality parking the bus, but that's the offense and aggression that Moist needs to carry throughout the next game.
Yes.
Because it feels like if they don't, Vitality are going to go back to what you're seeing in the replays. Great passing across the box, solo plays coming out from Zen. It's going to be a scary predicament that you put your last man into if you don't have that offense.
Well, and I love that. We just saw Zen, after he scores that goal, just nonchalantly reaches over, gives a little fist bump. Like, no show of emotion from them. We say a little smile there, but we're so used to seeing teams after they score a goal just screaming their heads off. Like, yeah, but Zen expects this. He knows that he's going to score. It's just, okay, another day at the office. But to your point, Corelli, of Moist Esports needing to play perfect because Team Vitality's demanding that, you have to force Team Vitality into mistakes. And like you said, the way to do that is to play with that aggression and keep that pace of play in the offensive half. But it's way easier said than done, as game 3 about to be underway and Team Vitality looking to put Moist Esports on match point.
Well, let's see if Moist figure themselves out here. Otherwise, they're in for a world of hurt, as Vitality, with full confidence, with full conviction here in their play, seem unstoppable right now in Europe. As Cash will rattle one off the crossbar to start things off.
You see what I mean, though? There was no third man follow-up. I understand Cash cut rotation to get that shot, but had that third man been closer, an immediate shot could have followed, which probably wouldn't have been a goal scorer.
Yeah, you're seeing maybe a little miscommunication there. Juicy taking that one away from Joyo. He had no boost. And there was no boost that he took the ball to. Now Juicy in a tough spot here, and it's dropped down. Rodosin's there, and it's 1-0 Team Vitality.
Already, wise beyond his years is Zen. Knows where this challenge is going, completely nullifies it, and Rodosin shoots at what is basically an open net. Team Vitality here to take over.
Frustrating start for Moist. Joyo right off the kickoff again. Some of their best looks are coming off the kickoff. And Zen will punch it downfield. Joyo trying to get a hold of this ball. Up and over Alpha, but he gets bumped out of the way. Now Cash looking for help. Over one. Needs to dunk it through Adosin and tries to. Adosin, the last man, rock solid. And again, taking a tough challenge. Here's Alpha just to pick it back up. Good clear from Juicy. Moist looking to keep possession. That's a decent bounce. Cash awkwardly here on this wall, trying to deal with it. Joyo. Nice. Goes up, drops it back down to Cash. What a play from Moist, but an even better read from Rodosin defensively. Again, he's already got 3 saves.
That's just incredible. Great read from Rodosin on that back line. But for Moist Esports, you love to see the offense. You love to see the passing plays. That's exactly what they need. They need those quick shots to come out, pull a defender out, to open things up. Eventually, a mistake's going to come through for Team Vitality as Alpha's already up, puts that one top of the box, and Cash able to poke it towards Joyo.
Yeah, I mean, as we always say, the best defense is a good offense, and Moist really trying to put that here in this game. It's tough. Vitality, they want to control, and I think Moist have done a good job here being proactive on the challenge, especially Cash. He started doing it at the end of the last game. Found himself early challenging a lot of these touches. He's going to need a challenge here. It's another quality opportunity here from Zen. A shot on target. Juicy in the net. Makes the save. And you see Vitality trying to clamp down. He'll be poked away by the defense.
An awkward one for Moist Esports is get their offense rolling. Doing much better here in game number 3 compared to game number 2. Halfway through it, only down 1. They've definitely had the shots, but all have come from the hand of Cash. 4 shots from him, and Joyo and Juicy yet to get involved on offense. As Juicy trying to keep this one alive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind that from Moist. Having Cash being the one to take the shots here is not a bad thing. Definitely brought on this team to do just that. We need to find something on target here, something a little bit more dangerous, as Vitality are really sitting on this 1-goal lead. They seem unperturbed right now as the shot is blocked. Cash, as Radosin in front, tries to go up and over. Joyo to follow, and a great clear again from Vitality. Look at this out from Zen. Up and over Juicy, and what recovery here from Juicy. Unfortunately, ran out of boost to keep possession. A minute and a half now left on the clock, and Moist, 5 shots and nothing to show for it. Maybe Joyo can change that. As again, Radosin jumps in front and gets a demo on Cash.
Oh, Team Vitality doing a great job on defense, and they're doing a great job of challenging the ball quickly, not giving Moist Esports any time to think. But here comes Zen, has a little bit of space, and Juicy gonna hit him away, and Alpha, great neutral 50-50, top of the box. Radosin can't get the follow-up, and here comes Joyo, has Cash to the left, gonna elect to pass that one, but he can't find the shot.
Oh, and Juicy got thrown off. He thought Radosin was gonna get it, and then he gets demoed. The follow-up through the smoke screen is there from Joyo, but again, the shot is instantly stopped. Joyo, tough read, and it's not gonna get under the crossbar. 45 seconds left as things heat up for Moist. Joyo trying to put on a montage-type goal as he's not going to get a hold of it. Juicy trying to keep it in play, and Vitality again showing their stuff on defense. They will not be broken that easily.
Again, Team Vitality forced to put the clamps on the final 60 seconds of a game as Juicy launches that one forward. Can't go for a back pass there. There was no one home, and Alpha going to pinch it downfield. Moist Esports forced to reset. 15 seconds to go.
Joyo by himself. Flip reset, shot on target. Alpha's there, off the in and out. 10 seconds left, and Moist need a miracle to get downfield. Alpha takes care of Joyo. Radosin pops it over 1, and Vitality have pushed up their line. It's Juicy to try and get across the field, and it's not going to happen. Vitality up 3.
On match point, but more importantly, 1 win away from clinching a spot at the Spring Major. Huge for Team Vitality. It has just been a takeover since the roster swap, and there is no team that has an answer for Team Vitality so far.
Yeah, just thinking of some scenarios real quick. We didn't mention them at the beginning of the game, but if Moist wins this series, Team Liquid fans, you're the big Moist fans right now. Team Liquid would actually qualify for Worlds, so not looking likely at the moment. If I do say so myself, it's 3-0 for Vitality at the moment, but I think for Moist, a better game, right? They didn't get blown out at the very least, but man, they had 11 shots here. You gotta put one away.
That's the tough one, especially when you're almost doubling the shots of your opponent and you're still losing. Gotta figure something out. And again, ton of saves on the side of Team Vitality, 8 on the board. So it's not like the shots aren't close to the mark, but from Moist Esports, we saw a passing play early on between Cash and Joyo, but we need to see more of it. We can't just have one combo come out and then Team Vitality able to break free. We've got to see multiple passing plays trying to develop to force Team Vitality to think, and that's when mistakes are going to start to present themselves.
But the stats even then, Subi, are a little deceiving. On paper, it's one thing, but when you look at the context of a lot of those shots, it was just instant challenges and blocks from Vitality. I can't really remember any of them that were that scary, aside from maybe one going off the inside of the post in the previous game. That's basically the extent of the lethality of the offense here from Moist. But you're right, they are generating some chances. It's just that Vitality defense have just been stalwart so far. As we enter game 4,
I love
and Vitality looking to be 4-0 kings here over Moist. If they can close it out, Juicy might have other plans. Joyo can't get over it, and still Vitality deny.
It's a tough read for Joyo. He started pushing up a little too early on that. Because of that, that shot just flies high. But the opportunities starting to come alive for Moist Esports as Zen dumps that one to Alpha. Alpha just a little too high off the crossbar, and Juicy can't read it. Zen cleans it up, denied by Cash. And Moist Esports forced into a panic save there, able to get that clear all the way downfield.
Yeah, a couple of missed touches there from Juicy on that back wall in the last couple of games. Not sure if he's reading too much into the play or is just out of boost constantly. Now Alpha back to Zen. Zen to the backboard looking for follow-up. That's a tough read for Cash, and he makes it. Nobody bit here on Vitality. Is now Joyo with the clear. Opportunity for Moist to move up their line. Demo on Alpha. Moist have to get control here. Cash, that's a tough angle, and Radosin, my goodness. He has been so hard to get by on Vitality. He seems to be the last man in every situation for Moist, and they are 0 for right now, breaking through Radosin.
Radosin starting to look like the European Mist. Just constantly on that back wall, constantly getting clutch saves and keeping his team well in the series as Zen keeps this one alive as Alpha follows that one up. But Moist Esports, I mean, they continue to hold on, but that's all it is. It just seems like they're holding on by a thread and just delaying the inevitable.
Zen fakes one, 20 boost left. I think he left it for his team, but nobody was pushed up behind him. Still a tie game, still scoreless here in game 4. A better start, at least for Moist. Can they break through? Can they get through Radosin? Well, first they have to field his shot. He drops it down to Zen. He'll take it away, and it's a 1-0 lead for Vitality.
I mean, this is perfect from Radosin. It's a shot, but it's also a pass. What do you do if you're Juicy? Because that one's on target, and Zen rips it away to put it in. The offense just started building and building for Team Vitality, and eventually the back line of Moist Esports crumbles.
I know Zen might get a lot of the press after these series from Vitality, but I really got to call out what Radosin's been doing defensively, and even in that moment, offensively.
There it is.
Stellar as the double tap from Cash is denied by the post. Moist cannot break through, and they're oh so close. Cash again can't get a second touch. Joyo trying to keep it in the mix. He got a flip reset there. It'll pop out to Juicy. Tough angle, and with no power, Radosin's there to deny. Cash's shot is weak. Alpha there, Zen to clear. And just like that, back to the drawing board for Moist as they try and revamp their offense once again. This one comes down to Joyo, and Vitality turn it away.
Yeah, and Cash even got the boost steal there, but still unable to do anything with it as Alpha got that big clear downfield, and there's Radosin, gonna put it right towards Joyo. Here's an opportunity. Joyo pushes that one through, but Zen puts it into the corner. And Corelli, I mean, you're talking about how big Radosin has been, how Zen's going to get a lot of the talk, but I think the talk has to be on both of them. The way that they have taken over has been so impressive, and Alpha has literally been just chilling. He hasn't been forced to do anything. He has 2 goals in this series. Obviously, he's had some saves and some big developing plays, but when you look at the stat line, he hasn't had to do anything because it's all been Zen and Radosin.
Yeah, a couple of good shots there from Alpha, but it's been the great passing from Radosin and Zen that's really set him up, and that's a great thing for Alpha. If he doesn't have to hard carry, I think he's in a great spot. He can play his game, and he certainly has. His teammates have been performing. Everyone on Vitality have been performing. It's tough to really say anyone's been better than the other. As Moist
still looking for a goal. They've only scored 2 this series, 1 in the first game, 1 in the second. They've been outscored 9-2 so far as Alpha trying to get a flip reset and carry that one on, but 30 seconds left. Moist, it's do or die. Is there anything left in this Moist squad in this upper bracket? Zen, carry over 1, has to dunk through Joyo, and a great save from Joyo, but it's straight to Alpha. And Alpha trying to carry this one across. Cash needs to get this one down the field. The air dribble into the corner is good enough to get there, but only as far as Alpha. 7 seconds left, and Vitality are holding on to possession. Zen over to Radosin, looking to drop it down, and Moist will do it for him. Vitality, 4-0, Moist Esports.
And the last 2 complete shutouts from Team Vitality. They realize it's a big win, but the job's still not done, and Moist Esports down, but not out. They need to try and make a run in that lower bracket to keep those spring major hopes alive. But for Team Vitality, we get to see the young gun Zen in Boston. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and we'll get to see them against KCorp in the upper bracket final as well. And like you said, Moist not out of this quite yet. They go down to the lower bracket where they'll have to play Oxygen. And then if they win that, they'll have to play the winner of Guild and BDS as well. So still a very treacherous road there from Moist, Subi, but you can see on the cams, Vitality, calm, cool, collected, happy to walk away with that victory.
You know, and I mean, I don't quite remember if it was 2 or 3 games dropped last regional for Team Vitality, but in this one, I mean, what has it been? They've lost so far 2 games yet again. I mean, just absolute domination in the last 2 regionals.
Domination and fearless from Vitality. We've got more European Rocket League coming up after this.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Let's have a flip. He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Well, in what's turning to be a little bit of a habit today, we had another one-sided matchup in the upper bracket. KC did it earlier on, and now it was Vitality's turn, taking Moist Esports apart and booking their spot in the top 3 at least. The team with this roster still undefeated. Radosin, how did you feel about your performance in that previous series?
I feel like we do great recently. Like we did better than the regional one, that the first regional we did, and I feel like we are there to take the win. So we won.
So we're going to talk about today in just a little while, but I want to rewind just a little bit and talk about the season up until now, because it's kind of been the open secret in Europe about the fact that Zen was going to come onto this roster. For you personally, how has that been to play around, knowing that that's sort of been looming in the distance? How has that affected you in the 2 previous splits?
It didn't affect me a lot because like me and Zen are closest friends, and I don't know what to answer, to be honest, but and voila.
Well, it does seem like ever since you've had this roster change that it's kind of leveled up the entire roster, as you were previously saying. Like, it feels like you guys are playing better today. And you in particular look so much more comfortable on the field. Is that exactly how you feel? And why do you feel more comfortable on the field now?
I feel more confident because of Zen. Like, Zen create a lot of space for me and Alpha, and I can do my mechanics like easily with him. So I think it's Zen clutch, Zen factor. So
well,
yeah.
You guys have locked yourselves in now for Boston, an opportunity to go and grab yourself a major title before going on to Worlds. How confident are you guys at transferring this to a live format?
We are confident for Boston, and but for now we are not we are not thinking of that. We are thinking of the regional first, and I think we are confident for everything now. So yeah.
Well, you've got KC in our next round, and they said that they underperformed at the last event. Do you feel like that's not the case, and that you guys are just the better team, or do they have a case there?
I think KC last regional wasn't that good. Like no, I think they are good because like they are top 3. But I'm confident to play them because all the time we play against, it's a good game. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sure everybody at home is looking forward to that. But I'm going to let you go and enjoy and celebrate your qualification for Boston, as you will be back for us tomorrow over in that upper bracket. Thank you so much, my friend. And Leaf, back over to you.
I think it's an important thing that I took away from that I believe is true as well, Jorby, is that Vitality is looking a lot more confident than the first regional. He says, hey, sure, we're getting the wins, but we're doing it with a lot more oomph behind it, and we know we're getting these wins.
I mean, confident is a word. I just feel like that's too weak of a word to describe how dominant they were in this series and how good this team looks. Like Radosin especially, like having a ridiculous tournament. He had a ridiculous series. Zen was unreal. Alpha, I think Alpha just kind of ended up taking the 3rd seat, not because he didn't do anything, but just because Radosin and Zen were all over the place in this series. I mean, it just felt like everything Moist tried to do, it didn't matter. Oh, let's pass it out. Let's play it slow. Challenge, knocked away. Fun. Oh, well, let's try air trouble. Bumped. You're done. Like, and on defense, like they couldn't get by them on defense. It was a complete wall. And, you know, grats to Vitality for making it to the major. They look like one of the strongest teams in the world right now.
Yeah, and Leaf, you're talking about the confidence seems to be building. Well, like you heard, the Zen factor. When you basically have a human cheat code on your team, it's like playing with wall hacks or aimbot. Like, yeah, of course you're going to feel confident when you have a kid that good on your team. And to Jorby's point, Alpha just kind of sitting back. This team is so dangerous because at any time, any one member can have the hot hand. And in that one, it was 2 of them who had the hot hand. So yeah, Alpha just says, cool, you guys take it. We'll just get the sweep.
All right, let's take a look at this, Subi. I know you like pictures. Let's pull one up here.
I love them.
Big bracket. Nice and easy to understand as we start to narrow down our teams. KCorp, Team Vitality, making their way into the upper bracket final there. They'll wait, of course, for tomorrow because we go down to that lower bracket now to finish off our final 2 matches, Subi, as we have Guild BDS, Moist Oxygen down there. And the matchup we're looking at is Team BDS versus Guild. Subi, of course, for Guild, this is going to be something they're going to have to shake it off because they just came off a devastating loss, 4-0, and now they got to try to play a team that just won their previous match.
Exactly. This is a battle of two opposites at the time being. It seems like Guild Esports a little lackluster today. Didn't find anything against KCorp, which obviously a little bit harder than you can have it as Team BDS going against Team Liquid. We heard on Twitter Team Liquid had some things going against them today, but Team BDS, talk about a dangerous squad. When you've got the passing plays that they have going up and down the field, and when you have Rise getting involved, and Seiko, more importantly, with the aggression, it's going to be a scary one for Guild.
Yeah, Seiko looks revitalized on this roster, this split. BDS as a team look revitalized with Rise on this roster. So I think this is going to be a difficult one for Guild.
Yeah, I think that's...
Hello, Monkey Moon. He's just staring into our souls.
What is this?
Monkey Moon?
Hello?
Hello?
It was a staring contest. All right, I'm not blinking.
All right, how long can he last? Don't
not
move.
blinking, chat. Don't blink.
We got to see. Wait till he blinks.
Oh,
we won. Good job, chat. Yeah, don't
get the moisture back in there.
Yeah. He's just be blinking hardcore while he's playing. If he misses any shots, we know why now. Yeah, that's you're right though. This when I look at this team, especially with BDS with Rise on it now, this is something I think they needed, that refresher, that little push to get them back to the top. And in my opinion, Rise is that kind of guy to do it. We've seen the energy, Jorby, that comes from a player like this, and that's always something that you want back in your team. Someone hyping you up, shouting you out, but a player that can back that up on the field as well with their play.
Yeah, maybe in fall or winter, we're saying this is a trap game for BDS. They tended to drop series like this where you expected them to win. But like you said, with Rise coming in, being a stabilizing force for this team, and they look completely different. Talked about Seiko already, and Guild coming off of a loss that has to hurt pretty badly. But against BDS, I really don't think it's going to be much different. I think this team is proving themselves to be one of the best 4 teams in Europe.
Chat, let's get it going now. You won the staring contest. Let's see if you can win the prediction contest here. Hashtags in the chat, BDS or GLD. Start getting those up. We'll tally them up. Analysts, Jorby, I'm going to make you start this one.
Give me Monkey Stare and BDS. I think that one will be another 4-0 to continue our day of sweeps.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with him, Subs. I think BDS for sure, especially with Guild coming off of that loss too. There's always an advantage to coming into this, but also if it was even and it was just fresh day start to the day, I still think BDS would have this.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you guys. I know both of you guys are big hockey fans, and it feels like Rise is almost like the enforcer of this team. You just feel confident when you have a guy that aggressive, but can back it up on the field as well. It's just so fun to watch, and I can't wait for this one, Leaf. Team BDS. Ooh. Oh my gosh, almost 90%. Yikes.
Oh my God. Okay, well, I guess it's time to get down to the field. Let's just get this one over with. Why don't we? It looks like Guild might not have a chance. They're coming off a 4-0 loss, and we'll need to shake it off. If they're to match up against BDS, we now enter best of 7s for the lower bracket, and only one team can make it out alive.
The Kings of last season look to be back in business and destined for another championship Sunday. But on the other side, there's a nice little Guild Esports trying to continue that fairy tale run. This is the lower quarterfinals. I'm joined with my best friend Cole.
Hello.
And I can't wait for this one.
Yeah, not me, CJ. It's a tough entry to Saturday for Guild to go up against KCorp, who were having way too much fun against Guild. I think that Guild's first step against BDS right now is to make them enjoy themselves just a little bit less, because we saw before then, they're having a lot of fun at the moment, Team BDS. They're staring, Monkey Moon is copying Vatira's stare, Seiko's looking recharged and reborn. Guild have to try and just wipe that smile off their face as soon as possible.
They look to just have that boot camp buff as well, and obviously Seiko's not there with them, but Monkey Moon and Rise, they have this chemistry. They're only been teammates for a very short amount of time, but it seems like they're working it out. They've worked through a few kinks early on, and they've found a nice little start here, as you said, a top 4 in the first regional, and well, everything going for them right now, Cole, to get into another Champ Sunday.
Well, we'll see if BDS can do what everyone expects them to do and get past Guild, or can they make it just a little bit more awkward? So far, we've had a much better start to this series than we saw earlier on for poor old Guild, who I think it's fair to say, CJ, didn't really show their best selves earlier on against Kami. There's more than what they offered then. Gon maybe can show some here with the flip reset. It's saved by Monkey Moon. But a little bit of Guild pressure, and that's what we want to see.
You know, Johnny and Shogun were talking about that KCorp series. It just felt like they were on a different level, KCorp 2. This Guild Esports lineup, but now this is their chance. Perhaps the pressure got to them in that upper bracket. I feel like now they can really throw caution to the wind here. It's their last chance in this regional. They need to make it count.
BDS, they're going to put some pressure back on Guild. Monkey Moon to the ceiling. Seiko's already up. He's a player that we mentioned at the start. A player Jorby brought up on the desk. How free he is playing at the moment. I mean, remember when he came forward from endpoint? Just a brilliant, flashy player Seiko used to be, and it sort of stopped for a time of BDS. And that can happen, right? Especially for a flair player. When they lose their love, they lose their confidence. Just something seemed missing. But he has it back, and it's good for EU. It's good for Rocket League.
Well, I mean, winning a World Championship can probably do that to you, Cole. If I won Worlds, I wouldn't play the game for the next 10 years. But
in my mind, CJ, you won every Worlds, all right?
Oh, thank you. I actually didn't. I barely won anything. But, you know, Seiko, as you said, World Championship MVP. He, you know, perhaps, you know, took a little bit more time off than normal, but he's back in business now. What a pass. Just finding Rise right in front of net. And it is BDS to open it up.
Seiko, the reigning world champ still. Sets up Rise, a man who'd love to be up on there on that stage in, is it Dusseldorf? I can never quite
They all
decide.
sound good.
They all sound good. Any version of Uldorf, I'll be there. I'll be happy. Looking forward to being in Germany for the World Championships. As BDS, they're trying to make sure they will be, you know, qualify for this major. I believe it's pretty much locked in, but Luis P, he breaks through a couple and equalizes for Guild.
Hey, Louis goes bang here. It's the nice flick from Acro, and he just follows it up. Little go-ahead pass play downfield. The bump as well on the backboard, just Acro being a nuisance. And Guild, well, we didn't see this against KCorp earlier. It felt like one-way traffic, but this is what we like to see. There's a reason why they're here, Cole. There's a reason why they've made it this far.
Yeah, any team that breaks into the top 6 has to have a little bit about them. Luis P just showed us that he has exactly that. Acro all Rise all the way around Luis P that time, though. Well, he's going to slow things down, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from Guild. Acro playing in front of the ball, Gom holding on to the ball. All Guild players involved in this attack. BDS just beaten back for a second or two. Guild on the up.
Certainly pushing forward here, and Rise has 0 boost to work with. That's almost over the top of Monkey Moon. Acro pops the ball to the side, doesn't quite find Gom there as well. Monkey Moon pass over to Seiko. Good midfield control here from Guild. Gom in a great spot as well with boost to work with. Monkey's in trouble. Last man bomb comes through. He does make the save, but Guild still on the attack.
Yeah, they're not making it easy for Team BDS at all. Rise, I thought it would be maybe. A couple of touches for him in the air, but Guild more than happy to take on this aerial battle. You know, they're not afraid of Team BDS in the air. Sure, Seiko might get a flip reset. They might even get it past the Guild defense, but so now it's been Guild just pushing that ball upwards. BDS trying to deal with the aerial presence of Guild. And again, look, Gom has Luis P playing in front of the ball. Every time a Guild player has it, they have someone in front of them, something to aim for, and it's working.
I mean, the KCorp series, they just played with their food a little bit, KCorp. They look so strong offensively, but we didn't really get to see Guild's offense. We are seeing it now. BDS perhaps taking the foot off the gas a little bit. Shot on net. That's doing the exact opposite there. Lewis sends it downfield. I like this. Acro outfield. Pop down off the ceiling. Follow-up shot. Just got caught under a little bit. The pass off the ceiling wasn't exactly what he needed, but I like it. They're looking for these opportunities. Look for the pass downs. And again, this has been all Guild one-way traffic the past 2 minutes.
Yeah, making themselves the pre-jump kings. Luis P breaks through BDS again. Acro is there. Ball bypasses him. Rise just prods it to the side. And I think Rise could be so important right now for Team BDS in this game. He's a player who's always able to find that few seconds of space where other players would maybe force a 50-50. Rise gets a fake and carries on with the ball down to the other side. But he's been beaten again by Luis P. Now he's up. Seiko's to his right. This could be an absolute dagger into the hearts of Guild, but it's saved well by Gom. Monkey Moon's up already. Seiko's underneath, and Acro's able to get this one away. Not just into the corner, but also safely into the corner. 10 seconds left, and Guild under no more trouble than they were at the start of the game.
BDS just not finding that extra pass, not finding the chance. Maybe it's Guild to get the late winner here. 5 seconds left, which feels like we're destined for overtime unless something else can happen.
Oh.
Ball looks like it's going to hit the ground 50-50. Maybe a counter-attack now for BDS. We do get OT. And it has been Guild, the ones that have been stepping up, forcing the issue in the past 2 minutes. Can they continue it? Can they get it off the kickoff? Almost, but the bump does come through.
What I want to see from Guild now is not to just slow down and play defensively and play solid rotational Rocket League. Now they're in overtime. And that read from a Chronic, a confident play, spinning into the ball when it's bouncing off his own back wall, suggests that Guild are not going to do that. No turtling here, but Rise is coming in. He shoots, and there's a bump from Monkey Moon. And when you have the quality of Team BDS, one chance is all you need.
They tried to be fancy, but in the end they said, stuff it, let's go for a bump. And Monkey Moon found a way through. Rise does get the credit for the goal, but Monkey Moon just had to get rid of everyone there in net. And BDS, well, it wasn't a pretty game one for what we thought, you know, what the desk jobby was saying of 4-0. Well, it could still be that way, but Guild certainly put up a fight.
Yeah, they did. I was really impressed by Guild. And, you know, as I said earlier, CJ, I'm glad that we're seeing the real Guild, because against KCorp earlier on, they were like a little rabbit in the headlights, not knowing which way to go, and they were just pretty much pummeled into by KCorp. That was a much better performance. How are BDS feeling after that first game?
A little bit. I think they probably overcomplicated it a little bit, but at the same time, they needed to find that extra pass. They were just kind of throwing shots on net and
Nice
waiting for that mistake.
Cool t-shirt, bro.
Thanks. Honestly, we really matched, and we didn't plan it, but we just found each other like this, and that's the chemistry that we had together as a duo.
Yeah, that's
Look,
true. Shout out anyone else wearing a white t-shirt in the chat right now. Thumbs up.
I don't think anyone does. This is a very unique sort of number that we've got going on right now. We're trendsetters over here, Cole.
That's copyright.
But I tell you who's trying to set the trend right now, it is Guild. They're going to try to make this fairy tale run become a reality right now. It was an interesting game one. Obviously, they didn't get the win, but I love the pressure, love the offense. They just couldn't quite find that way through.
Well, we wear the white t-shirts. Hopefully Guild won't be waving the white flag at any point in this series. And they've started game 2 well yet again, so hopefully we'll continue to see them performing the way they did in that first one. But it's good play there from Team BDS. And you would expect in a long old best of 7, they will up their pace, they will change trajectory, they will figure Guild out. But I mean, to me, it's all eyes on BDS despite winning that first game.
Yeah, I don't know if they necessarily need to figure Guild out. They just need to, as I said, play their own game and not overcomplicate it too much. This could be the opening. Monkey Moon makes a huge save. Follow up. The bumps are coming through. The shot top corner. No, Gom! He just couldn't get the follow-up. He's put it off the crossbar bar down there. Rise, he's getting the fake. Acro does get a good 50-50, but Guild should have scored.
Yeah, Team BDS, their goal is blessed. How on earth did they not go behind there? Guild did everything right. The bumps were coming in, the confidence. But the finish just onto the crossbar. Rise slows things down, takes control, finds Monkey Moon, who in turn pings it to Seiko. Gom is there on the backboard from Monkey Moon's touch. And BDS take back control of the ball. So far, they've had the general charge of the game, but it's Guild who's had that amazing chance.
They're only human as well. If I'm Guild Esports right now, you're just thinking about the wasted opportunities. You have to make the most of these chances when you get them, and just there, maybe another one. Seiko in net, great positioning. He is able to find the save that he needs. Rise, though, gets time. Doesn't get the first touch that he needs off the sidewall, and not quite the follow-up either. I like the pass play over to Louis. The first touch is a little bit much, and Monkey Moon deals with it. Seiko now off the sidewall, bumped off and open net, bang, goal!
Been coming there for Guild. They've finally taken a chance. They've had a few little pot shots in front of goal that they've rushed, they've snatched at, they've found the goalkeeper. That time from Gom, he was aware how much time and space he had. He made no mistakes. And Guild CJ take a deserved lead.
The bumps were coming through, and it just felt like Monkey Moon wasn't, I guess, respecting the fact that he needed to be third man. This could be a double touch off kickoff. Rise doesn't get it. Follow up, Monkey Moon right there. Again, the shot past the cross front post, and Gom does the rest.
Hello, the Gom bomb just hovering there. Find him, he will put it away. He stayed forward. Seiko could get nowhere near that one. Luis PCJ passed or shot there that happened to find Gom.
Well, everything is gone wrong in defense here for BDS game 2, if you would. This has been a little bit haphazard, perhaps getting ahead of themselves after that game 1 win where they only just got away with it. No, the goal, that's just class from Seiko, recognising the keeper was coming out and just delaying the touch.
Yeah, pulls the American football away just before it's kicked. and sends it back into the Guild goal just to bring Guild down a few levels. And in a strange way, that might be a useful goal for Guild. You could see when you go a couple of goals ahead against Team BDS, you start to get carried away and getting a little bit silly. That would have just brought them right back down to earth, which may be a bit of copium, but it might be helpful.
Still a lot of time in this game, as we said. Only coming up to the halfway point now, and well, BDS, they got caught out. The third man wasn't quite inbound. Gom is just going nuclear here. This again almost gets a double touch, but he is locked in, looking for his hat-trick in this game. And against BDS of all teams, what a way to do it. What a response as well after that upper bracket. I guess no-show, you could say, against quality opposition, albeit. Rise almost gets a double touch. Louis helps Guild out on the backboard there, and BDS still looking for that equaliser.
Morgan defending though from Guild. They're looking tall, they're looking strong against BDS. Even the pre-jumps are working for Luis P, who is an absolute phenom in attack at the moment in this series. One puts it into the middle. There's no one there for Guild for once. So BDS can come forward. Akro's already up, but Seiko gets it past him. Almost gets the double flip reset. Doesn't need it. Monkey Moon climbs the tree and helps him out.
This is a BDS special. Look at Rise going for the bump in net as well. Three-man play. Rise is going to get no score, no points, no credit for that. Johnny Boy will be analysing that one later. That was Zen-like in the offense, and just a great way to help his team out, assist his team off the ball, not even having to get involved there.
Ooh, suddenly the clearances from Guild looking a little bit weak. You need more than that. Rise flip reset again. He's going to get all the plaudits if this one goes in, even if it's an assist, but Monkey Moon can't get the death touch he was after. It remains at 2-2, and now Guild need to slow things down themselves. This is the complete opposite of where we've been pretty much in this series so far. They have seemed faster. He's got the impression that BDS's quality would begin to show at some point, and now it very much is. The question is, CJ, did Guild change their approach?
Yeah, this was the game that they had to win here, 2-0 up, and everything looking swell for the moment, but all of a sudden it's 2-2. BDS back in control. They can relax now. They can set up this offense. Rise can look for more bumps. Monkey Moon free shot, bottom corner. Doesn't quite find it off the post. That's every day of the week. That's a Sunday drive for Monkey Moon into the bottom net, but he couldn't quite find it.
Gonna have a chance, I'm sure. 2-2 still. Despite the couple of goals that BDS got, Guild have done well to stay in. Actually, they've taken the lead back.
Oh, just the passive shadow defense from Monkey Moon wasn't enough. He had to buy the 2-on-1, but he just gave Lewis too much respect there and finds it back of the net. Guild get their third. After barely scoring against KCorp, they have just found a new leaf here off the back of Gom, and now Luis, as you said, is starting to step up here. BDS need to respond.
Oh, Akro! You gotta read that one. You gotta read that one, even against the speed of Seiko. That should have been meat and potatoes to clear that one. He got lucky, it hit the post. They'll come forward again. Demo's flying in. Gom! The path has been cleared for him. He's just walked straight down it.
Gom again. That's his hat-trick in this game as well. 566 score, if you don't mind. He is dead set stat padding right now for Guild, and what a response here. 36 seconds left. The game is still alive, but if Guild can run away with this, we can tie the series up, and BDS, the pressure's back on them.
Oh, you'll have to see BDS speed up now, and it's not going to happen. This game is done. Guild take game 2. Their first game, actually the first game on the mainstream this weekend, despite making it into the top 6, because they weren't on the main broadcast on Friday. So, you know, this is a good moment for them. But they had to keep pushing, you know. They've really got BDS on the ropes at the moment.
You said in the pre-show, we hadn't seen how this Guild even got here at this stage. As you said, the first game on the mainstream was against KCorp, so it was almost hard to believe how they got here, but now we're seeing it. It's Gom popping off. It's the whole team finding this offense, and they've really just outclassed BDS in this game too.
Oh, look at Gom still going. He wants his fourth. He's hungry for more against BDS. Luis P, find Gom, mate. He's on that right wing. He's desperate. It's a chronic instead. Luis P gets the bump on Monkey Moon. See you later. Monkey Moon, world champion, best player in the world? No, not with Guild there.
Not with Gom.
Not with Gom.
The Gom, the bomb. This is sensational stuff. Guild 6 goals, if you don't mind, against BDS in a lower final, lower quarters, lose you're out, win you're into Champ Sunday. Top 4 on the line. And it's Guild right now responding. Seiko gets one, perhaps some momentum going into game 3. But what a response from this fairy tale run, Guild Esports.
If Gom had wanted to save that, CJ, he would have saved it. Yeah. All right, let's put some respect on the man's name. 6-3 Guild Esports, you see it in your screen there, win a guild, the car's spinning. I think their heads are spinning after that one. What a performance that is from Gom, Luis P, and Acro.
Gom might be my favourite player I've ever seen in the history of the esport at this stage. Like, that was a phenomenal game. What a way to step up there for his team, and a well-rounded effort as well. 3 assists as well, for a hat-trick of assists there for Lewis as well. Acro helping out, a couple of sausage rolls for him, a couple of snags on the board. What a game.
What a game. And it's good to see the Guild players chuckling as well, because they cannot have enjoyed that match against KCorp. You know, that's your big moment. That's your time on the big stage, and you just don't perform anywhere near the standards that have got you there. And they'd have known as well. They'd have known chat would be laughing, and I'm sure, you know, people on Twitter would have been sort of making jokes and stuff like that. You have to be aware of that in the back of your mind. And they've broken through that to put in a performance like this. Whatever happens in this series, serious respect to Guild.
I think sometimes getting absolutely walloped is sometimes the best thing for you, Cole. I know that
how you say to your team so often, CJ. Yeah. You telling him that.
From a personal standpoint, you know, from my own history as a player, sometimes, you know, you get into a game, you're thinking, oh, this is our chance to, you know, versing KCorp, you know, one of the best teams in the world. This is our chance to make a statement. You get so worked up, you overthink it, you stop playing your way, and it goes completely wrong. You get swept. You're in a different league. And then you just go, okay, let's just get back to what we know. Let's get back to what got us here in the first place. And that's what it feels like Guild have done here, at least in that game too. Can they continue it though? Because Gom, what's he doing? No, it's all gone wrong. No.
The Gom bomb backfires. It goes off quicker than you'd want. He's got to cross his own goal. He thinks he's Archie, rotating horizontally. Not to be on that occasion. Seiko says thank you very much, bundles that one in. And let's just shift our attention to Team BDS for a second, because they made it here in the lower bracket. I would say demolishing Team Liquid. It was a 3-1 result, but they looked the better team pretty much throughout, and goals scored. They were way ahead of them. This is BDS at the top of their game, right? They will step up, you know. Let's not forget how good they are.
There's levels. There's certainly levels to this team. There's levels to each of these players as well on BDS. We know what they can do. They've won majors, they've won world championships, all of them in their own right, but I mean, they can't be afforded to losing this game. I know that Guild obviously got here, they're in the top 6, they deserve it, but they should be handling this team if they want to be a contender, not only at a major, but Rise is talking about joining this team, Cole, to win world championships, to win this world championship coming up. We need to see them step up here.
Yeah, if they can't get past Guild, then you have to really think there's something just a little bit off with Team BDS. It's funny how quickly the opinion can change. But that's Rocket League. Things do change in a heartbeat. That's not a great touch either. Gomi puts that one into the top corner, saved by Seiko. A bit of wayward defense there from Team BDS, but they do bring it out. Monkey Moon, I wondered if he can get that redirect towards goal. Instead, he puts it into the corner. Looks like getting Acro's way. Guild at the moment chasing shadows. Monkey Moon has boost and attack to play with. He's bumped up to the ceiling. Has a reset, which won't come in too handy. Gives him a bit of a wave dash, bit of pace. He uses it and almost scores. Luis B gets away with one. Guild also get away with one in general. And now they have a counter-attack gone to the corner, and Rise gets the save.
Fantastic save from Rise. BDS almost could have had another goal down the other end, but do escape. Still 1-0 here, Guild. They've lived to fight another day. Gom doesn't get the touch. There was a free double if he had it, if he could find something on it. Monkey throws it on net. Acro palms it to the side. Lewis is there. Let's get the touch in the corner, faking out Seiko for the meantime, but no one's in net. Someone get back, please, Guild. They do get back. They find a way, and now maybe a counter-attack, maybe a one-on-one. Seiko's in trouble, but he just sits there. That's smart from Seiko there. He baited him into the flick.
Smart from Seiko, not the best flick in the world. There's another chance though. There's 2 of them from Guild at it. Everyone wants a bite of it. Acro, with the most unnecessarily bottom right finish of all time, equalises for Guild.
The most unnecessary. I don't mind it. He had to get it on. He had to be fast to the ball. It's great placement. And Guild, should I say BDS in defense there. I'm not sure what happened, but it wasn't fantastic to watch. Let's say that from some quality players, and they just sort of fell apart for no reason there. And maybe another one.
Whoa!
Infield pass, bang, slotted, bob right a corner. Guild, they're 1-0 down, Cole. They're 2-1 up.
Out of nothing as well. Luis P, he is almost surprised himself to have no one from BDS attacking him. Gom wasn't surprised at all. He was aware. And now he has this kickoff. Guild returning to their Forbidden Temple form. BDS once more have to step up, have to increase their pace. A little leggy, a little languid after the win against Liquid earlier. Monkey Moon's trotting back to his own goal. Gom, he's going to slot that one in as well.
Gom, this is the biggest return to form I've ever seen. He went from my favourite player. He stuffed up at the start of this game. And now he's gone bang, bang. 2-goal lead to Guild. BDS are just backs against the wall at the moment. What is happening to this team? Guild have come to play.
Monkey Moon's on 80 points. They are completely nullifying one of BDS's main threats. Right, does he have the experience, the maturity to just slow things down, get them going again? Yes, he does. Seiko slots it, and it's 2-3.
He does get the goal back, but as we said, Monkey Moon, 80 points. I had to check the scoreboard to verify that. He's a stat machine. He always has 800 on the Octane rating, 2.0. He doesn't have it here, though. Donuts next to his name. Hasn't got an assist yet, or a goal, or even a save on the board. Just a couple of shots.
Here we go.
One-goal game. Almost an opportunity there. Almost an opportunity, but with 1 minute 50 left, maybe Seiko can get to work. Flip reset fake underneath. Gom gets a save. Shot on net. Louis out of the sky saves it away.
Wow, that was a scary way to save at the pinch, but it worked, and Acro sends Seiko right back to his own goal, then charged him down for good measure. Guild, they're still knocking on this door. They're pushing forwards, not defending, not falling into the trap that BDS surely want them to. Goes for a ball that maybe he could have left for Rise, but Monkey should be able to do something with it. No, it was too vertical, too directly upwards. And BDS sent back again. This is really good midfield play right now from Guild.
BDS looked a bit too happy to push forward here. They're really lacking a third man. I know the offense looks fantastic when they do create that three-man play, but they're just getting caught having to double back, having to find themselves under the ball last. Seiko again with an awkward touch means they can't attack as Rise is there in trouble. Seiko, last man getting bumped as well. Shot on net. Monkey Moon. Gom almost could get the finish. Guild, they want to put the nail in the coffin here. Can they get another one? Gom flip reset. Goes wide. Monkey Moon clears. 49 seconds. BDS have to find one.
Guild are going to go forward again, though. Acro all the way back to the other end. Seiko's misjudged it. Gom's coming in and hits it above the goal. I was going to say he doesn't miss these. Apparently he does. Still 3-2 Guild.
Almost a touch there. 30 seconds left. Monkey Moon in the corner. Can he get it downfield? BDS, do they have a response here? The Fairy Tale Kids Guild, they're stepping up right now. They're taking it to the world champions. Monkey Moon, 20 seconds now. Tries to keep it in. Rise is there. Fakes it out. Monkey goes for the bump. Rise puts it on there. But guess who? Gom! He just goes bang down the other end.
He's not been shaken at all by the miss. It should be 2 goals clear. One may well be enough, unless there's a mistake here, a demo in the air. Luis P still getting in front of everything. Monkey Moon to the corner. There's Gom. Wants to slam it down. Wants to kill this game. Monkey Moon misses it. He teams up with Acro to get Guild the series lead. It's 2-1 to the underdogs.
I don't know why, Cole, but I absolutely love it. I love what I'm seeing here from Guild Esports. I love what I'm seeing from Gom. 2 goals, 6 shots on the board. Acro stepping up. Everyone stepping up. Louis is there as well. Monkey Moon has gone to sleep in that game, and Guild Esports, well, they've run away with it.
I'm actually surprised not to see a Team BDS timeout after that, because surely in a series like this, when you're huge favourites, you lose a game, the other team play well, they beat you for pace, fair enough. You see it all the time when, I won't say bubble team for Guilds, but a lesser team, historically, gets one game from outpacing you, and then you see the other team get 4 in a row, get 3 in a row, whatever. Getting that second game, CJ, that's where surely at least half an alarm bell just starts almost blaring.
I think it's an ego thing. You don't call a timeout against a team that you think you're going to beat. You should be beating. It's got to be an ego thing. I think if this is against any other side, they're calling a timeout here. They're down in the series. You don't want to go 3 games down, but I hope it's more confidence than ego. They just fully believe they're going to be able to level this series up. But for now, it has been the Gom show.
It has. It really has. Against a team that want to win world championships, it has been the Gom show. You gotta love Rocket League Esports. Acro finds Luis P. It's over the top. It's also just wide. A chance again for Guild. It's gone to the ceiling. Won't have the boost. Seiko defended that one incredibly and also teed up Rise.
Great little fake as well from Rise. Guild defending for now. Seiko does have a lot of time here. Goes for the air drill, but Acro's ready for it. Gets the pre-jump shot on net. This is trouble. The bump doesn't come through. Luz does well in defense. Rises there. Misses the boost. Monkey Moon has to beat 2 and does. Free double touch. Monkey, go to work. Follow up, not there. Rise. No one from BDS willing to trust that backboard.
Where was the follow-up? Monkey Moon did so much work. He was back in the stats game. But Seiko and Rise didn't fancy getting him an assist. Acro just booms it. Gom gets the most gentle touch you'll ever see. But it falls to Rise. Luis P in front of him. Luis P should clear this one. Monkey Moon now is there. He has Seiko to his right. Seiko rocking the Kiwi. Maybe in a slightly geographically incorrect shout out to CJ with those wheels. And Rise can't score.
Very wrong choice of national.
He's tried, all right?
Respect the try, respect the redirect as well. Almost there. Monkey Moon, 0 boost. Can drop it down, but Rise says no, thank you. That's not good enough for me. Does scoop up the mid boost. Acro's there, gets the corner boost off BDS. I love this from Guild. Playing the long game, playing the boost conservation game. Drop down, Monkey Moon follow-up, causes a double commit. Rise is there. Now a double commit from BDS. He has a flip reset, but he's got no friends. He's got no friends to work with. This is just going to be a Guild walkout, a defense kind of moment.
BDS have had all the play, they've had all the ball, they've had all the boost. And yet when the two real chances have come in from a mechanical play, from a BDS player, there has been no one following up. And when you have that much pressure, you have to ask why. Seiko does apply pressure there. Monkey Moon slightly wisely just allows Luis P to clear that one away. Here comes Rise. Monkey Moon's arriving. It's one more touch. Seiko's there. He won't be able to get the real shot on target. He was coming in at the wrong angle. And Guild, again, can just smash it away. There's a miss from Monkey Moon, but it's saved on the goal line by Seiko.
They're just not committing a third man at all, BDS. They're not respecting it. It almost cost them a goal again. Monkey Moon, no boost to work with. Gom gets the best touch ever and the follow-up. He is in a flow state right now, Gom. I'm not sure what's happening. I don't know if his hands, he knows, he's conscious. But it's working right now. Guild still trying to find that first goal on the board. Maybe Seiko's got other ideas. He's got the solo play. He's got the flip reset over the top. Huge save from Gom. Is there a follow-up? Monkey Moon gets the first on the board.
It has been coming for Team BDS. Their 6th shot on target should have been more. It was the double commit from Guild as well. Acro should have trusted Gom to get it, and he did. But Monkey Moon, with a good follow-up, decides to just smash the ball home. No messing about there. Just hit it hard. It's going to go in.
Hit it hard and get in. Is that what they say here in the European broadcast?
That's what they say in Europe, yes.
Sorry, just in Europe in general. Here we go, though. BDS trying to get their second one on the board. Monkey Moon pushing it forward off the corner. Maybe a follow-up himself. Maybe a double touch or the fake-out follow-up for Acro. A team play without his teammates involved here. Seiko tries to get the solo play. Pushes it to the side is Louis P. But again, we're seeing Monkey Moon going to work. Off the ceiling, pass across. Blocked out again. Counter-attack central here for Guild. Could be an opportunity. Seiko's in trouble. Last man, huge save.
Huge save by Luis B. He had an option. Was it pass or shoot? He went for shoot. Got it wrong, arguably. Rise, though, he'll go for the shot. He'll just about miss it and actually bounce it agonizingly in front of Monkey Moon. BDS, I think they're actually really just focusing on these solo plays now, trying to tempt Guild out, because Guild have been a little bit rushy with some of their defending. A couple of double commits starting to come in as winner's tilt starts to become a factor, and they start to believe they might actually do this.
Here he is. Don't pass up. I don't mind this. The Acro drop down. Rise is there. I love the setup there from Guild. Another pass across. Gom off the sideball. Just fires it on net. Monkey Moon with the save. Double commit BDS. The bump. This could be the opportunity. Rise cuts out Seiko again. This is just a barrage. Top corner goes wide. Louis there. Can't get it. BDS, fantastic defense to their credit. But Guild is still pushing infield pass. Monkey Moon reads it again. This is a clinic right now for BDS.
Yeah, but Guild, they're just going to keep on coming. They've turned it on. Gone back to game 2, gone back to game 3. Started it in game 4. Monkey Moon charges that one down. So much defending to do for Team BDS. Acro doesn't have that boost, but gets it past 2 of them still and gets it into the center. Monkey Moon, unfortunately for Acro, was the first to read it. Great play from him. Can Guild break free for one more chance?
Acro's on his ice skates right now. He gets another chance here. Goes for the low 50. Perfect positioning there. Louis does get the dribble. Seiko pre-jumps. That's going to help out here. Gom, 50-50. 7 seconds left. Guild need to get a goal here. BDS looking to tie this series up. Acro keeps the ball up in the air. Maybe a pop-up. Louis over to Gom. The hero dropped down by Rise. BDS tie it up.
You have to say it. Well done, Team BDS. That was not easy. Even after they'd got their goal, Guild Esports showed that they too have more levels to play with. But it's BDS. They find their way, CJ. They hold out. They showed that world championship spirit to win a really difficult game 4.
Yeah, 6 shots to 7 as well. It was certainly close on the scoreboard. It was close in the game. 1-0. That was all they needed, that first opportunity. And it was Monkey Moon finding the net off that Seiko solo play, which I love seeing. You know, he was sort of your player to watch in game number 1, as we said. The World Championship MVP, coming back to life, finding that form again. And he did it there. That was a crucial game win for BDS. Off no timeout as well, Cole.
I mean, they were laughing earlier on in the series against Team Liquid. So I think when they got a Brazilian game too, and Monkey Moon had his head in his hands chuckling instead of frustrated. Seiko, a massive, like a beam, a smile on his face. There's no laughter right now from Team BDS. They know that they are involved in a brawl, and Guild are taking it to them every punch of the way.
This is certainly a series that I probably wasn't expecting, Cole. I thought this might have been a regulation game. The Des didn't think so, but oh my goodness, BDS nearly just put the goal on a silver platter there for Guild, but they couldn't quite get the ball in the back of the net. Acro still pushing forward. Where is BDS in net? Rise is in trouble here. Front post. He misses the ball completely, but I guess Guild just weren't expecting it.
It almost turned into a great counter-attack for Team BDS as well. Rise, after that miss, carried on going forwards, found no boost at all, so he's a little bit stranded. Depending on Seiko's clearance, this could be a little bit of danger again for Guild. Starting on the attack. Game number 5, Monkey Moon prods it over the top of Luis P, and Rise gets in there fast, so any slight tilt has been shaken away quick from Rise. He almost gets a shot in as well. He does get a shot in, almost gets a goal in. End-to-end stuff. Gom up against Seiko, beats Seiko. Gom just catapults that one home.
Whenever Guild needs someone to step up, it is this man time and time again, and he's done it again over the top, beating Seiko if you don't mind. Rise can't get back in time. And Guild, whenever they're questioned so far this series, Cole, they have found an answer.
I'm not so sure about these Team BDS misses, though. Even there, when Gom took his shot, he did well to read that Monkey Moon had missed it. Monkey Moon again, he's actually faked out Luis P. This might work out for Team BDS. Seiko gets it past 2 of them. Seiko slams it home.
You are kidding. Have another look at this one. Just watch this one in silence, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that is just disgusting. The pre-flip, he had the double touch already in mind off the first one and finds the perfect angle. Seiko coming alive. We spoke about him, Cole. You spoke about him. And he's making it look good.
And that is why the genius, the legend Monkey Moon, faked it and faked out Luis P. He knew it was happening. Acro knows what's happening here on this play. Gom, can you turn around in time? Oh, he had time for a second touch. Could have got the old-fashioned tap and smash. Instead went for a quick shot, and that's what Team BDS not even wanted. They needed that, I think. But Luis P continues to be a menace on the ceilings. He is just an aggressive defender as Luis P. And Acro clears it long.
Another great counter-attack here. Guild are really beating BDS to the ball more times than not. Gom going for a crazy skim touch off the sidewall as well. Acro keeping the pressure on. Monkey Moon, BDS just flailing around. It's almost... It's weird seeing a team that's this clinical usually and has this much quality in their players, Cole, to just be flailing around so much. Monkey Moon missing the ball repeatedly. Perhaps the pressure getting to this team.
Oh, that one was pinching. Dangerously close. It's the Guild Esports goal, but they survived to fight another day. Here's gone to the ceiling. Monkey Moon was ready for it that time and actually connected with the ball. He's had a few shaky moments this game. As Monkey Moon seems to have stepped up his play style ever since Seiko got that glorious goal. There's a huge demo though from Luis P. Monkey Moon sweeps up the Ashes. Needs to do a bit more, sends them back as well. Past here with the boost, not quite. End-to-end stuff at the moment. And I think the Team BDS are going to be happy about that, especially when they take the lead here. Seiko scrapes the post, but it's 2-1 BDS.
Oh, I thought Seiko might have missed that, but what a cut here from Monkey Moon. He's always in the play, always ready to turn, and just not expecting it there, Guild. And BDS finding a goal out of nowhere. Seiko making sure that goal went in case there was a keeper there, putting it in the bottom corner. Great finish. And BDS do get the lead.
Nearly gone. The pass was on there for a second to Acro. It still might be. Acro just stays upwards. Call it. What do you call it? Oh, they're all calling it. Everyone wants to be involved. Look at the composure. Look at the passes. Look at the goal.
They just set it up like a training pack. They put the cones out and they just started flicking it around the bumps, the plays, the 1, 2, 3. Back to me. And Acro goes whack, puts it in. Equaliser. Guild Esports. This is classy.
I've never seen Team BDS made to be look like cones before. So I'll add that to the RLCS bingo. That was a stunner.
Man, oh man. Guild, as we said, they get questioned. They lose the lead. They find a way back in. That's what we love seeing right now. This is what we, I guess, didn't see yesterday from this side. We didn't see them on the main screen, but now they've got the lead again. Acro goes whack.
What happened there to Team BDS? Seiko from the back wall. Rice chased it. I think Rice thought Seiko was getting about 3 times as much power on that ball as he actually got, and by the time he'd realized it, there was no time. The Octane's nose was too snubby. He couldn't get back in time, and it's 3-2 Guild.
I'm just not sure how this is happening. I thought the BDS were going to run away with this game, but maybe there's still a chance. It's a great pass to Rice. Pre-jump to Acro. Does just lengthen his car out. He's horizontal in the air. Double pre-jump, double fake, and it's in.
Straight in. I thought there was a redirect from Monkey Moon. There wasn't. Another world-class fake there from Monkey Moon and Rise. Poor old Luis P. He's left stranded. Whatever he does, it's the wrong decision. And Team BDS equalize just when things were slipping away from them.
Oh, that wasn't a fantastic goal. It was just a double fake. It feels like Guild were, a little bit inside their own heads, but you just expect one of those players to hit it. The double fake came through. A bit of almost like an aerial show there, you'd see, but now it's time for Guild to respond, or perhaps they're just going to settle things down. They haven't lost they've lost the lead, but it's all tied up. They've still got a lot of time. They can take this to overtime if they want to. Gom trying to get to work off the ceiling. Does beat Seiko. The bump helps as well. Acro forces it forward, but it's straight to Monkey Moon.
It's lovely play from Guild to still have the wherewithal to take these touches, take it to the ceiling, the confidence to do so, not rush at the ball, not swipe at it. This is good from Luis P yet again. He's impressed me so much this series. There's almost a half pogo attempt there. Never seemed like it was quite on there from Luis P, but what a way to beat Team BDS that would be. Double down on cone mode against them.
we love the training pack simulator here. Seiko pass down. What a finish. BDS get the lead again.
The cones have come to life. They're pretty good at Rocket League themselves. Monkey Moon into the corner. Then there was Seiko. Look at the speed of him. He's already there on the ball. Into the near post. The perfect finish. Team BDS, if they can survive for this 51 seconds, they go within 1 game of the top 4.
This is ridiculous right now. I'm not sure what this series is, what we're witnessing, but all I know is we are witnessing it. Monkey Moon air dribble. Gom does get the save. Seiko again, he's trying to get that 2-goal lead and just really lock down this game. Lupe, he's got other ideas. No boost to work with, but he does find Gom. Maybe Gom can get the double touch. Rises on the backboard. Acro now. 30 seconds left, Cole. It feels like the opportunities are running dry right now for Guild to get that equaliser.
Yeah, the way they're playing now, though, you can never count them out. Gom, he has boost. He has the ball. The ball's a little bit high, a little bit frustratingly close to the ceiling, and Seiko, to his credit, was quick on him, quick to pounce when he could sense that hesitation. But Guild will come forward again. Rise blocks it out. Gom's just waiting, desperate for this ball to fall for him. Never really been under Guild's control in this entire passage of play, but that's a better clearance. Seiko's going to miss it. Monkey Moon wants to take control. Luis P sends it high. Is there a Guild player? There is! But Rise lives up to his name, gets up high in time, and BDS go 3-2 up.
This is the most unconvincing wins I've ever seen from BDS. They're not making it easy. They've conceded 9 shots to 5 there as well. But they do get the job done. They were clinical in front of net. Seiko with 4 goals. Guild called the timeout. They're going to go eat a banana.
Well, can we just give Guild some credit? Because, CJ, they've successfully taken a timeout. They've learned from their mistakes. They know when they have to take it.
They know that they have one. I think they were copping flack from the KCorp series. But no, I think for that series, it was sort of over. Let's be honest. But this one, well, this has been a series. Even when BDS look on top, then Guild step up. That game, it felt like Guild was on top, but then they just let BDS back in. Oh, this is... I'm not going to say this has been... Let's not pretend that this has been just the highest quality of gameplay, but Guild are just finding a way, and that's what I love about this team. They're making it scrappy, and they're almost making BDS... or forcing BDS to play a certain way that's awkward for them. They don't like it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that at all. Dragging down a team to your level and hopefully beating them with experience. And Guild, they will be experienced in this sort of play when there's fakes going on, when there's weird pre-jumps and awkward demos, and you're waiting for the ball to bounce off the ceiling, going bounce, 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 like Luis P was earlier. That's the style of match that Guild Esports want to have against BDS. I have an inkling, if I'm to be the bad guy, the devil's advocate for a second, that BDS just control this game and end it here, and we don't see Champions Field. Am I just cynical, CJ?
I think we need to see that. If we're going to take BDS seriously going into tomorrow, going into Championship Sunday, we need to see a clinical game, at least one clinical game from them, because well, Guild have really taken it to them, and it feels like, you know, BDS in that Liquid series, they were so locked in. They came in with the game plan. They knew what they needed to do. And it almost feels like maybe they didn't respect Guild as much, Cole. Maybe they just didn't quite come in with a game plan, with a, you know, quite a switched on. Obviously, they're boot camping together, but it just feels like they're not quite really locked into this one.
Well, Seiko isn't with Team BDS at the boot camp, but there are some old school endpoint vibes there, standing up, having a little jiggle, you know, playing catch instead of taking things super seriously. It's the old days of endpoint for Seiko, when they used to do star jumps and such. Will Seiko be as locked in as he was back in those days? Will we see BDS reign supreme, dominate teams like they have done at World Championships, they have done all throughout RLCSX Online, or will we see more of the GOM show, CJ? It might be the latter 15 seconds in.
What are they doing? I'm sorry, what are they doing? Did anyone just witness the rotations that have happened in the first 15 seconds? Rise is getting faked out by Seiko, then throwing it to Monkey Moon in the corner, who didn't want it. And then the 50-50s coming through the demos. Guild have walked that ball in. BDS, this is not the same team we saw earlier.
Oh, Monkey Moon almost gets a flip reset there just to shut CJ up for a second, because BDS, as you mentioned, CJ, have something to prove. So does GOM, though. He comes in from nowhere from the side, up against Seiko. And he wants more. He wants the boost. He wants the bull. Luis P, his teammates has been demoed. Sorry, GOM has just demoed a Team BDS player. Ball's going to go to the ceiling. Won't be too dangerous for BDS, but they have to shake themselves away from this one because Guild have started superior here.
It was a horrible use of the timeout from BDS in that first start of this game. But here's an open net. Does Rise get the angle off the corner? Follow-up goes wide as well. Rise just couldn't position himself around the ball enough. They've still got an attack. Seiko might be able to put all the doubters, all of my concerns about this team to bed, but he couldn't quite get the touch. GOM clears the ball. Guild still get the lead.
Sorry, the reason I'm giggling, my camera was on Luis P. I don't think the viewers were. And he was just buccaneering. His car just wouldn't go forwards. It was trapped sideways, trying to wave dash out of it. Anyway, a little one that I enjoyed there. Rise, he's got the ball. Seiko's in the center, but there's 3 Guild players racing to clear that ball away. How much boost will they have taken up, though? Monkey Moon thought maybe they had less than they did, because Acro was up, and Seiko can't get past him again.
Rise, aggressive positioning, it might work out here. Pass across the demo comes through though. Monkey Moon, Seiko's on an island by himself. Can GOM beat him to the ball? 50-50, drop down, shot not quite coming through. Louis does get the 50-50. Rise with the follow-up counter attack. Acro's there for the clear. BDS still just can't find a way through this Guild wall that they've put up. They want this game 7.
Rise, does he have his flip reset? He does, but I don't think he'll be able to do too much more with it, because GOM's positioning was fantastic. Where have they all gone, though? Into the same corner, and now BDS is sending it back to their own half. Did I blink and everyone was on the other side for a second? A bit of a weird play, but BDS come forward with it until Guild stopped them.
Yeah, that was open for a second there, but they just couldn't quite get the ball anywhere near the net there, BDS. And well, I love the long cons here from Guild. They're prioritising going for the BDS's corner boost, going for the long game here, trying to starve them out and build that continued offense. They don't just want that one and done counter attack shot, which I like seeing. It shows that they're a well coached team here, Guild. Well, BDS, they're pretty well coached as well, but right now they're not finding anything. Seiko air dribble does get it over the top. The demo's coming through. This has to be a goal, but Seiko cannot get the ball into the middle of the park to save himself. BDS should have scored again there, but they don't.
One of the players in the world you would most back to at least get that one into a pass would be Seiko, but he missed his second touch. BDS keep on coming. Luis P is bypassed, but Acro was there. Now Guild show they can defend as well. No longer are they able to steal BDS boost. It's BDS coming forward time after time. So into the center. It's a long time where the ball is aloft. Seiko catches it, but is met by GOM. Luis B has half a chance. He fakes it again. Guild continue to make this a scrappy little game of Rocket League. Back around the corner, and Seiko clears. But this is exactly what Guild want, CJ. It's pretty ugly Rocket League, but it's beautiful to Guild fans.
It's so scrappy, but Guild love it that way. They might not love this touch. GOM does go to work. He's stuck on the post. Someone help him out. He does recover in time, but Luis does get the save.
The Guild coach just walks on with a stick and wedges him off the post.
This is entertaining stuff. The face coming out the bumps. It's open. Monkey Moon could have just shot it, but Seiko cleans up. BDS get the equaliser after about 45 attempts at not scoring.
cleans up. Are you having a laugh, CJ? There's still dust everywhere. There's just pandemonium in front of the goal. Quickly clean up, mum's coming home soon after this house party of a series. It's an absolute mess. It's a gigantic scrap, and it's 1-1 now.
It's crazy right now. Does Guild have a response? 1 minute left. Guild trying to stay alive here. The game's tied up. They want Game 7. I'm not sure if we want Game 7, though. I don't know how much more of this I can take right now. But I know Guild want to get there. Champions Field on the line. 50 seconds left. Louis P. Monkey Moon's in net. He's in trouble. He's going backboard. The pump's coming through. Acro not quite ready for it, however.
Yeah, Acro turned that one down very, very soon. He saw his teammate hovering in the air, and a counter-attack was going through his mind. A counter-attack that would end this series. BDS can win it. Monkey Moon, his car bounced a little bit awkwardly, but Rise is coming in. Can he be the one to finally take control? He gets the flip reset, tries to tee up Seiko. Charged down by Guild. Defensive position is resumed for Guild Esports. Monkey Moon wants to bypass it, but there's Acro again, heroically. 20 seconds left, Guild hanging on.
Huge second touch here. Rise pushing forward, does get the bump. Seiko, he's waiting. He's got boost on the sideboard to work with as well. Fakes it underneath. Huge touch from Louis to the side. Might just buy enough time. The bump's coming through. Rise, BDS, they just want to finish this game. They're saying, please get us out of this lobby. What is happening right now? Monkey Moon, shot on net. Gom can't get the touch. Follow up. Touch to the side. We have overtime. Guild, the fairy tale might just live on for one more game, but we'll better find out.
It's definitely possible that we find our way on Champions Field after this, but BDS, like you say, CJ, seem like they've had enough. A different version of them has emerged in the last 40 seconds or so. Seiko tries to kill it. Acro saves it, but they can't come forwards. BDS, the lingering monster always there on the sidewalls. Gom, he's gonna leave this one to Luis P. As he know he's not. Monkey Moon nips in. There's a bit of indecisiveness, and you cannot do that against Team BDS. It will always backfire, and they take the series.
Yeah, the really big defensive mistake there from Guild ends the series. They fought valiantly. They fought with heart. They made it an absolute dogfight, but in the end, it's BDS that stand tall. They'll be moving on to Championship Sunday. They make another top 4 here in EU. First split as this new lineup with Rise. And well, for Guild, Cole, the fairy tale run felt like it had to come to an end at some point, but they've gone out in style.
It was teetering on the edge, and it finally fell in that overtime. Team BDS, they see themselves emerge victorious and into that top 4. And to quote a sports cliche, CJ, playing badly and still winning, that's the sign of a champion. So that's the positive to take from that series for Team BDS.
Well, I could say that. I'm still not confident in BDS. I think that we need to forget about this series, look back at how well they played in that Liquid game and take it. They have to take that into Championship Sunday, because then they can be a real contender going into tomorrow. But wowee, that was not the game that you want to be a BDS fan. It went to 6. It could have gone to 7. Guild made it an absolute scrap, as we said, and it was entertaining, Cole. But I'm going to leave it at that. It was entertaining.
It was entertaining. We've all had fun. And coming up right now is going to be a battle of two teams who have been performing just that little bit better like we expect from them. Moist, they disappointed against Vitality, but Oxygen stepping it right up earlier on against PSG Tundra. Can they take that momentum forward, or will Moist refine their best Rocket League? Come back after the break and you can find out.
Le décompte est lancé. Marquis Jack dans les airs. Le RD doit pas rentrer Jack. Le maximum sur Hits et ça va donner l'ouverture du score. Ah, derrière, Soyo n'est pas là, là-bas touche le sol. Les Genji sont champions majors de Rotterdam.
Ça manque un petit peu de puissance, c'est parfait pour Extra qui va venir mettre le but en or en faveur d'Exalti. Attention à Monkey Moon, la passe axiale et l'ouverture du score.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We carry on almost through day 2 of the European Spring Cup. We watched BDS barely hold on to a win there as they push past Guild Esports. Guild doing their best to not be knocked out, but alas, it has happened as BDS move into the lower bracket semifinal. I'm Leaf. Jorby is with me still, and CJ has decided to join the desk. CJ,
man,
a bit of a push from Guild, yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a push. Rise has gone on and tweeted after the series, actually the worst series I've ever been a part of. That was the most awful gameplay ever in RLCS. Sorry to whoever had to endure that. GG's to Guild, they played well. So I think he probably agrees with what we were saying in that series. I'm not sure what happened.
I mean, there were some questionable goals in this series. There were also a couple of really good ones. Takeo hit a nice one in the middle of that, but for a while I was like, oh, it's the Gom show, I guess. The dude was all over the place. Acro was looking good in the middle of that series too, but I mean, BDS, they did get it together, and Rise was able to help his team complete the worst series he's ever been a part of. I was scared for BDS for a second. I was like, oh, are BDS about to concede to Guild again? I feel like this happened in a season before or something, but it didn't.
It's a bit of a subtle. It's a bit cheeky too, though, saying that they played well, but it was still the worst series. I don't know. It's a little underhanded. It might be.
Yeah, I think so. But we were, Jorby, you were saying this is going to be a 4-0, and it was a 4-2. It was almost a game 7, but it just felt like, I don't know, BDS got inside their own heads.
It was off.
When you see other, the one team, your teammate whiffs, then you whiff, and then the other person whiffs, and all of a sudden it just seemed to snowball into a chaotic series that I think both teams, well, Guild to their credit, it was better than the KCorp series. They almost took BDS to 7, but it was crazy. I don't know. We'll just move on. Let's move on. BDS through
right.
Sunday.
We're going to move on to talk about the matches in a second here, but just keeping a lot of you out there really like to collect items. So I just want to let you know the item of today, right now, actually in about 3 minutes, we'll have the Royal Crown Frosted Topper and the Draco Frosted Wheels. We'll be in the featured shop today and tomorrow. So go check it out. I know there's a lot of people that we had the roasted topper yesterday. You want the other set. Frosted's in there now. So go check it out. While you're doing that, we'll take a look at the bracket, give you guys some time to get onto the shop and see where we're at. We have one more match to go here down in the lower bracket. We have KCorp, Jorby, and Team Vitality sitting in that upper bracket, still with 2 lives. BDS moving to lower bracket semi now, holding on to that 1 life they have.
Yeah, and Moist is coming in on that 5th spot for the major, coming up against Oxygen. This is big for Moist to really solidify their place, especially with all the other teams that are out now, to solidify that 5th spot for Boston. Having some of these spots, they're starting to become collected and taken. So this will be a big series for Moist.
Let's start talking about it. It's our last best of 7 here for day 2. Moist Esports facing off against Oxygen Esports, as only one team can make it through to face off against Team BDS. CJ, this is huge for both of these teams, really. I mean, Oxygen having a bit of a struggle to live up to the name, the brand names we see on this roster here. And Moist Esports, of course, with the changes it's gone through, trying to relive its glory days.
Yeah, Moist have been the surprise packet, I guess. At least yesterday, they really showed up and, they were in the upper bracket. They really took it up there, but then they faced against Vitality. I mean, Vitality haven't lost a series yet. Oxygen as well lost to a Vitality. Was it Vitality? No, they didn't lose to Vitality, did they? Anyway, I'm losing my mind over here. Oxygen, however, against PSG, they showed up. They found a way, and it just feels like they're maybe returning to form. I feel like all the other analysts had written them off. I was the only one to predict them. Maybe they can use that confidence, Jorby, because, Moist, they're coming off a 4-0 sweep, against Vitality, who absolutely decimated them. That can't do wonders to your confidence.
Well, just to remind you, CJ, Oxygen ended up losing to Gom and company over on Guild in the upper bracket. Oh. It's been a long journey for them down here, but I do agree with you that, it's all mental for this Moist team. They have the talent. I'm always concerned when Cash isn't in a dominus, and he wasn't in a dominus for that Vitality series. Now, granted, I don't think that's why they lost, but I do think that a positive mental means everything for this team. They have to start out in control of this series. If they don't, I don't know if they're going to get control of it again. I think you have a volatile team in Oxygen. This is a big chance for Moist to start on the right foot and get the advantage in the mental game early.
You're a Cash man as well, all the way back to Misfits, Jorby. What does he need to do? How do you unlock the cannon?
Get in the Dominus. Why are you in a Fennec? Stop playing with other cars, Cash. All the other pros get to play Octane and Fennec. You don't. That's your fault for picking Dominus forever ago. You're a nut in that car. Get in that car. That's all I want to see, okay? And then I'll get your true measure. But I just want Cash to believe in himself. That's all I want. I just want him to believe in himself. He is one of the best players out there. And I just need him to know that too. Because as soon as he believes that, he can beat almost anybody. I don't look. There's Zen and Vatira up there. It'd be tough for me to say anybody, but like seriously, he's just got so much potential, so much talent, and I think it all comes down to him and his belief.
I feel like Jarby was stewing on that one for a while. You asked him the question.
I really opened the door.
Explosion.
I didn't even know it was there, but you opened it for me.
It was just creeping. But you're right. I mean, and a big thing for that team we were talking about before is mentality. I mean, we see that they have players that can hold a good, strong mentality on the team of Moist, but they've got to make sure that they can maintain that even if they start going down in the series. So for Oxygen, maybe they can exploit that. If they get that early lead, maybe they can just shut down Moist in their mentality, especially coming off a 4-0 loss right before that. But this is big too for Liquid. I believe that Liquid will be looking from the outside for a win from Moist because that'll clinch Liquid to Worlds there. But both teams, Oxygen and Moist, not out of the running, but obviously getting a win here is going to set them further ahead in points. Let's get some predictions from chat. Let's start throwing those on the board. You guys are already doing it, so let's make sure we tally those up. Spam them just in case they weren't counted before. Hashtag MST and hashtag OXG Analysts. It's time to your final thoughts here for day 2. Moist Esports or Oxygen Esports. I genuinely think this could swing either way. CJ, do you have any indication of which way it's going to swing?
Oh, I'm just going to go Moist. Give you Moist. I think that they showed up on Friday. They've lost the Vitality, but well done. Everyone's losing to Vitality. They've still got fantastic form lines, and they'll be good here.
Yeah, it's just a badge that every EU team is collecting. Let's get wet. Give me Moist. I think they move on to Sunday.
It's interesting. I said if they lost their last series, I'd lose most of my hope in Oxygen, but they haven't, so I'll hold on just for now, and we'll see, and I'll put Oxygen on the board one last time. Maybe this is where the face starts to really deteriorate. It has for chat. Well, we already know there's a lot of fans behind Moist. Let's get to the field. We got one more game to play. Let's send it down there for our final match, our final best of 7 of day 2. Moist Esports and Oxygen facing off with Liquid looking from the sidelines.
So we spoke about this earlier on, Johnny. The belief seemed to have disappeared when it came to Oxygen. They're the team that's maybe a split behind where Moist found themselves earlier on. Moist were the team trying to recover from Rise leaving them. Now Oxygen, towards the end of their season, looking to pick up the scraps and looking to do it off this player here. Ixo was the player they decided was going to be the guy that could be the replacement. Now they need to get everything up and running again, heading towards Boston and towards Worlds.
Yeah, and it has to be right now. They've got to get involved in this race for the major, which is starting to look like more of a certainty. Whereas in North America, OCE, MENA, it's completely up in the air who's going to the major. We're just starting to see more and more teams look like locks in Europe. Vitality locked in. Team Liquid with last event 2nd place. Already have a lot of points on the board. BDS have made 2 top 4s. KCorp 2 top 4s. Not easy to catch up to teams with this many points, especially with the other teams at the top, KC and Vitality looking so dominant. So it has to be now for Oxygen, has to be now for Ixo, who is really, for me, the highlight. He is the guy who's been brought in to replace Rise. I think so far he's having a good event for himself, but those are some big shoes to fill.
And spare a quick moment as well for Relating Wave, who will be watching this one and wondering, well, why are those two getting to play? He was the one.
I don't think he's watching it.
I wouldn't be. And, well, I don't think Oxygen will want to see this one back either, but he was the one that was along with Cash and Ixo. And, those are the ones that get to play in this position.
That's just a straight up 1v2 play from Cash there. Beats Ixo and then doubles it past Archie to center. And Joyo's there for the easy finish on the goal line. But Cash stealing the show early on here. He has been a highlight machine in his career, but a machine that sometimes false starts. Oh, what a dunk. Oh, wow, Jarius has completely caught Cash out there. And we do have a tight game.
We're talking about maybe a stuttering Cash when it comes to particular plays. That was just a lack of respect entirely for what Jarius was going to do. He tried to go low, And I don't know, set himself up for a 1v a solo play afterwards, but no, Joris having absolutely none of it.
Yeah,
Joris is not one of those players. Let's go ahead.
I was just going to say, he's playing the ball as first man. It's something you always have to respect as a defender in Rocket League. The first man has every right to play the ball. You know, I can hear all of you in chat, you know, in your ranked games saying, why would he go for that? Oh my goodness, can you see how stupid this is? Why would he go? But I mean, first man's always going to go, and even at pro level, we see that it can work out. Gash actually turned away from that. He didn't realize it was going to be as free as it was. Now Jory is with an attempt at a mind game. Yeah, I think as the last defender there, you've got to get goal side. You've got to play the ball. You've got to anticipate a touch. Speaking of, oh, what a save Jory is. Dives down to save what looked like a guaranteed goal.
Joris had a fantastic start to this series. Not one of those players that came in with so much fanfare. Maybe hasn't necessarily found the results to go along with that fanfare. Had a great start with Dignitas, that fizzled out. Had a great start of Oxygen, that's fizzling out. Needs to reset it as we head towards the latter stages of the season. Needs to get to Boston. You do not want a large gap between the end of your online season and then waiting for what would be a month and a half, 2 months before you head over to Worlds. Not a nice position to be in. Archie can keep the ball moving on. Ash just waits for it. And waits a little bit too long. He's gone yet again. Oxygen are not waiting around. This is zero space given by Oxygen. And if they're going to keep slow playing it on the side of Moist Esports, they're going to keep getting hit.
Yeah, the first demo there landed brilliantly. Unfortunately, there wasn't really time to go for another one as the double tap came in too quickly. And, you know, if you're going to double tap to try and support your teammate who's in front of you bumping the goalkeeper, you want to wait. Wait until the defender's forced to jump into the air, and then you want to go for your double tap too early, and the defender's just going to have an easy save. They're just going to jump way before the bump can land. You know, timing not really working out that time for Oxygen. They're not a team who are really known for their physicality off the ball. At least, you know, it's hard to really put anyone else in the same conversation with what Com's doing in North America. Oh my goodness, the post being tested here. I mean, these are positions that shouldn't really be goals. Tight angles like this. The post did actually come to the rescue because Joyas didn't get goal side of the ball.
So did they just pull off what I did against them, which was Joris doesn't have this? I don't know that could be applied to a pro strategy, but hey, at least I can hold that against you guys next time, if there ever is a next time. Joyo now off the backboard is going to be there to follow.
I'm not going to let you have that. I think that's just pure shopium there, trying to say that.
I think that one worked well in your mind. I'm not too sure about it as soon as we heard it.
That pure shopium, straight from the source. He's trying to say that it was fine not to anticipate a double tap from Joris. I'm not having it.
Joris doesn't have those. Well, Joyo might actually. Off that from the reset challenge. It's off the post. There's Cash to finish off instead. Ixo keeps it out. Well, that was both incredible offense and impeccable defense. We stay 1-1.
There's been some great saves in this tournament, but a lot of them coming from this game. Joyo looking dangerous in the Mustang as he did for a lot of last season. Turning aggressively here. Juicy snipes him upfield. Reset for Joyo. It gets away from him though. And this is aggressive by Moist. They're hunting for a regulation goal.
Oh, and Ixo can run onto it. Back body goes straight for net instead. Direct play. No time for Moist to respond. 1-0 in the series for Oxygen.
Oh, Moist thought they were the team who were pushing for the late goal. But it was actually Oxygen's the whole time. Archie just booms it. And Ixo's waiting downfield. I mean, both teams actually had players lingering upfield at the end of the game, looking for redirect opportunities. Oxygen actually get theirs into the net though, and that shouldn't actually come as a surprise to Moist, however. You've always got to look out for the booming clear, especially when it's Archie on the backboard. He loves to absolutely just send that full length of the pitch. Moist let their guard down. They thought they, you know, had got a position that was either goal for them or overtime. You've always got to be ready for the power clear at this level.
Wow, I mean, what a way this would be for Oxygen to respond, because the storyline has been you did the work earlier on and you're benefiting of it for the rest of the season. But no, I mean, They want this. They still believe in themselves. And what an opportunity they have. If they get a result like this against the Moist Esports, who did look incredibly good yesterday, that puts them back on the map. And we'll have to see then at the Invitational, you know, what else we can see from them. But for now, 1-0 to the good. And incredible play from Archie and Ixo to take that first win.
And you've always got to worry about Moist getting nervous. We saw it against Team Liquid last event.
I can't believe it.
It's never safe with this team. I mean, they've got a squad together that are going to struggle to really believe in themselves until they get that event win.
Do you feel like this is the antithesis of the Moist that we had last season when it comes to this? Because probably the strongest, if not the second strongest mental that we saw from them outside of maybe Furia, when it came to winning the Champions Field matches, the overtime records that they had. And then you look at this roster and it's the Glass Cannon squad.
Yeah, I mean, Rise kind of took that with him for a while. It was just the Rise, 0 second show. And then, of course, Vatira, probably the most confident player in the world, definitely one of them. He's no longer on the team. So when you take Vatira and Rise out of Oxygen, it's really hard to replace not just their on-the-pitch play, but just their bulletproof mentality, their winner's mentality. And, Juicy doesn't have an event win yet to really give him that confidence. Cash hasn't got an event win to give him that confidence. He's actually had a track record of disappointing results. Oh, that's a great shot, though. How has he found the angle from this position?
Great challenge to start with, and he just reads it immediately. And that's so difficult to do as well, because when you've got the bull cam on, you really can barely see your car anymore at that kind of angle. You just have to know.
I mean, the fact that he's hit that with power over Archie is absolutely astonishing. Cash opens his scoring for Moist. It was Cash who created the first goal in the last game as well. So he has been the star striker, the goal creator for this team. I think Oxygen look lively for me. I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. They are a massively improved team from last event. Oh, what a play, though, by Joy on Cash. I mean, I can't compliment Oxygen for more than half a second, it seems. It was out of nowhere. Cash and Joyo put together a 1-2 passing play. The vision from Cash to just fight Joyo over the shoulder there is phenomenal.
I really enjoy whenever we see those kind of plays, just looking at it from the POV of the third man, the goalkeeper, and just figuring out, all right, how little of a chance did you really have here? And yes, there was no chance. You have to respect where that ball can possibly go. You have to respect the passing angle. It's just wrong. No matter what decision you make, it is wrong. So 2-0, and Moist bouncing back in a big way here. Doing it in dominant fashion. Is that going to be number 3? Oh, it should have been.
Well, that is crazy that the ball's not going into the net. Looked guaranteed that it was going to pinch in. Somehow it stays out. Well played from Oxygen to actually get a piece of it. They need to really start fighting more for this midfield, I feel. Moist haven't slowed down the aggression. It looks like, conceding that 0 second goal has not taken any wind out of their sails. Still playing with confidence for now. Oxygen have to give them something to worry about.
That's almost it there. Ixo gets out of the way of Archie. I've never seen someone try and play leapfrog from that position, but it has worked out. Get the ball to Jorius. Cut that lead in half.
Yeah, I love that from Ixo, just making sure that he's not going to bump his teammate Joyo. A bit uncomfortable in the back wall there. He had plenty boost. He was, kind of guarding a high ball, and it went under him. Yeah, that's the danger of sitting on the backboard, is you don't have an easy adjustment if the ball does go downwards. Oh, look at this. It's going to be a tight game. I mean, where are these goals coming from? Moist have completely fallen apart here.
Have a look. Just goalkeeper in. Too far forward. I don't think that was even savable if it was top corner. Just not with that positioning. It's just, it's disappeared.
Again, Joyo a little bit awkwardly positioned there. First goal goes underneath him. And it's hard to jump down off a backboard. This one goes over his head. I think both those goals, he could have been positioned a little bit further back and had a chance of getting a 50-50, a chance of getting a save. That's pretty easy for Oxygen. We're starting to wonder, okay, where are the goals going to come from? Because it's mostly Moist who are aggressing in this matchup so far. and Oxygen have had moments, but they definitely want to be creating more chances. And then suddenly out of nowhere, they just get 2 goals. So, not really making it difficult for Oxygen defensively.
Somebody out there in the world, Johnny, that just left the room to go and get a little bit of water, you know, some tap water, something. Doesn't take too long. Has come back and has wondered what on earth has just happened. I do feel like Oxygen will be thinking much the same. Where has this gone? Also thinking much the same as Archie does wait. Ixo comes back in. Oh, Jorius.
Oh.
I tell you what, Jorius looks very dangerous in this lobby.
That was such a good attempt on that reset corner double tap. Hits the bar from Jorius. That would have been a goal of the day contender. Now Archie with a much easier double off the backboard. He puts it wide.
Not far off. And it's been from the corner that they've been trying to create those opportunities. Archie's going to be late back. Does still get there in time. Passes it off to Jorius. Juicy needs some support. He's got Joyo over there. Finds the pass, wins the challenge. Joyo versus Archie, who comes out on top. Archie for now. We stay tied at 2 goals each.
And that was a flip reset bump attempt from Joyo. Archie waited until Joyo flew over him and then played the ball. Really good defensive timing from someone not really known for his solo ability. That 1v1 play coming in clutch for Archie in defense. Now can he go the other way? Not yet. Joyo stuffs him. Now Joyo's a free touch. Juicy redirects it at his own backboard with enough pace that it's cleared itself.
That was a little bit too close, if anything, but we go into overtime. Big one as well. Oxygen can double their lead or see it disappear entirely, depending on the result of this next goal. Ixo is loitering around. He's loved being in that position. Moist, if they do lose this, they will wonder how. Nice fake from Juicy. Jorius up next. Archie again the last person back, and again does incredibly well with it. Now what can he do on the transition? That sets up very nicely for Ixo. And it looks like it's Oxygen's turn. Not quite.
This is suddenly a real fight for the midfield as Oxygen start to contest the ball earlier. Clash. One extra touch, not enough to get it past Archie, who's been stellar in defense in game 2. Not shy moving forward as well. Great demo on the rotation back. Juicy winning possession back for his team, but not for long. Cash still tussling for it. It's so back and forth right now. No clear advantage. I mean, we had a 0-second goal to separate the 2 teams in game 1. Now overtime game 2. It's still on a knife edge, especially compared to some of the other matches we've seen today.
This really might come down to who can get the better shadow, who can be the first player to follow up from a 50. Just break through. Juicy passes it out. Oh, that's a teammate gone. Jorius looks to try and break away. Now he looks for the player. Not gonna quite work. Infield to Juicy. Oh, he faked him out. Just couldn't reposition that car afterwards. This really could go either way. But for now, Oxygen would like to see a little bit more possession of the ball.
Yeah, that was terrifying for both teams. Juicy accidentally outplaying his teammate. If he'd faked that aerial, Oxygen would have been in real trouble. Thankfully for Oxygen's sake, Moist were not on the same page. I'm really surprised Juicy didn't fake it though, because he's been mind-gaming quite a lot in this lobby. Oxygen once again shut the door at the near post. Nice little chip pass attempt by Archie. Jari is beaten, but Ixo's right there behind him. Jari is still on the boost here. Danger for Moist. They do get a nice lateral pass in defense. Oxygen were waiting in the middle. If that one went central, Moist knew better than to give him an easy clear.
Incredible anticipation as well from Ixo. He sets his team up to now break away. Haven't seen a long-form offense from Oxygen in this overtime just yet. Oh, lovely from Cash. He has shut down though. Ixo moved back in. Now Joyo, first touch let him down, did recover it from the challenge. Everything is challenged here. No solo plays allowed. Instead, it is all about the pace. And who makes that first slight mistake? Jorius doesn't get enough on it, but that actually might cause some chaos. You don't always need the perfect play. You just need everyone to believe that you can. Juicy Looking for the challenge, gets it, and is demoed for his troubles.
Yeah, Juicy trying to be the 8th French player to make top 4 in this event. 7 have already made it out of 9. He would make it 8 out of 12. And he's going to do it with a winning goal in overtime. Juicy goes huge on Forbidden Temple.
One mistake, one whiff on the way up, and Juicy gets the space he needed. 1 each now in the series. And a series, Johnny, that is shaping up to be quite the meaty one indeed. I have thoroughly enjoyed our opening 2 games. And it looks like we got more and more of it to come because, well, these teams seem to know what's on the line here. And it is nice to see both of them stepping into their own.
Yeah, I reckon that it looks like it's slightly Moist favored. They're the team who have, I think, conceded the silly goals. There's a couple of, well, not silly goals in this game going against them, but goals they could have definitely done more to prevent. They gave away a couple of easy goals here, and really, I think, scored some brilliant goals at the other end. Even game 1, the first goal that they conceded, Moist that is, very careless goal. So I think we're at 3, very careless goals. You can even chalk the 0-second goal up to being a careless Moist play, overextending with no time left on the clock. So that's, I think, the key for me. If Moist can just play a little bit more carefully in defense, they do look like the better team.
The only problem for me on that is, as I'm sure most Moist fans will attest to, is that's kind of just been the MO for almost every goal that this Moist squad seems to concede. It's not just in this sort of series, it has been everywhere. As that was such a close attempt, but Juicy is going to add to the one that he scored in the previous overtime. And Moist starting to rock and roll.
Yeah, Archie being chased into his own net there, trying to in and out save Juicy's shot. But just like we saw in the earlier series today, low shots, very difficult to save when you're lunging off your own crossbar, the underside of your own crossbar. Juicy actually breaking rotation to get to that ball as well. Love to see his involvement. The fact that it very much is a 3-man offense for Moist, which is great to see. They're not trying to shove their least experienced player into 3rd man. They're just playing every role evenly. Juicy, I think, underrated when he joined this team in the first place because it was Rise that he was replacing, and how are you supposed to replace Rise? But now he's really starting to show why this team picked him up as he gains more and more confidence with every passing event.
I still claim that Juicy coming into that was maybe the most impossible task since Yukio tried to replace KCorp. Like, yeah. It was never going to work in terms of just being the same. But now Juicy getting to shine on his own light. Oh, and that's gone underneath a few players. Jorius jumping for it yet again. Ixo does win the ball. That's loose for everybody to work with, especially Ixo. Needed the support to follow up, though. And I think that will be the big test here is we do get Oxygen on the defense. They were very quick on the follow-up for a lot of the goals that they've scored on Oxygen's side. Can they keep that going? Can they continue to read those outplays as well as they have done?
Once again there, Juicy and Joyle not really reading each other. We saw the similar thing happening in the last game where I think Joyle would have been calling Juicy to fake an aerial, which he then did not fake. Now they're in a lot of trouble defensively, but Joyle closes the gap. Good speed to block Archie's shooting angle. Yeah, a couple of dangerous positions there. You've got to be careful with these double commits in aggressive positions like this where recoveries are not so natural. You better be doing that with the wall behind you. Oh, Cash actually has a flip here, and he's used it to slot the ball bottom left. Unbelievable by Cash. The cannon is firing.
Because he can. And that's all the reason you need to give Cash to score a goal like that one. He's up and rolling. Oxygen are now starting to see what Moist are capable of. And they need to get themselves back into a fighting mode right now because they've got Juicy up and rolling, they've got Cash up and rolling, and we know Joyo can get up and rolling at a moment's notice.
And that was just phenomenal. Cash, it reminded me of Garrett G's Season 5 ceiling recovery goal. This is just, a different level of it with the immediate recovery there onto the ceiling after being bumped. and then using the flip to place the shot. I mean, both were obviously amazing goals for different reasons, but always great to see bumps being used for the advantage of the player being bumped. You know, really showing that you can turn that aggression against the opponent. You know, they're technically giving you a boost of momentum if you're able to react fast enough like Cash did there.
I don't care anything else that was said during that series. Oh my Garrett is still my favorite call in Rocket League history. That is personal for me.
He's being humble right now, Shogun.
Nah, absolutely not. Legendary final carpet himself. Now we get the legendary Joy Okami moving into the corner. Does get beat to the ball. Juicy reset. Almost managed to find Joyo.
It's open.
And instead it's on the counterattack. Surely you don't miss those. Well, I've said previously that I don't think Jorius has that. Jorius has that.
You know, I swear if that's me, it rolls straight up the back wall into an unscorable position. Complete luck if you ask me. Jorius got a second chance at it.
You know, those are the ones that always just roll up the ceiling every single time. Oh, no way! Cash!
Whoa!
Hello!
Oh, well, I mean, you have to respect that shot. Ixo carelessly turning towards the ball. It's a great shot by Cash. He's slotted it from the halfway line with almost no boost to play with. But I don't know why Ixo's moving upfield there. There's always the threat of a shot when a player wins the kickoff, rolls with the ball like that. Ixo will know that. He's just completely let his guard down in that moment, and they've lost another goal to go down by 2. That's, I think, probably the worst goal that they've conceded all day, Oxygen, who have been pretty solid in defense.
Now Cash off the ceiling. I think Cash is confident at the moment, and that is a very dangerous thing indeed. Off the slide shot. In goes Joyo. Does win the challenge. Doesn't get a favorable bounce off the post. Well, if Oxygen are going to re-cement themselves as challengers towards Majors and towards Worlds, they're going to have to do it in a big way. Moist are not rolling over in this series at all. Joyo now off the low challenge. Swarming them. 30 seconds left. Oxygen, you wouldn't know it, are the team that needs 2.
Yeah, you know, the real problem for Oxygen is they relied on a lot of defensive mistakes from Moist to get the majority of their goals. Now those mistakes are not happening, and it's just one-way traffic. Moist are completely steamrolling them. They have looked the more aggressive team from start to finish, and now they're starting to do it without the mistakes in between.
4-1. A decimation on DFH Stadium. Jorius trying to find something, anything for his squad. It's not happening. Joyo shuts it down. This is the sort of one where you question if the timeout might be required, because Moist, if anything, have to be iced. They were that good in this game. Moist 2-1 and an incredible fashion, and they've done exactly what we said. Timeout called before we even managed to get to the scoreboard.
Yeah, they're not going to make the same mistake Guild did earlier. They're going to make sure to call that timeout immediately, and this is obviously a good decision. Moist 2 games in a row. Oxygen a bit flat outside of the solo plays. They look like they're lacking coordination in offense. You know, I'm liking what I'm seeing from them with their little 1v2 outplays that are popping up every now and then. We're seeing one, you know, maybe a play from Jorius here and there. You know, Archie, something you'll be able to win a 50 and then get back to the ball, but not really a lot to write home about Oxygen. They need to start synergizing in offense if they're going to match this Moist team, who are just levels above right now with their confidence, levels above with their aggression. And, you know, unless, I don't want to say it, but yeah, unless Moist have another complete collapsed class, I think it's their series. It looks like we're going to have a clear top 5 in EU with Liquid on 29 points. Just so I can put it in perspective to you guys, how clear the top 5 would be in EU if Moist do in fact win this. Liquid are on 29 points. They're eliminated from this tournament. If Moist win, then the closest team to Team Liquid would be PSG Tundra on 18 points. 11 back. That is a long, long way back with only one event to play. Moist can actually put themselves all the way up to 24 if they win this. That would be a 6-point gap to their nearest rival, PSG Tundra. Again, a massive jump. I mean, you look across the pond at NA, 5th and 6th are tied. Furia are just 4 points behind, and then you get G2 1 point behind them. You've got maybe 5 or 6 teams who are all closer together than Moist are going to be to their nearest rival in 6th place.
And that would be a real pick your poison as well for PSG Tundra, because you'd look at the two teams that would be playing against each other in the next round of the lower bracket, and it would either be, all right, the team that gets you further away from making it to the major, or the team that might take that 6th spot from you when it comes to the World Championships and automatic qualifications. So that'd be a horrible spot.
It's really, really, it's almost an impossible task, you've got to think, because if PSG Tundra have to make up 6 points to Moist, let's say Moist bomb out in 9th next event, PSG Tundra would have to get top 4. They'd have to get top 4 in the next event.
2 wins?
They'd have to win 3 times upper bracket, or make a lower bracket run to top 4. That is so difficult to do with Vitality, KCorp, BDS, Moist, and of course Liquid, all looking as strong as they are. How you cannot guarantee a top 4 run right now in Europe. So yeah, Moist are not just in control of this series, they're in control of major contention, and not just theirs, but the whole top 5.
So, for Oxygen, none of those sound very nice to them either. The team had so much belief behind them. I remember just the groundswell of support when they stepped out in Rotterdam. We're not able to get the job done over there. Would like to get the job done here. Joyo over the top. See what Moist can bring to the table. I've had a little bit of time on the sidelines now. On Oxygen, though, I just take anything less than what just came at you in the previous match. As Jorius does step in, this is the player that I feel has been at the level that can maybe match Moist. I think he needs a little bit more around him. Archie's had glimpses. He's been really good in defense. Ixo was the overtime goal scorer. But you need more than that. And Jorius, I feel, has been the only one that's really been able to provide, as I almost got cast accursed.
Yeah, he definitely has. I mean, he's looked like the most dangerous player for Oxygen. Hold on, Ixo actually making something happen here. Jorius
anti-cast accursed, we take those!
And Jorius does get an opening goal. And that was actually Ixo surprising Juicy with a massive dunk in the midfield to set that one up.
It's all about keeping this going. Oxygen trying to take that timeout buff. More relevant in Europe than it feels like in any other region. Oh my goodness, Juicy. That's such a nice way of trying to get your team out of this position that they found themselves in. You start looking towards those boost totals as well. It's Oxygen trying to take advantage. Pre-flip! What a goal!
What a shot by Ixo. The timing was absolutely perfect, not just to make contact with the ball, but to chip it up into the roof of the net. Unfortunately for Cash, he tripped on the goalpost, so it would have been tough to save pretty much anything there. Still well done by Ixo. Even had Cash stayed grounded there, that wouldn't have been a completely automatic save. Brilliant shot. Very difficult to read those pre-flipped shots as well. Oxygen are showing us something they haven't really shown for the whole series. That is some kind of synergy in offense. They're following up quickly on each other's plays.
Off the corner, Jorius get the follow on it. Oh, and now Joe's gone chasing. Juicy does get bumped, however. That means he can't follow up the play. Not the best touch there from Cash. So if anything, just from that one touch, you already know that the timeout did its job. And for everybody as well, Moist still have access to theirs. It'll be very interesting to see when they use it as well. It becomes a little bit more personal preference when you get into a series like this one. It has been back and forth, and Cash so close, but he would like to see it again.
Yeah, this is looking good so far for Oxygen. Oh, what a touch that is by Juicy. I mean, giving credit to Ixo for his pre-flip goal earlier. That was a brilliant pre-flip from Juicy as well. Oxygen had everybody back. Now, actually, some of the team pitched this sideways. No one on Moist really ready to capitalize. Moist limited for chances. Far more than in every other game this series. Only able to put 2 shots on target so far. And they were both pretty easily dealt with by Oxygen as well. Joy with multiple resets. Cash with the follow-up. Oh, it bounces downwards. He had the double if it was a flat bounce. Suddenly, it's Oxygen in trouble. Oh, it's Archie who recovers to save the slow shot. I think that was probably open though for Joyo, at least part of the goal.
That's about as good as he could possibly have hoped for. Asked for Juicy to come and take over, realized that he had more boost. Now Cash. You can get Cash into a position, distance sort when you want him in. Not far off. But that's been the tagline of Moist's entire game to this point. Not far off. Still, we stay at 2-0. And Oxygen escape the pressure. Moist have to reset and go again.
Moist trying to find an opening. They've had some great chances there. Mind game doing absolutely nothing. Ixo saw it a mile away now. Passing off to Jorius, who's waiting in the back post. This is great midfield coverage by Oxygen. Hard to see a gap through this. Moist still almost find one. Oxygen matching their touches right now. No clear winners of these engagements. Until Jorius marches the ball downfield, wastes a whole lot more time that Moist need desperately.
So, doesn't get second contact, doesn't need it. He just looks towards the timer. And every second that ticks away is a minor victory for Oxygen. Moist need the ball now. They need to score off this push. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. The trip up is the last little bit that Oxygen needed. Timeout was taken, and they've got the win that they needed out of this game. 2 each on the series. Series well up in the air as to who can win it.
Yeah, fantastic game by Oxygen. Easily the best game for them. I mean, even compared to their game 1 win, this was a different feel where they weren't conceding the midfield. They were fighting for it, and they were very quick to pounce on the chances they got. We had Jorius up to capitalize on an Ixo dunk, and then we had Ixo pre-flipping to score the second goal. No panic yet for Moist. I feel like they're going to be still pretty confident, and probably just chalk that loss up to timeout buff. Well, no more timeout buff. That's obviously been used. Very excited to see if Oxygen can keep this up. I think we could easily go the distance if they do keep this up. The problem for Moist that did surface at the end of this game is he has some pretty horrendous shooting. Joyo way off with what was essentially an open net. He could have aimed at, I think it was like 40, 50 seconds left there. Could have aimed that in the roof of the net and easily scored, but did not get a good contact on the ball at all. So they're going to need to be more clinical with their chances. They look a lot more accurate with their shooting earlier on in the series. It's really only something that surfaced at the very end of Game 4 there for Moist.
I do like what Oxygen were doing, though, in the midfield, because they were doing something that I like to refer to as just a mechanics check on Moist, of just, I'm going to half challenge you here. You have to believe I'm going for you. You have to now make your move. You have to play that ball in sort of a way that you would prefer to do later on. And Oxygen were not only doing that, but they were doing it in a way that was so easy for them to recover afterwards. So not only are they making the life easier for the third man, the next man up in defense, but they can also just get back, be perfectly safe on anything else that Moist can throw their way. And that was just such a significant improvement for me. And as well from the fact of, yes, Moist were a step or two below the high standards they set themselves in game number 3.
Yeah, and it's also worth mentioning this is not a timeout by Moist. This is, in fact, a quick technical issue. We're just getting a server restart here. So maybe a bit of a timely error there in Moist's favor. I feel like this is something that will probably, if anything, be favorable for them. But I don't think Oxygen will mind this too much, because the more chance they have to talk about this,
if I know Snasky, he's always got something to say, all right? He's good to just get those all off his chest.
Yeah, no, it is good for Moist that they're getting a chat about this as well, getting to talk through, what they can do differently in this next game, because I think if I was to guess what they're talking about, it's all going to be about confidence for them. It's all going to be about let's let's just actually hit our shots when we get the opportunities, because earlier on in the series we were creating plenty of opportunities. So let's just make the most of them when they come along. Don't hesitate. Do not, think twice. Just slot the ball top bins. Gotta give props not only to Snasky, of course, for always having great word per minute during these breaks, during this accidental timeout here, technical difficulty that we're...
I mean, it looks like he's done now. It looks like he's got... Oh, no, he's back again. He's back.
I was also going to compliment him just how organized and clean this background is. Very, very clean, very... Always on point. If you've been following, watching Snasky's, little appearances on stream here and there during timeouts, you'll notice, look at the cleanliness. Compared to Moist, what a state. What are they doing? Somebody... take that bin out. What is it? It's half open. It's being held open by some rubbish. There's more rubbish on the desk. Moist, you've got to sort yourselves out. Snasky is completely clearing them with the room cleanliness.
I not to break the fourth wall over here for everybody, but I'm going to peer behind the curtain for you all. I'm very curious what it would be like if we went back to the desk and we just told, all right, just bring the green screen down. Let's see what's going on. How clean is everything behind you?
Oh, if Snasky's actually just using a green screen of a clean room and he's sitting in a bomb site, like a total just disaster of a room, then he's fooled me.
That's genius.
Well done.
Just clean the room once, get a screenshot of it, and then leave it behind you all the time.
Goodness, you've just saved so many people a ton of time. Everybody watching right now is like, why didn't I think of that? I'm just going to keep a photograph of my room clean and then use a green screen. Never have to clean your room again. Don't actually try this at home. You're going to get in trouble. Your mum is going to ground you. Do clean your room.
It does sound significantly more difficult to spend a significant amount of money on a green screen compared to just taking the bins out.
More time to play for replay, more time to learn how to double reset. Can't be a bad thing. Looks like we are about to get into the next game. Technical difficulties are subsiding. This is going to be game 5 of a potential 7. Oxygen's Snasky looking pretty calm. Feel like Juicy, a little bit more tentative. I'm getting some very serious vibes from the Moist camp. This is a key game for them. They did not call timeout. They still have theirs. Oxygen have used theirs already. We're going to get started with game 5 and find out, is it going to be the Moist who came out all guns blazing at the start of the series, or is it going to be the one that looked a bit nervous in front of net in game 4?
Moist as well. They're playing well when it comes to their split and making sure that they can go to Boston, but this will be another result if they do lose this. That is in the 5th to 6th kind of range. You're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to do well at the start of the next tournament. So for Jorius, taking that shot. What have they got? I feel like it's a bit of a reset now entirely for every single player on his form. Like, that's a decent amount of time you've been out of the field.
It is worth mentioning that, Moist, if they lose here, that'll be 2 5th, 6th place finishes in a row, which is exactly the same as Furia in North America, but the difference is that for Moist, all the teams ahead of them, or most of the teams ahead of them, are the same, so they would remain in the top 5, whereas Furia are actually in 7th place in points in NA, because the teams who are winning and going deep in the event have been different in Regional 1 and 2, so this is still good news for Moist that they're top 6. That's a great result overall. They're probably going to be in the top 5 going into the last event. It just depends on by how much. Oxygen can close the gap to just 3 points for the win here. Otherwise, Oxygen would be 7 points back, which is a much, much bigger task to make up in the last event.
It's one of those things, especially in a region like this one, where we always have what I describe as that result in the 3rd regional every single time, and Moist would leave themselves vulnerable to potentially that happening. Archie goes low, doesn't quite scoop up the ball. Good look there from Oxygen. Whoever does win this, double match point on the board for them. Juicy tries to just take it by himself, gets the bump on the player. Joyo looks for top bins. Instead, he finds nothing but crossbar.
Yeah, just not an immediate shot there from Joyo. It looks like he was waiting to see what materialized in front of him. Maybe, again, accuracy.
No way! Oh my goodness!
Save.
You know what? No, I'm upset him for saving that. It was a great save. I'm still upset. That was such a good shot.
Well, you know what's brilliant about that, though, from Jorius is the save was actually quite easy because he positioned himself so well. You know, you should all be taking notes. Where was Jorius there? He was in his goal. He was not in front of the goal. He was not on the goal line. He was in the goal. It's so much easier to save a ball that's coming down at you from overhead when you're actually in the goal. So very, very good positioning there by Jorius. We've even seen an own goal yesterday from, I think it was what's the new Monkeys roster? they've got a new org, and I've totally forgotten what their name is. But yeah, they own goal for
it
the
was
exact
Luna
same
something.
thing.
I'm
Luna
up to the
Galaxy.
Luna part.
We got there.
There we go.
Galaxy.
Between us.
Yes. They own goal because they were outside the goal, just barely outside the goal line. What a difference it can make when you're just inside the goal line there. Makes defense so much easier.
Great points. Really, I agree with all of them. Cringe save. Cringe save. I'm still not happy with it.
Good position, good save.
Cringe save.
You're gonna have to disagree on this one.
It's not going in the top place. I refuse. Anyway, into the final 2 minutes. Still got 2 each on the board. 0-0 on the scoreboard. Should be 1-0, but hey, I'm not holding a grudge. Archie. Oh, that's dangerous for him, and it has been set up now for the follow-up, but where is the follow-up?
Oh.
Moist miscommunicated. Who's still going for the bump? Who's taking the shot? And that looks like the opportunity's gone away from them.
Well, Moist, some nervous touches. Cash there with really nowhere near full power on an attempted shot on target. You know, I think all the Moist fans watching right now, they're just thinking, please, is it too much to ask for Cash to be essentially locked for the major before Regional 3? Something we've never, ever seen before. He's always one of the teams, he's always on a team that are just barely in or barely out. And that's where Moist are headed to if Uxor didn't win this. But they've had their chances. Moist just need to take them.
Yeah, it always seems to be the same suspects over here. G1, PSG Tundra, well, whatever name that they've gone under for those ones. You had your quadrants.
Yeah,
and,
any team
Cash
on.
Yes. Joby was bringing it up earlier on. This is something that's sort of stuck with him ever since the Misfits days of last season.
Yeah.
Time to break that. Time to start being a major challenger, not just a major contender. Now, still at the 0-0 deadlock. Teams just settling back in after the technical issues. Who settles first? Jorius, power clear. The back's turned now of everyone on Moist, and that's another power clear. Or is anyone back for it?
What?
Oh, always for a game like that to end. That would have been the most typical.
There's no way that that's gone off the bar twice. Juicy tried to get there, but he didn't want to jump over the ball, and he accidentally crossbarred the open net.
Have you been, like, giving him lessons?
I don't want to give
that's got to be it. That is.
Oh, there we go. What assist by Juicy. He wanted to do it in overtime. He didn't want an open net. He wanted a real goal. And that is going to put Moist on double match point. Timeout still available. They are delivering the promised result. The return of Moist Esports to the upper echelon of EU.
Now, Moist Esports understand that we've got to make a replay package out of this afterwards, so we need the better goals. And the open net, I don't know, would have been interesting to have on there. Instead, we do get a better one over in overtime. And yes, I do like the point that you've made there, Johnny, about Moist trying to rejoin the upper echelons. Because right now, I would say KC Vitality are in their own little gap. And you don't want the gap to those two to be too big. Right now, I'd say, definitely your BDSs, your Moist Esports. There's another team in there. I've completely forgot the name of it. There we go. Thank you very much.
You should be on a First Touch podcast with that kind of memory.
I feel like I'm just still holding a grudge from the reverse sweep 2 weeks ago. At least I have my reasons.
Why are Liquid so constantly forgotten? I feel like they don't deserve this. I feel like they deserve some recognition.
I feel like it's because I feel like if I leave them, Cold and Stumpy will correct me. But oh no, I don't necessarily have that safety net this time around.
But can they do it in 6? Moist are going to be very clear of 6th place and still in the tournament with more points on the table. And if they can just win one more game, they'll essentially lock the EU top 5. Even if Moist bombed out 9th place in the next event. Oxygen would need to get 4th place or better. 4th place would actually be a tiebreaker with Moist, just to show you how brilliant a position Moist would be in. They could only win 1 match in the next event and still be fine outside of an Oxygen top 4 or a PSG Tundra top 4 or a Guild Esports top 4. And none of those results look likely with the dominance of, like you mentioned, KC, Vitality, BDS, so consistent at the moment as well. And I
do
no doubt
appreciate
Liquid
the
are going to come
Liquid
back.
over on that one.
I think Liquid are
claim
coming
that
back
was
as well.
solidarity.
I think Liquid top 4 next event after a bit of a struggle this one. Probably likely. Oh, Jory's got a double here. No, he's actually just going to make 1 touch and then rotate out. What have Oxygen got left? They, I think, have looked like the defensive team for most of this series. And I'm not a fan of that from them. I want to see these players showing off their mechanics in offense, not just giving Moist the run a show.
Look close to breaking through. Moist are really just on that knife's edge, walking the tightrope when it comes to their midfield positioning, but it's working out. They're winning those challenges, and it's setting them up for success like this one.
Just a fantastic recovery by Juicy. Jorius was not prepared for the speed of that shot. Moist about to make a top 4. If they can just hold on a bit longer. 3 minutes. I mean, it's a long time for 3v3, but Moist are doing it right now. They look the part. They don't look like a team who are getting a lucky run into top 4. They look like the real deal. You know, sending Liquid to the lower bracket yesterday and now eliminating one of their main competition in Oxygen. What have Oxygen got left? Joyo, in and out save, into the near
he's
dribble.
still going.
Almost goes all the way.
Yep, Joyo looks very confident on the field at the moment, and so does this player on the ball right now, Juicy. Look, I understand top 2 over in Rotterdam was an incredible performance, but with the way that the team was playing, it did feel at times like he was along for the ride. Juicy on this roster looks unlocked.
He really does. I think, you know, if that first split with Moist was Juicy's split to just learn and his split to improve, and now he really is showing that he is at this level as a player. And he looks like he's going to be at this level to stay. A dangerous, very, very scary looking top 5. Dare I say, right now for Europe, the strongest top 5 we've ever seen from this region on paper, and the strongest top 5 in form as well. It's not done yet. It's never done until the ref blows the whistle. Archie's got open net here and he puts it in. Just when Moist started to look comfortable. Another goal comes off an infield pass. It's a double commit from Moist. And no one in the net to save the shot.
Oh, you couldn't have timed that one much better, could you? Oxygen back into this game, back into this series. It just took one moment of brilliance for them. Juicy reset off the backboard. He's got a second one. Where's the follow? Like even Moist Esports weren't expecting to get that far. Cash decides to take it. Did have Juicy available? Scan pass over to the side. Oxygen once again. Joris harassing in the backfield. Oxygen, when they do get offense, are happy to just loiter around that little bit longer. Steal the boost, get the bump on the goalkeeper. It's just getting the follow-up that's been the difficult part. The second man has always been faster on Moist Esports. Difficult to get sustained pressure going when you are consistently losing that battle.
They're just not really threatening enough here, Oxygen. Moist continuing to barrel forward.
Oh,
and
Joyo
they
made a mistake.
toe the line. Yeah, Joyo in a bit of awkward position there. Recovers well. Tash back to help him. I mean, just look at the difference. How much more scary it looks when Juicy, Cash, Joyo have a full pitch air dribble compared to Oxygen right now, who just don't look like they're able to put it on target enough. That being said, we have a tie game, and we're only separated by one game in the series. Now, you know, I want to see Moist prove that they can do this, but I don't believe it till I see it, and it's not over yet.
And it would be, as we've described, the glass cannon on Champions Field.
It would.
Start to get worried at that point, but it's up to Oxygen to get us there first. Until then, Moist would be the favorites. And are the favorites to get the next goal. Well, that really matters for much. Juicy moves on in, takes it down the side. Can't get second contact. Joyo beat to the ball. Archie, is it going to be Oxygen getting the final chance here? Off the side, Joyo doesn't make contact with the ball. Cash on the cut rotation. Oh, Moist going to get one final shot of this. Cash looks to take control of the ball, and it is going to drop down. Overtime required.
Oh, nervous overtime, I'm sure, for both teams. Oxygen's split on the line. Moist just one goal away from another brilliant result for their first split as a trio. The first team with pressure in that overtime. Juicy into the middle. Oxygen's covered it well. They knew that the only really option for Juicy there was to go middle. In the aftermath though, Cash has a free aerial. What's he going to do with it? He goes to the ground, fakes out one. Second challenge connects.
Good quick win again. Moist Esports have controlled the midfield as they have done throughout the series. Although that's a big win for Jorius. Ixa looks to follow. Instead, he's going to have to settle for just 100 boost. Oh! The wall, and, well, Joyo had more belief than anybody else in the lobby. Happy just to leave it.
Yeah, he was not ready to save that if it was top corner. He was absolutely unprepared. Had that shot been just slightly more to the right. Luckily for Moist, it was destined for the post. Jorius with a demo upfield. He's going to take over here. Great challenge by Juicy. Worst thing you could do there is get faked out. You make sure that that does not happen. Same thing with Joyo afterwards. This is getting a bit dangerous though for Moist. They've defended their back corner boost though. Joyo, a big win there, helping them get out of defense.
Cash just swoops back on in. Boost total starting to run a little bit lower here on the side of Oxygen. They need to do a lot of that possession. The bump from Jorius gives the space that they need. Cash runs on the far side for Joyo. Can he get it over to him? Not quite. Jorius goes for the power shot. Has he caught them unaware? No, he has not. Cash not only collects the ball, he resets it. And the pace is starting to ramp up here in this overtime. Ixa, he's got it! We're going to Champions Field!
It's beat so for Oxygen. What a read. What timing of arrival. He slots a very awkward angle double tap. And of course, we are going to get a Moist timeout. No doubt we are going to settle this in Game 7. If Oxygen can win this, they are in the running for the major. Not just that, keep the tournament alive. What a headache that would be for Moist. They're so close. They're so close, Shogun, but once again, it just seems so far away from them.
It's never going to be easy, is it? It never will be easy. But full credit to the way Oxygen are handling this right now. It never feels like they've been in control of the flow of this series, but they've ridden the wave the entire way, and they've ridden it to Champions Field, where anything can happen now.
Also,
really, you put the rest of the series and you throw all knowledge of it in the bin.
Moist have also, they have not called a timeout. What is going on today? We had Guild earlier on today.
They're on a 2-loss streak here,
They have not called a timeout.
It's a 1.
I can't understand it. You know, a lot of, if you're wondering what the significance is, why we're so shocked, the win rate for teams after calling a timeout is significantly higher than just a general, win rate from a team who've just gone down 2-1 or 3-1 in a series. It's a clear in a game mode where you don't really have that many stats that correlate to winning very often. This is one of them that does. So yeah, they have not called a timeout. We're just getting straight into the next game. That was just a standard time between games here. We've got all the players loaded into the lobby. I don't know what Moist are thinking about that one, but they must have, they must at least think that their heads are in the right space here.
Of all of the storylines that are going on here, if Moist do win this, then it is Liquid that have clinched Worlds. That is one storyline among many, and not something that I'm sure Moist really care about. They care about coming in here and getting the job done, the job that they looked to be full of control over. And it's slipping away And for Cash, that's a feeling that's becoming all too normal to him. Needs to change the narrative right now.
Yeah, just not the position that they wanted to be in. They've had their chances earlier on to take this series, have it over and done with. But on we go, and Oxygen in that overtime we just saw came to life with their aerial speed. They were dusting Moist and really putting the pressure on them. Moist have to look out for those fast aerials. They've got to look out for those hard clears. Oxygen have started to go a lot more quickly than before. That is a missed aerial by Cash. There weren't enough warning signs for Moist. There's another one. They do still have Oxygen on the back foot, though.
I would not be surprised if I do see Oxygen take this as a little bit of a slower game here. Just test the waters as to what version of Moist they are going to get. For Moist, it looks like they've gone for the full send. They want this to be played at their pace, and their pace is as quick as it comes. Oh, a little bit of an awkward time there for Ixo. Two-time game winner in this series. When they've needed him, he's been in the right spot, and he's done it again off that challenge. What can he create? Demo as well? Joyo just takes control, settles the game down a little bit.
Yeah, very tense opening 2 minutes here. Neither team wanted to make that first mistake. It's definitely a playing to not lose mentality right now. Who will be willing to put it all on the line, make that big play, be the hero? We're in a lobby full of players capable mechanically, capable creatively. Do they have the mental?
Juicy, who has been a star in this series, doesn't quite create the play that he was after. Archie loses the challenge. Ixo has to control, does lose 100 boost, so if he's going to do this, he's doing this boostless. Still sticks around, however. Incredible belief there from Ixo. And is now the last one back. Cash looks for the incredible angle, and he did find it. Ixo, the wherewithal to spot that one out and get rid of it.
Unreal save by Ixo. Cash hit that perfectly. And what a read it was. But Ixo with perhaps save of the day. Absolutely outstanding. He scored, like you said, 2 winners in this matchup so far. Now he's saving his team. Oxygen's tournament on the line. Really their major contention on the line. They are fighting with every last breath.
Ixo does need some help. His help's been bumped out of the way. It's so awkward at the moment for Oxygen. So surely, no! Archie yet again. But as good as these saves have been for Oxygen, they can't stay on this side of the field. They've got to get to the blue side.
Yeah, boost is really at a premium right now for Oxygen. They need a clear. There it is. That's going to buy them some time. Still, they can't find the back corner boost. Now it respawns. That's huge. You see immediately they're able to break free. That was absolutely terrifying for quite a long time. Usually when a team's stuck in defense for that long, a goal will follow. The goal was close a couple of times. But here come Oxygen. Archie doubling it slowly into the middle. I think Oxygen wisely do not commit for that one, though. How's Cash is shooting? It's again a bit lackluster there.
I think he spent it all on that sidewall. I'll tell you what, if you were going to pick a spot, it's not really the worst one for Cash. It was just some sort of miraculous read that kept this at 0-0. This is still 0-0. Is, well, quite extraordinary, really. Ixo up against Cash. Former teammates, now turn rivals over on Champions Field. For Ixo, this would mean so much because Cash was always the player talked about. After the poor performance of Quadrant at Rotterdam, it was still Cash that came out with a higher stock from that series. He's been the star right now, but his team's up against it, and he's not found the shot. Joyo couldn't barrel through the bodies.
He just didn't believe. He did not believe the bump was connecting. He was right there. The open net was right in front of him. They might still get it though. Joyo with the bump. Oh, it's a huge save again. Jarius bumps Joyo into saving his own shot.
Oh, have they got it? The breakaway again! Instead, we go to overtime because, of course, we go to overtime.
Oh my. This could be it. Low 50. Oh, it goes wide. Jarius with incredible guts there, just sits on the goal line and waits for the ball to come to him. What a monstrous read.
Juicy's in the midfield, does not go for it. Picking the spot is so important now for both these teams. Moist have had ample opportunity, but it looks to go against them. The leave. Jorius didn't want to go for it, but his team for the first time are seeing offense. What can Moist do to get rid of this ball? Ixo delayed, and in goes Jorius. Backboard, leaves it. Ixo challenges, doesn't get there in time. Juicy clears.
And perhaps one of the most terrifying overtimes we've seen. We're only 50 seconds in. It feels like I've seen both teams' lives flash before their eyes there again. Jorius with the key touch. Cash was right there for the rebound. End-to-end stuff. Chances for both teams. Clear-cut chances for both teams. Still, no goal.
Double commit. You can see the little moments of panic happening for both squads. Side. Cash. They got a 2v1 here. Ixo's beat, but
goodness.
nobody's there. Juicy this time was not the believer. Cash passes it to nobody. He's seeing ghosts.
Yeah, Juicy, he didn't want to move in. He was third man by a mile there, so he didn't want to overextend and have a bad 50-50 go past him. Had he been there, again, it would have been open for Moist.
To the side. Archie with Ixo in support. Cash is almost full 100 boost. That was so big for Jorius.
Jorius. Wow, he just got that boost in time, and what a difference it makes. This is awkward. Archie jumped, misses. Ixo covers him. Both teams, understandably, playing extremely nervously in Game 7. Finally a little breather there, but it's immediately back into his goal. Joyo with a double. He's done it! Joyo for Moist! They're top 5 in points by a mile.
Joyo spots nobody backboard, and there's the punish. 1-0, 7 minutes required, 7 games required. Moist Esports move on, and BDS wait.
They're back. They're in major running by an absolute landslide. What an advantage Moist have got over the teams below them. PSG, Tundra, Oxygen, and Guild. I've got so much ground to make up. Joyo is back. Cash, once again, looks like he's going to a major show. Juicy might be debuting, or making a land debut very, very soon. What a result for Moist. And they're still in this tournament. Who knows? The story might continue this weekend.
Wow. What a series. As tense and as difficult as they come. Moist Esports moving on. Oxygen Esports looking on from the distance, and they now require a capitulation in the Invitational. Without it, they are going to have quite the wait when it comes to Worlds. They're still in a great spot for that. Not in a great spot when it comes to Boston. But this has been a fantastic day of Rocket League. And to round it out, we're going to head back to Leaf and the boys.
Hey, you know what? That was a good way to end the day, I think. That was an exciting game of Rocket League, Cole.
Leaf, I'll be honest, I'm relieved. As a fan of European Rocket League, up to the last couple of series, it wasn't the best. It didn't quite live up to the last EU regional. 4-0s in the upper bracket. Weird defending, scrappy gameplay. Then suddenly Guild come out against BDS, put in a performance for the ages for them. And then Game 7 overtime, Jorby. 0-0, Mets goal wins. You can't ask for any more than Joyo with a double tap.
Oh, but man, Oxygen, they tried so hard in that overtime. Ixo with an incredible save near the end. Jorius had a couple, and even Moist were helping him out on defense. They were getting pull shot into saves. And I thought so many times, I'm like, this is where the wheels fall off the wagon for Moist. Here we go. The mental, it's chalked, it's done. But they always found a way to stay in it despite the OTs, despite the pressure. And this guy right here, that guy has crumbled under the pressure so many times, but he's got a little kid named Joyo right next to him. He's getting a little bigger these days. He's not so little anymore. Helping him out. But Cash looked excellent in this series as well. Juicy, 100% finally starting to slot in this roster. I thought he was a little awkward at times, but near the end, he gained that same confidence his teammates had.
Yeah, game 5 as well. I mean, Juicy had that chance. He couldn't quite catch up to the huge clearance on the ceiling. Got there in the end, and he's back, and Moist looking fantastically. I'm overjoyed for all 3 of them.
Yeah, no, big shouts, I think, to that Juicy comment as well. I think this is a great roster for a player like Juicy to grow and flourish in with the teammates that he's got around him. So it's just a good environment overall, and you like to see the success from them. Heading on into that lower bracket semifinal where BDS awaits them. A BDS that looks like they're starting to figure out their footing as well with Rise on the roster, and it's still elimination territory. You lose down here, sure, best of 7, you're done, but that's great for them. And then, of course, also for Liquid, you know, they got to mention them as well. And then up in the upper bracket, see KCorp and Vitality, Jorby, waiting around with 2 lives left.
Yeah, I think that whoever loses that goes straight back to the final. Those are the 2 best teams in Europe, and for my mark, they're the 2 best teams in the world right now. I just don't see anyone getting ahead of those 2. Not BDS, not Moist, but it is nice to see Moist hit that next step, and that BDS Moist match in lowers. I'm very curious who comes out of that one.
Let's take a look at the points for the spring so far. As again, things still a little tight there at Cole. It's just been a great race, to be honest, especially given our first regional and what we saw up in there.
Yeah, for sure. It's looking like the top 5 for EU is pretty established. Moist will get... actually, they won't definitely get more points. I believe this is including their bare minimum for this event as well. So maybe PSG Tundra will be another chance. They'll be rooting against Team BDS tomorrow in the lower bracket semi-final. But yeah, I think we have a clear top 5 in EU. It's been a while since we've been able to say that.
There's a lot of French up there in the top 5.
Yes, don't say.
So much.
Not 15 yet.
It's crazy. It's crazy how much talent they are producing and how many of those players have just gotten absolutely insane at the game. But it's wonderful to see.
And I just say, yeah, Vitality then locked there for the majors, so they're all good to go. Which, you know, is that unexpected? You know, given the fact that they brought a player like Zen on. But let's take a look to season points because we do have another lock in there as well, Jorby, with Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid getting their lock, and I expect them to bounce back. I think most teams end up having a Mickey regional every now and again. This one may have been Liquid's, but yeah, G1 really falling out of favor after this tournament. BDS holding on to that 6th spot in Europe. I think EU are still good for 6 spots for the season, so BDS hanging on by a thread there. They're in a pretty good position, as much as the top 5 in the spring. It's pretty locked in, while the points are a lot closer for G1 and BDS. Those 2 teams have gone on completely different paths in the spring split, and BDS making the major would be massive to really leapfrog G1 and not give them any more chance.
And I like to see, again, these are your teams that'll be making it to the Invitational. While we still have games to play this week, these are your teams we, at the end there, call a little cheeky brogan mode.
Oh, yeah, there we go. That's what the people want. The people want the bro. They'll be there next time around, so it'll be exciting to see them back on the main stage again. I hope that there will be as strong a performance from Hogan mode, because it's one of my bugbears in Rocket League Esports in general, when a team comes out of nowhere and they're like, wow, they're amazing, and then the next time you see them, they're just poor. It's like, what? No, why? You were so good before.
Yeah, well, Brogan mode's in the Invitational, so I can't wait.
Yeah,
exactly.
Fortunately, they're not here tomorrow, but tomorrow we do have KCorp, Vitality, BDS, and Moist, so it's still pretty good.
They would have made top 4. If they were here, they would have made top 4, 100% guaranteed.
Reminder, of course, that these teams are still playing towards that major in Boston. It'll be from the 6th to 9th. You can join us on the 8th to 9th, and if you're not joining us, I personally, I don't know about you two, but I personally think you're making a terrible mistake by not being there. Is this a consensus?
Yeah, if you're on the East Coast, go.
And if you're not, go.
Right.
Plane. They have planes nowadays. They have trains and automobiles.
If you're not on a landmass on the local continental Earth, and you happen to be, you know,
I don't care if you're on the moon. Go.
I'd justify.
You better get your rocket back down here.
Okay, fine. I won't justify it.
I love your moon. That's pretty cool. You got to hit me up. I want to go. Anyways, grab your tickets, !tickets in chat to click the link or head over to rl.gg/spring tickets live. Let's take a look at the schedule now just for tomorrow, because again, we do have 4 teams still remaining as we do crown a champion for the European Spring Cup. KCorp, Vitality, Moist, and Team BDS. Cole, are your teams waiting to play tomorrow?
The teams that, I mean, 3 of the 4 are the same as last time around. Liquid have been replaced by Moist, and Moist came so close to being in that top 4 last time out. So it sort of goes with what I was saying earlier, that Europe actually has a top 5, which blows my mind, because normally we have like a top 19, and you can pick any sort of 5 from that 19, apart from one clear leader. We actually have a split. It's like good old NA days.
Okay. Were they good? I don't know.
Well, the big 3 days were brilliant, Jorby. I love the big 3 days.
I mean,
large
everyone
four.
loves that big 3.
Well, the games.
I don't have anything to add. Leave. Just take it.
The games
I'm
advance.
done playing Gibbs for the day.
We're the big 3.
The games advance too much that I doubt we'll start seeing a big 3 anymore. That it's expanded outwards. So many good teams and so many good players, and you get to watch them again tomorrow. Reminder, that's at 5 p.m. CEST. Come 30 minutes early, and you get a cheeky little pre-show from the EU boys, Shogun and them. So let's get some final thoughts on the way out and what you're excited for tomorrow, Cole, and then Jorby.
Okay, my first thought, not Shogun and them, Cole and them. Thank you very much, Lee.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Secondly, final thoughts is, as I said earlier, relief. It was a step up for European Rocket League in the last couple of series. Tomorrow is all set. We've gone through the weirdness so far. Tomorrow's where we get back on track and show some stunning gameplay. Jorby, anything to add?
Most of I think 8 out of the 12 players on Championship Sunday are French. So, good job, France. You officially took over Europe. I'm going to give you a little clap. I know you all guys think that you already did take over Europe, but now I think it's official. The fact that you hold like 3 of the top 5 spots in the entire dang region. But y'all are so fun to watch, and I love it. Let's see more. Can't wait for tomorrow.
Well, that's it. I don't have much else to say except thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you.
is like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's